and work out that now. So when you go and work out that now, you realize say 50% I'm man where they own a place where people live from. Either they drop out paper and they can't phone or whatsoever. We're going to do with them.
The government will take steps to make that the people that will live there after a certain amount of time can claim it. If no papers can be found for the land and you can document and you can prove that I live here for 10 years or 15 years, then the government can make you own the land and you build your house on it. Can take you off it.
So that's what we plan for the next 2 years for the.
It now gonna take 2 years, Virgin. It now take 2 years, you know, the process are going now, but that is the problem. You see, like you never hear about that process and tell you about it now.
Evening. Sure.
Yeah, farmer. Hold on, farmer. Now come in here. You understand what I say to you, G Unit? You understand the scenario I give you?
Yeah, listen, man.
Right? So the issue now is that the government now have to make sure. Remember, Virgin, government can't just, despite what you're hearing and what you're thinking, government can't just run in and spend money. So, government money go through several processes before it can spend. Now, further, watch what you hear and think what you people are trying to say,
No, we watch me here now, what I see,
Right. So when you drive to Westmoreland and you see some people don't get, remember, you know how much money give away in Westmoreland in the roofs program already. G Unit to put on roof. From the government. From the government, Virgin, I remember it is documented. Everybody will get it is documented with people. But you have people, G Unit, will get the money. Roof. Get the money. Important.
The system not work good. You know I'm your system. You know how you are set up.
Let me lock up the Wi-Fi and see if the service.
No, you're good now.
Okay, hold on. All right, may I come to us clear now?
Yeah,
loud and clear.
All right. I'm going to run for the service. Yeah, so I say G Unit, we can't get angry about how we think something should have worked, rather than how it actually works. So we have to get information, G Unit, on how things work. Right? So the government is issued, well, let me say I can bring it up. Let me say I can find out how many people, I don't know if them have a breakdown. I think them have a breakdown, but I don't think them post the information yet. As a parish by parish, most people in the East Parish get the roof money. But who are the thousands of people, tens of thousands of people from Westmoreland alone collect them roof money, collect material. But some of them either have the material sit down and some of them sell the material. You make a statement earlier when I agree with your pan. And that's something I said a long time where you say the same people we're going to dig them up in an election to vote. And the person was supposed to guide them through the process. But G Unit, majority of the people, the majority of the, not majority, all of the MPs in a Westmoreland are not doing anything to organize the recovery in a Westmoreland. They're not doing anything to organize it. Me know you see the video the other day where what's her name? They go take out the little J. Ross, hold on. Come give me the responsible statement to me. Come take me. Me know you see the video where the lady got big up the old man was saying want help. You listen to the video of the G Unit?
Me no remember still.
Man, at what time? I think as was it Zalika? No, not Zalika. Shit, man, my name has slipped me. Burchell, Nikisha Burchell, in our constituency, got dig up one local old man and a videotape him. Say government never come assess him because he is a farmer and him go farm every day and nobody never you know take. But me I say as a representative G Unit, wouldn't you believe that if Nikisha Burchell as a member of parliament who said there's an old man who live at 6 points who go and farm every day? Don't you believe it is upon her as a representative to go and make sure that man is assessed to get some benefit?
So she don't do nothing.
She don't do nothing. The only thing she did is wait, and then she got to take up the man in her dirty clothes and put him on video saying, nah, get help, rather than making sure we can get help.
So after that, you know, do nothing?
No. And that is when me I say, Virgin, the people then vote and put you in. So my job, G Unit, if me was an MP, and say me I run any constituency in Westmoreland. After the hurricane.
Let me show you something. I'll show you something.
No, let me finish. Hold on. Just let me finish. Because more you hear this. Hold on, more you hear this. This is what I want to start think. If me was an MP, and me say me's an MP in our Westmoreland constituency, after the hurricane, my first duty, me I go make sure my people am all right, and then me I go around the constituency and me I go collect the information of every single person that has been affected, what them lose, which part them they, what kind of help them need, and me I go have a database put on. That means that anytime the government come in and say we want to help some people, me I go say, hey, see the people them that we want to help. This are the information when me gather, work from the list. You don't think that should make sense? G Unit, you mute. You don't think that would make sense?
I don't might believe, Sid.
No, me ask you don't believe so when me tell you so would that make sense?
But you don't know if he might get help, yes or no. You're gonna see the video when you just
no,
then
G Unit, the essence of the video was that the man need help and not get none. That is the video when she
making.
Right. The essence of the video is that the man need help and not get none.
But what me I say, I know. Listen me.
No, what I Gio, me give you a scenario and me ask if you think that would have help, or me just tell you that me would have do as an MP.
If that would have help? Yeah, because you're short the one that make you know say well you want to help. So that is good.
No, me not talking about the man. Listen to me again, G Unit. Hold on, you're not listening to me.
No, what you have to say that you have to say she don't do nothing for you, man.
No, me not asking you about her, Virgin. Yeah. Stop small down the conversation and me I try with you to one person. Let me say this again. Listen to me again. Me say if I was a member of parliament and me represent Westmoreland constituency, any one of them. Listen to me, you know. Me say after the hurricane, the first thing me would have do is go in, survey me people, them collect the information from every single person that was affected, what them lose, which part them located, what kind of help them need, and would have it in a folder put on. And the moment the government come in, I would give them the information and say, see what you need, help the people. Them. Would that help?
Yes, Dr. L, but watch out now. The first thing.
We have a discussion. Me soon give a chance to answer.
You say who that will help? Me say yes. Listen me now.
All right. So let me ask you now. Which one of the MP them don't have
stage by stage. Stage by stage.
Well, I know. Which one of the MP them don't have Westmoreland do anything like that?
This is what I say. The first time when the storm blew. Who did come over help people and the government said no, do nothing, don't do anything until him say.
Who did come out? Hold on. Who did come out?
She come out.
The government said don't do anything.
Does she come over clear the road and forget the people?
Come out for clear we should. Imagine government a clear road from before stamp start door.
Stop it,
No,
man. You say that. You say
government never G-Unit.
Let's say when the
Government
storm
never
just blow.
G-Unit. Just listen up.
Who
Let
did
me
come
tell you
out?
otherwise
Listen
we
to
not
man.
argue based on feelings, you know, a facts we argue upon. Government never stop anybody from clearing the road. Listen to me now, and this is where the confusion is, and if you don't have the information, G-Unit, you go left confused. The government tell her that no, you cannot get any contractor to clear a road. We have the contractor, then just use them. Use government what we have. Government
Then
never
what?
stop
Then,
her from clearing
then
road.
if she can't get contractor to clear the road, why she figure attend to the people before the government? I go and first go attend to everything to all the people in that country.
Then who?
Since she can't get a good contractor to clear the road, them.
G-Unit.
Why if people vote for me, I have my money. Well, listen, what I say. If people vote for me in my constituency, I see difficult when they and I go back to reach them yet. And me go get a contract and I will instruct everything, clear the road, because me they vote for. And then you, the government, will tell me, say, no get nobody.
No, but G-Unit, what you're misunderstanding
What you
something.
tell me, say, brother?
G-Unit, you're misunderstanding something, sir. She not getting the contractor out her own pocket, you know. She get a contractor and say, government I go pay you. And the government say, no, we have people already doing this right, which by you there.
Who want pay money, as long as you get the people to clear the road and take care of the people.
G-Unit, I'm going to be honest with you, you know. Me like converse with people who think different, but honestly, me converse with people who try to gather up information. And I believe, say, your mind is closed in a certain direction. So, respect for past through. I appreciate the support and enough respect. Farmer, Wagwa.
Blessings.
Blessings.
To be honest, as you say, we respect people with different views, and so we get constructive, have a constructive conversation. Close-minded people, you will never reach nowhere.
You can't reach them.
Can't reach nowhere at all. And this gentleman, everybody in Western Jamaica tend to forget how government, and when I say government, I mean from councillor to central government work. They miss out everything and just expect the central government to come to the people. They miss out the councillor and they miss out the MP, and I don't know how that work. As you said before, the hurricane came through and it destroyed a wide cross section of Western Jamaica, and up to this day I haven't seen one out of the 3 MP down in Westmoreland, which I believe those constituencies are the 3 worst constituencies in Jamaica, right? Come out with a plan, right, to help the people. Come out with, put something in place so the people in their constituencies can reach the different agencies. All them do is come out and ball. And this is the strategy of the opposition. They want to ride, and they have always done this, which is why they serve the worst constituencies. And what I'm saying is facts. They serve the worst constituency. Westmoreland, Hanover, South St. James, and if you even look in Kingston, Farmer Portia constituency is the worst one in Kingston. They ride on people's suffering. You get me? They ride on the suffering of people. People have to suffer for them look good. You get me?
And that is why, Mark Golden is telling you that we must send the bill to recover Jamaica to a joint select. We are going to take 2 years before you can do anything to rebuild the country, because you're right, because they want to campaign and the misery index of the people. That's what they like. And G-Unit, my brethren, yeah, you have to just open your mind and try to learn the process. If you don't know the process, you're going to think it is not working. And this very same thing where they must fight the government for, are the same thing the government are trying to fix. The process is too goddamn slow.
If Jamaica recover in a timely manner, then PNP won't have a talking point. All we are saying, Chuck, them to create a database. Them have that, them know where every single voter there, them know how much people live in them yard, and them already know who are the age of the people them know what the house them below over, them know every nook and cranny. They have all of that information. Right? Them know every single voter. Let me tell you something, Chuck. I come from a place called Petersfield in Westmoreland. And as you say, nobody own land there. My sister lived there and she rent the land from a man named Grandpa. Right? Rent land and capture land from Wisco, which now is Pan Caribbean. Pullet Lane, Basida Walk, Bullet Tree, nobody own land there and everybody know it. So you cannot send the government there and say build houses. Exactly. It is illegal. That's an illegal act to build an house and land that's not yours.
And what these people fail to understand, I tell them all the while, say Westmoreland at one stage in this country, Westmoreland supported the longest serving prime minister we've ever had in the history of this country. Was in a Westmoreland constituency. And that man never see it fit to give the people entitled to them land. Westmoreland have the agricultural minister. That man never see it fit to give the people entitled to them land. Them had a water minister. Westmoreland still don't have running water. Them have a tourism minister. Well, he most probably the successful one. Westmoreland is a tourism capital. But I never buy for him design.
Chuck, stop. Let me tell you something. I live in Westmoreland. Westmoreland don't have an industry, not even tourism. The part down at Negril is not in Westmoreland, just the market and the taxi center in Westmoreland. It's Hanover, it is in. And ask anybody about that. The police station in Westmoreland, everything moved down up the beach. Westmoreland don't have an industry.
Thank you.
Under the agriculture minister with Roger Clark, Westmoreland lose the only agriculture thing where they made up down there, which was sugarcane. You get me? And the Carl Blight where they have Operation Pride. Not even one title was issued down there. And let me tell you something, when you pass Bluefields and go down, pass Bluefields, pass White House going down to Sab Farm out the sun name. Google it and see how much land title Andrew Holness and out down the other day.
I don't understand go give out the 617 land title.
Exactly, I don't know the number, but I'm certain him give out title down there.
But here's the thing. And this is where people like G Unit don't understand, because their mind lack in a one. The government must just run in and build, because them get so. But and again, that is why when them come here, even though sometimes me know say irritated with me sometimes, but you have to have the conversation with them. That's how you learn how them think, and you have to try. You at least have to try to open their mind to certain things. Westmoreland, and let me go back in some history now and tell some people. Jag, big up yourself. Jungle people, in 1967, may I always tell you no 63, but at 67. The JLP government at the time tabled a bill in Parliament called the Land Utilization Act. It is today the only bill ever tabled in the Parliament to give land ownership to the Jamaican people. The Land Utilization Act is the only bill ever tabled in the Parliament up to this day to give land to the Jamaican people. It was tabled in 1967. It never passed until, I soon tell you when it passed. Michael Manley came in, saw the Land Utilization Act, and changed the name to one program where they put in a song, where they call Land Lease. Now, pick up a name between, pick up the difference between giving people land where them can own with title and land lease. Me still break up. But I don't know where I'm going with that something. I really don't know where I'm going with it.
Well, me I hear you loud and clear, yes, so you know.
Yeah, but you look at the people in the chat now here clearly. Me switch to the service and I think it would have go. Alright, hold on, let me go on. Okay, all right. Okay, I think upon your end alone, because everybody else of them are here. All right, so Michael Manley come in. He see the Land Utilization Act and change it to a program what them call land lease. And all of the land that was identified, remember, you know, all of the lands that was identified, that the first set of land that was purchased was a place in a Trelawney. I forget the name of it, you know. But there's a housing scheme, you know, where they love both a Manly Billet. All of that land was identified and purchased. The place in a Trelawney was purchased, the others around Westmoreland was only identified. So yes, these are land that will give out. Michael Manley came in. Just rather than carry through the program in changing name and say, just take piece of the land and go live on it. And that is how majority of the people in a Westmoreland and all those places just move from one piece of land and then they have no paperwork for it, and that land passed on from generation to generation without any paperwork. And the only thing the PMP do over the years, and this is why Westmoreland is such a loyal parish to the PMP, Michael Manley and his party over the years tell the people them say, all you know have to do is vote for PMP and nobody can take on off of the land. But if you no ever vote for Labour, right, them are going to chew on off. And that is how them hold the people them at hostage.
You are exactly correct. I see that with my own eyes in Westmoreland. Sorry for interrupt.
No, but me like when you interrupt, you know, because when me talk, more the people things I lie, me tell you know.
Chuck, me see it with my own two eyes and I can tell you the exact spot. You have a place, you have a scheme in a Shrewsbury. Right? You have a scheme in a Shrewsbury, in a Petersfield, Westmoreland, called Shrewsbury Housing Scheme. You see the front of that scheme, go right down to the high school. You have some land there. When me go Westmoreland, you know, them used to use that land for plant rice. And yes, rice. Everybody know that. So you have a canal run between the something there. And right there, them tell the people them the member of parliament named Carl Blight, tell the people them say them can go and take land there, and it's a big squatter settlement there, right? It is just there for the eye to see. Just cut up land, take the land behind the scheme, Shrewsbury Housing Scheme, whole of them backland, the whole of them Carl Blight carry the people them and tell them, and it's not like anybody from Westmoreland know it. Down there so them call down there some muck. Because yes, after mud and swam, muck them call it behind Shrewsbury Housing Scheme and out at the front. Not one of them have it, and it's just since the last 15 to 20 years that happened. So what you're saying is exactly true.
So now, what Melissa exposed now is that these people now own nowhere. So now when them get real damage and want government help, government cannot go in and build house for people land. Government now have to run an audit. Guys, stop up the screen for me, please. Run an audit, find out who the land belongs to, and people who must lose it will lose it and give it to the people and will live on it and give them title feet. You cannot tell me, and let me borrow my good friend Munchi, Madam Speaker now. You can't tell me, say some big 50 and 60-year-old people who live on squatters' land and them are going to say Andrew Holness' fault. Young little boy Andrew Holness. I can't Andrew Holness' fault. No infrastructure in place, Rocky. And that is the problem with the people. That way, remember, you know, I want to bring you back to Dayton Campbell, who was campaigning in Westmoreland. And boy, I wish me did save that video. It's supposed to back up somewhere, so I probably still have it. Dayton Campbell, while campaigning in Westmoreland, said he went to visit an old comrade. And when he walked into the comrade and was greeting him and talking to him in them old days, when he looked up, a sky him a look pan. Because the old comrade no live nowhere. And that was an indictment on people who run behind PMP, run behind Michael Manley for years. And may I urge people them in Westmoreland right now, the young people them, don't make the same mistake. Even if you not vote for PMP, demand representation from them. Don't sit down and say a PMP in a power, so me all right, even when you are dead for hungry. Even when you don't have no road, when you don't have no water, as long as the PMP, you're good. Same thing goes if a Labour right to vote for demand representation, and that we want. Everybody must be responsible for them people. You are an elected member. You represent the government in your section. You can't come out as a member of parliament and say the government don't know where the people them there. You are the government in that section. You are the mini government there. You run the section there. You are the prime minister in that section. Jaguar. Jagai.
There, man, me I listen to you, bro. You know, what you said something, where I think you was listening to me the other night, you said something where same thing I've been saying. The local representatives, man, should represent the people. I said they should get that is one of the most important thing because are you local? Are you know
local?
Are you live with the people, Are supposed to live with the people. That when me hear you say that, I say, oh, at least somebody has support with you. That is the point, Jock. When me hear you say that, brother, me have to jump up to support you because that's what we need to do. We can't expect the minister of Kingston to know where the locations of banks and stuff like that in the local areas.
Especially in the informal settlement, my virgin.
Thank you, bro.
Especially in the informal settlements, where only the politicians will run up and down, they are going to know them. The prime minister will tell you even during the aid portion when they bring out the food, you have whole heap of community will get left off because them simple not on the map.
Thank you.
They're not on the map. They're not farmers to be on a map. So the helicopter fly over them with you and don't know say people don't they want to because they're on a map.
Thank you, sir. So that is your responsibility as the local person on the ground.
As the local man.
Yes.
Jagai, may I say this again? I want people, even comrade, understand what me I say. More of them tell me if I'm wrong. If I am the member of parliament, right, the hurricane blew, it passed, me I go there on the ground, and my first other business have to start run around and get out people information, Mass Jones, Miss Funsi, Miss Storm, and which part Miss Storm there? She all right, what she do? And me have that information there ready. So you see when the minister come now and say, all right, what me in your constitution, me say, see the information here, just come in. This is the most important one, the one that's not important, the one that can't wait. Help them people here first. We do this. That's what you fit do.
That's all we have to say, brother.
Every member of parliament, all them know to do is compound press conference and bad about who now get help. You know what I want them to do, Jag? Any day them ever come up. Now, answer, listen to me now. Watch how me I go embarrass the government. And they would have my support on this, So, see the information on me gather, yeah? This is the date when me send to go give the minister, and the minister, I know him not respond to me yet.
Yes.
And then me and you are going to the same side, come and say, minister, you should at least respond.
You better believe that.
But not one of them ever come up and say, no, me submit the information to the people. What they are coming to say is that the government now give them information where them collect. When that you are the first point of contact.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You are the first point of contact. Are you, Nikisha Burchell, when you did want to vote, you go find that old man there, you put one orange shirt on him and you make sure say vote for you. And now 6 months later, you remember him. You go dig him up and put him on camera. If you say, nah, get help.
Thank you. Are you serious when you find out because you want to put him on camera?
That is what you find out. To help him, to exploit him.
Thank you. Thank you. You see, those are the issues me having on search of. So, sometimes I don't really understand the PNP, because you see the PNP are trying to score political points off the suffering of the people, That's what they're trying to do,
That is the only thing they have to campaign on. The only thing, the misery index.
Thank you. I want to say this, probably some people are listening. I don't know if these people remember, 2013, 14, somewhere about there when the now Prime Minister, when that IMF agreement, when the PNP tried to get that IMF agreement, and they said, listen, I am not going to oppose for opposing sake. I am going to support the government today in the interest of the country.
Yes, I remember.
And he
I
was
remember
challenged.
he was giving a flack in the Labour Party for his stance when he said I was
Yes,
going to be responsible in opposition.
Then the same get the challenge. The same challenge come from
again,
Labour right about
Jack-
good about it, but the man stand for the country.
Just let me add it this way to you. I'll add it this way to you. Andrew Holness stood and act responsible in opposition. Peter Phillips, knowing the condition and knowing what had to be done, was responsible in opposition. Them argument is to be, but it basically stand out that the government where the government can govern.
True.
In 2020, our politics took a turn for the worse.
Yeah, man. That's where the problem starts.
When Mark Golding became PNP president and decided that he wanted power at all costs. It doesn't matter who and what him have to destroy, he wanted power.
Yes.
And that is where we live in, and that today, for the first time in 60 much years, I believe our very strong democracy what we have is under great threat. Because our white man we don't have no ties to Jamaica, but he believes him entitled to it.
Exactly. It's a form of entitlement, because if you listen to the slogan, you know, time come. That means you don't have to do nothing, you know. I just my time now.
That's all.
Yeah, that's
no
all.
Plans, no proposal, no, not just time.
Yeah, man, time come. You're the third term of my time.
Of yourself. Right. And that is where we are living under. For the first time, there's a threat to our democracy, and that threat is Mark Golding. Mark Golding has been proven to entertain dissidents all over the world to try and bring down a government.
My God, you overseas, you try to create demonstrations.
You meet with the people that we are trying to tear it down. The people that will go champ up our flag in New York. You come out of Jamaica and you corrupt every institution. You corrupt them. You corrupt the media.
And the one media who speak the truth, you hear them.
After you corrupt them, after your best friend is running the largest media conglomerate in the Caribbean, where am I running at the ground, if I might add. You went overseas and you call the media corrupt. When you corrupt them.
Yeah, man.
You go up on the platform. Well, I never ready for jump ship yet. But gentle people, listen to me now. The debate about this NARA bill is a waste of time by the PNP. The PNP is not interested in Jamaica rebuilding. If it rebuild fast enough, then they have nothing to campaign on.
Thank you.
They're not interested in a rebuilding Jamaica. You for Melissa, I will say this. The PNP have never been on record of telling anybody in any constituency, so we're having a hurricane, please move to see if I got no. The PNP open a portal to collect money in the name of Melissa victim. We don't know which part them spend $1 about yet. We don't know which part them spend it.
But we not even sure how much them collect. Let us go on.
We don't know how much them collect.
Then let's tell you what the cheap and
line. How much them collect. I really know that the portal where them collect it through have links to a leadership member of the PNP that will get a portion of the money where them collect.
This is about them. They're making some money, you know. You think that was about the country? Are they helping the people? It was never about that.
They have never done anything that they are not benefiting from. They have not signed a deal with them can't get the money out of.
No, I found it hard to believe that they collected $3.5 million Jamaican dollars over 5 months. No, that's the caliber of people and the folks that they hang around. The proven people them where sell $50 million house daily can only come up with $3.8 million in 6 months.
Good evening, Mr. Vice of the Nation.
3.9.
these people were the man they name in Mandeville and the man in East Kingston, those contractor people.
You are holding up a bill because you say, here's the stupidity of the people them now. And the stupidity them are play upon people's ignorance. You're holding up a bill because you say, oh, they must put it in the law. So the Auditor General can audit the bill at any time. There's not one entity in Jamaica, not one government entity in Jamaica where the Auditor General cannot walk in at any given time and start an audit.
Exactly.
Not one. So why do you need to put it? Why you have to write it in there? The Auditor General by its own mandate have dominion over every single government entity. You don't need to put it in a no law.
Exactly.
Jamaica today have more oversight than is needed. Really, I can't believe but me believe it. 30 years ago, we never have an integrity. Vice of the nation, send me a request if you want to come, man. But remember, I don't allow you to come and mislead or tell lie.
No, I won't get that chance.
So send the request if you want to come. We never 30 years ago, we never have a MOCA, we never have a FID, we never have an active Auditor General, we never have a thing there, Integrity Commission. All of these are oversight for government, for every government entity. The Public Account Committee also have the right.
That's a kind of circle.
Just send a request, no sir. Just send a request. You don't have to send a box. Just send a request. The box there. No, Angel, I don't have filter. What filter? And this is my ugly face same way as ugly as it.
Oh, go on, Chuck.
Hold on, no, sir. Hold on. Good morning, sir.
Morning, go on.
Morning, sir.
There, man.
Right? You're holding up a bill. You want a bill that is here that rebuild this country in a fast manner to be sent to a joint select committee for 2 years. Who does that benefit but the PMP? The only person that will benefit is the PMP. Tell me how is sending that bill that is going to cut out some of the unnecessary red tape.
Yes, and I was.
Can you imagine any real project from the conceptualization of a project in a Jamaica to the implementation of a project in a Jamaica takes between 4 to 6 years? Which country can survive with that much bureaucracy?
All right, Chuck, I hear you loud and clear, and I must tell you thanks. This is the opinion I share.
Again, hold on, listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
You see where that's something behind me, sir? Read it. Fuel by facts and not opinion. That is the problem, right? You don't come all the while and say me opinion. No, we reason facts.
All right, let me share a facts with you. Let me share a facts with you. You go onto ADPEM website and you pull the Auditor General report and you read from the certified document that was also reviewed by the Auditor General and was audited and brought to Parliament. That report is 2018-2017. When you read the messages from the Chairman and the Director General, it speaks about government efficiency and accountability. The Prime Minister requested a business process review of ADPEM. And some of the findings that came back was efficiency and organizational structure. The Prime Minister went as far as to appoint a secretary that has direct contact to the Prime Minister. Look on the same document, you see the organizational structure. That secretary sits between the Director General and the National Committee. Talking about facts. And so, the point I'm going to land on is efficiency, accountability, and transparency. And we see the results of ADPEM. If you look at the financial statement, the balance sheet, 2018, they ended with 67 million in the account, accounted for.
2017, they ended 90 million plus accounted for. And so the institution was governed by a board, a CEO, and other operational. ADPEM was even renting equipment. 1 year they make $22 million from renting equipment alone. Nothing is wrong. All of that was accounted for. The principle behind NARA is we need accountability measures to guide us. We're not stopping the process or stopping the process of removing the bureaucracy. But if nobody can be held,
all right.
let me land on it. If nobody can be held accountable, it doesn't make sense.
Tell me the accountability measures where you need.
First and foremost, who is going to be liable for misappropriation of funds, misappropriation of procurement and guidelines? Who will be governing the board and the day-to-day operation outside of the CEO? The CEO reports to the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister have a portfolio about 19 to 20 ministry under his belt. Where is the internal government structure that we can call upon? Who are the other people? The Prime Minister appointing the CEO, and the CEO go and appoint a bunch of people, none of which is answerable to the Parliament. Those are some of the things we want clarity on.
That's where you go. Listen to me now. And that's
no, but the bill came to the Parliament and it was shot.
Hold on, no, Bridget. This is where you go wrong now. What you mean?
Where do I go wrong?
The structure of NARA, every single person at NARA is subject to the same oversight as everybody at the UDC. You can
so where is the oversight?
You want at any time to come to Parliament. What you mean?
So where is the board? Where is the governing board in NARA? Tell us about it. The internal governing board.
You don't need no goddamn governing board.
Jesus.
UWI.
So let me ask you a question. Why the Prime Minister never removed?
Listen to me.
Why the Honorable Prime Minister, Chuck? Hold on, Chuck. You ask a question. Let me ask you back one. After the business process review in ADPEM.
Listen to me carefully now.
And the people, man, mute me. Me talking. You don't have to respect the man. Well, I ask you a question,
you
Chuck.
Listen to me. I'm going to play.
But Chuck, you ask me a question. Let me ask you back one.
Hold on, listen to Nesta.
There's a very mature accountability ecosystem in Jamaica. One that is world renowned. As a matter of fact, Jamaica has spent a lot of time and money creating an accountability ecosystem that is extremely independent. You have
just
the
listen to Nesta,
Integrity Commission, you have the Auditor General, you have MOCA, you have SID, you have the police, and so many other entities, including civil society, including the media, who hold governments and agencies accountable. And governments do not function in secret or in a vacuum. Budgets have to be tabled in Parliament, and Parliament can summon anyone who is a head of agency to come and testify how budgets are funded. We have the PAC, we have the PAAC, we have parliamentary questions. So it's a bit baffling to me that after spending so much time and money on these accountability entities, because like I heard somebody say that we should put in the bill that the Auditor General should audit. The Auditor General has a constitutional authority to audit anything. You don't have to put that in the bill. You don't have to peat. And I said to the leader of the opposition last week, is it that he wants us to take every other accountability bill and put their clauses repeated in this bill? And that's what I find disingenuous about the conversation. The bill is a good bill. The bill is a bill that has been crafted by our best legal minds in government. It has been vetted. And a lot of the arguments I'm hearing, when you analyze them objectively, they don't stand up. For example, why would I put the TOR in the bill? Why would I make the TOR of the CEO the terms of reference in the bill? Suppose I want to change something in the TOR a year after. Do I need to now come back to Parliament and go through an entire debate? I don't see other bills that we're crafting where you put the contract and the TOR in a bill. A contract is negotiated between the employer and the employee. Is Parliament going to be the one negotiating the contract with the CEO? No. And that is the issue I'm having with a lot of the debate. There are things in the bill that we may need to modify, but a lot of the arguments fail the logic test, they fail the objective test, and they fail the reasonableness test.
But Minister, based on just the importance of Naira and just what it will have oversight, we're talking about 6.7 billion US dollars will be under its purview. I think there is some level of reticence then on the part of the...
Yes, sir.
I heard that. And Nesta is not a legal mine.
But let me ask you this. Let me
If you
what
ask
you
you a
say?
question, you know.
Hold on, what you mean?
Chuck,
Nesta is
why
not a
you do
what?
that?
Hold on. Why you say Nesta is not a what?
Nesta is not a legal mine. So he's a regular. Hold on,
Let me
Chuck.
mute
Hold on.
you now. Let me mute you now and tell you this. You see, that is why you don't come around on the chat. Fuck you because you don't have no facts. Nesta is a liar. Nesta Morgan is a liar. So when you go come now, you go say Nesta is not a legal mine. How you know not know say Nesta Morgan is a liar? How you don't know that?
All right, Chuck. Hold on. Let me just learn the point. If the honorable Prime Minister did a business process review, well, let me ask you a question, Chuck.
The first thing you have to do before you ask me any question,
I'm not retracting my statement.
No, you have to retract that statement. And Nesta
no, Nesta is not the best legal mine or not a legal mine. No history of any. He's just MP. I'm not retracting that.
No.
Malaru Fort is one of the brightest minds in the cabinet, in the government, and Nesta couldn't see that. Rubbish you're talking, man. Let me ask him a question.
Couldn't see what?
Let me ask the question I want to ask you. If the Prime Minister does a business process review, why he did not dismantle the board in ODPEM and get rid of it, since it's of no relevance? Why? Because you need a governing board. You cannot have the Prime Minister be the head of ODPEM as secretariat and the institution still failed.
Let me ask you
failed.
Let me ask you this. So them have a governing board and they still fail, not true?
Ask why the Prime Minister was leading ODPEM and he still failed.
I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, he failed and I need the Prime Minister leadership.
Them have a governing board and yet you say them fail with a board.
Underneath the leadership of the Prime Minister.
I'm asking you a question, sir. Just answer the fucking question. The virgin,
Meanwhile, you have a heart attack today, though. The Prime Minister led NEPA and failed. Full stop.
Sorry, me not make you see up and piss me off for the rest of the day. Sorry, me not gonna make you do it. As me say, no reason without information, because the simple fact of that Nesta was a liar, you never know. You never know that. Everybody else around the place knows that Nesta is a liar. Me know. The whole you never know. That's why we try our best. Why one DP? That's why we try our best and we say we discuss the facts. We don't discuss opinion. All the while you know come, let me give opinion. Opinions are not facts. Opinions are not facts. Your opinion is this. Yes. Think they have a board, but the board still fail. You will have a board. You will still involve in a massive corruption on that board. So what you try to tell me, say, a board doesn't prevent corruption. In fact, every single institution in Jamaica that run by a board always end up in some form of corruption. So make we try one without a board. Every single place in the country that has a board end up in some form of corruption. So the presence of a board does not stop anything.
Case in point, Huey.
Case in point, Huey. Have a board.
Big board.
And still end up where we they know where billions of dollars gone under them watch. So now tell me, say now, if we are run Naira without a board, what go happen? It can't do any worse. It can't do any worse, can't happen, you know.
Sure. This Naira thing is so big. It's like some people wanted to scare us.
Listen, African, the simple
it's like no one expected us to come up with this.
The simple fact is this: a fast reconstruction of the country does not benefit the PNP.
Right, sir.
A fast reconstruction of the country don't benefit the PMP. The PMP don't benefit from a fast reconstruction. What benefit the PMP is if we languish in a limbo for 4 or 5 years. So they can sit down and point and say, people need.
Chuck, me see a little snippet with Bruce Golden where they are giving something away, man, really, I say. It's like we're locked into this old type of thing. We are afraid to embrace change and new ideas.
That speech there where you say Bruce Golden gave that speech from 2019, I think. No, 2021.
Yeah, because I see the people in the mask. So I know it's not just now.
2021. Right? We lock in our system where we teach people, say, listen to me, we government no good and we government can't do nothing.
And not just the government alone. It's like we can't trust ourselves collectively either.
Thank you. We can't trust ourselves. And the people are telling me that say we not good enough.
Imagine you have the PSC and the PSC led by the opposition. And it's like not all them scary for angle 6.7 billion US dollars. It's like they don't really want a part tonight.
When they have the right to summon any organization at any time to come in front of them and answer any question that them have.
My word, man.
Chuck, you realize what kind of filter you have answer?
What kind of filter me have? Me never no filter.
You have no filter. You filter give you eyelash and they see them and
really? Me have a filter. Me never do no sort of filter today.
You see me laugh at you
Chuck.
over WhatsApp.
Hey.
Chuck.
Hold on. Let me say me can't change that. Go on Africa.
Do we know why Marlon Foote was left out of the cabinet?
There's another position coming for Marlin. Don't worry yourself. Marlin,
watch me now, Chuck. Because me I look on this thing here, you know. You know, say, from where the bills them a come, it's like Mark Golding was dominating the floor. You know, so I think Marlon Foote was strategically. It's like she have a free hand to tackle anything on the floor now, you know.
Me say, again.
Don't worry about it. But Chuck, I have
it's still me still have eyelash. Oregano.
Boy, I don't know if I background where he was, but he look like he have a eyelash.
I probably the background.
And also Chuck, we have been so tribal for so many years. It's like what Marlene said. It's like it's a shock to everybody.
Exactly. Miss Malahou Fort is she's a legal man, right? She's a member of parliament, and a bill is being debated. A bill that is supposed to be for the people. This is not a bill for Jamaica Labour Party, or this is a bill for Jamaica for Andrew Holness. This is a bill for the Jamaican people, and I expect Chuck. You know, we cried for a couple of years well about the Integrity Commission bill that we believe in ourselves that was poorly constructed and passed for the people, and we saw that it was weaponized against the Jamaica Labour Party. Now, NARA is going to be one of those bills that will cement Dr. Andrew Holness in the history of Jamaica. He already cement, you know, but it's going to be a concrete block that goes through the center of Jamaica all the way down to the mountain that Jamaica sits on, right? Cannot be moved. This bill will determine whether or not Jamaica Labour Party gets a 4th term in the House of Parliament as leader of this country.
But we know.
Hold on, let me bring them.
Hold on, I can finish that.
No, the PMP already knows that. Mark Golding knows that this bill is going to be the albatross around the PMP neck if it is done right. I am saying that we have enough time to get the bill right, Chuck. To get the bill right. If the bill is constructed the way that it's supposed to, or the constructive criticisms are taken and into account, and the bill is modified and corrected to suit those purposes, it's a win for Jamaica, and it's a win for the Jamaica Labour Party, because I can guarantee you, if the bill is weak and the bill has flaws, it's the same bill that the PMP is going to use as a campaign strategy to say, Andrew Holness, keep money and put it in your pocket. Right? So get the bill, get the safeguards in place, get a proper one that at the end of the day, the PMP cannot use it or weaponize it, because it is going to be the one that cements us into the fourth term. So we have enough time to get it done properly.
No,
We do.
we're not. Listen. Here's my stance on it. I agree, it has to be done properly. But here's how bills work. You table the bill, you debate the bill, you point out amendments that can be made to the bill.
Yes.
When you close the debate, you send the bill to your committees. Your committees put in the amendments. Then you come back, you view it again, and then you vote on it.
Exactly. So
so that is the process. The recommendation of the Amak Board now winner is that we send the bill to a joint select committee where it will sit down for 2 years.
No. That's not. That can't work. We can't work with Mark.
That will never happen.
No, that can't work. That will never happen. It cannot work that way, and it will definitely work because they're gonna sit in front of a committee for a decade or two, Chuck. And if we want to spend the resources, we have $6 billion to spend, right, back into the economy. The bureaucratic red tape that exists will not allow for $6 billion to spend in 5 years. Can't. Because over the years, we have been so afraid of our own selves. We have to be afraid of the PMP. That the PMP set up one committee to watch one committee, and then that committee to watch that same committee, and then they hire one other committee on the side to watch that person. So when they look, 3 persons, 6 groups watching just one project, 6 groups. Everybody have to check and balance everybody. You know, make no sense.
There's a step in the process of getting approval. Where when a document reaches a certain desk, you know what it does in that desk?
90 days.
It sits on this up in 90 days, just a wait.
Yeah. I don't remember the period. It's just a period. It does nothing. There's nobody looking at it.
Does nothing. Nobody just sit on there.
Yeah.
In 90 days, 3 months.
After it has gone through all the required checks and balances, it must sit down for 3 months. Nonsense.
Just use one while ago right there, so. Yeah, that's the one we just used.
But Chuck,
yeah.
As you outlined a while ago, the whole process, but there are some people like certain media will come like, it's like the bill pass and not put in without the recommendations.
The media
when it is clearly said, it is on the floor to be debated. Some shouldn't come as no shock to anyone. Especially some media house will come talk about why she gone against her party. Or she gone against her party and not even voting on the bill not coming.
Well, I will give you this, African. I will give you this to use. Andre Horton, Dr. Andre Horton, a young economic mind, spoke out a turn against the leader of the PMP, and he has been banned.
Professor.
Professor Andre Horton, yes, give him his proper title. Spoke out a turn against the leader of the PMP and has been placed in the political wilderness. Marlene Malahou spoke her opinion on a bill, and she still sits in the government. She still sits with the Prime Minister, and there is no backlash against her whatsoever. Which one of the two sound like a dictator?
Chuck, you remember the bill that came, I think, the Justice Minister tabled the bill the other day. It was shredded. I know I'm not hear about the bill again. And that is what we are paying our parliamentarians to do. To put bills that are going to come forth for the country to win. Not a partisan bill. And that is what a debate is. Right? If she finds flaw, you need to point it out. And a mature democratic party, a mature democratic system does not allow for victimization to take place in these processes when you have persons debating on a bill. It's not like she break rank. She spoke the truth.
Just last week, I was having the discussion right here when I tell people there's a difference between practicing representational politics and practicing party politics. The PMP practice party politics. Party politics, the PMP practice. The Jamaica Labour Party practice representational politics. Marlene is free to speak her mind, speak her opinion, make her critique. Free. Not one member of the PMP will ever break ranks.
Not. Warmington do it. Right? Minister Delroy Chuck has done it.
That's done.
Marlene Malahu Fort do it, and other persons have seen done it in the party. So I don't know why everybody are read upon them like this is something that is alien to our democratic system. It should be something that is embraced, Chuck. It should be something that we support. But when you look at the PNP, even when the lie is glaring, everybody will tell the same lie.
Thank you.
Nobody will have the integrity to say, hey, you know, so this is a one lie, we can't tell the people them that.
And again, the problem is, and I use this, not one of them has stepped out yet and said Dennis Gardner and Jack have done anything wrong.
Yeah, man, I hate that.
Not one.
I hate that. That's the difference.
Marlene have more balls than all the man them over the PNP.
You know, Chuck, the Prime Minister did say, we don't need the opposition to hold us accountable, you know. We can hold us accountable to ourselves. There we go with Marlene Malahu Fort.
We have
there we go.
We have MOCA, we have FID, we have Auditor General, we have Contractor General. Sorry, we have Integrity Commission, we have the PAC, we have the PAC. All of those are accountability measures. All of them accountability.
Plus, there's an oversight committee for NARA as well, Chuck.
Plus, there's an we forget that there's an oversight committee that is built after the EPAC. EPAC was the brainchild of Portia Simsimila. EPAC, the Economic Oversight Committee, is the brainchild of Portia, and it is world-renowned. People over the world look at it and say that is a wonderful initiative. And now we are building something similar. Have the same power, have the same. These people, just like the business people, I put them integrity on the line. Jamrock, yes. Putting them integrity on the line to say, this is what. And we have the same thing, it works. But we are trying to poison people's mind to say, oh, Jamaicans can't do this. So we have to turn to the white man. The white man can do it better than the black man. That is what we are telling people. That is what we are trying to tell people. This bill, it will go to the committee, the amendments will be made, and it will pass, and we're going to start. Listen, we can't have a situation.
Chuck, after the amendments is made, right? It's going to come back to Parliament.
It's going to come back to Parliament.
And it's not going to be debated again, right?
It won't be debated again, but the amendments will be viewed, and then it will be voted and passed again, and then move to the Senate.
Yeah,
all right.
And
So
it will definitely go to the Senate.
At
this point in time, it does not need one member from the opposition to vote on it, because this is not a constitutional.
It's not a constitutional.
It's not a constitutional, right?
So it will definitely pass. Can we have majority?
It's a pass.
Blessings, Father Chuck, Father Winner, blessings,
Blessings, brother. Yeah, man.
Respect, man. You know, may I listen to the conversation, and there's a part of the conversation that is not being discussed right now that I want to shed some light on. Right? But before we touch that, I want to say it's not the first time government members or MPs have broke ranks with the government decisions. If you remember, in the same Melissa situation here, the government decided to allot 75 million to churches. And what happened? Warmington spoke repeatedly, publicly, that he is against such a move. The government should not give this money to the church because the church does not pay taxes and the church has its own money. Right? So it's not the first time. The difference is this is the most consequential bill in recent years, you know, as the Prime Minister said. And as such, as Winner marvelously illustrated, that this bill are going to send the PNP further into the wilderness. So as such, they have to cause some disturbance. But with all of those facts established, you know what I want to talk about, Chuck? Is the practice of how we deal with Parliament. Every Tuesday we come. Something as important, a bill as important as this one. We should not wait a week later to continue the progress of developing this bill. We want to have a situation like we see in the United States. When they lock in for the bill, no one goes home until both parties come to a mutual agreement. to ensure that the bill is passed and the people reap the benefit. We're talking about a bill that is supposed to bail out people who have lost everything. Towns have been totally destroyed by Hurricane Melis, and this bill is to make sure that the reconstruction process is faster and even accountable. And we're going to sit on it for another week. We're going to sit over after some poor and measly complaints. We're going to sit again for another week or two before we get forward. This is a part of holding back the country. I believe a bill such as this, everybody should have stayed in Kingston, and on Wednesday afternoon or Wednesday morning, they get at Parliament again to go through it and make sure that this bill is passed as soon as possible. We are talking about change and doing things faster. Parliament has to come to the fore too.
You see, one of the things I believe is that Parliament needs to start meeting more than once a week. Foolishness. Is that like in the United States, I could understand a once a week meeting because the United States is big, they have to fly from all over. But Jamaica too small. There's no way in Jamaica where you can go and come back within a day. And you're right, a bill.
I can inform you. I can inform you, Chuck, that when you have certain bill before the houses, they do not go home. They allot consecutive days to go through the process and have voting. When you have upwards of 200-300 people have vote from one side, right? Mm-hmm. And another 200 from the other side, they do not say, okay, come back next week. Over a number of days, they lock in and make sure that the law is sorted out, that the people, again, I say, receive the benefit. This idea of Parliament every Tuesday and Senate every Friday, and sometimes it's not even done weekly, because they do go on breaks, right? You do have other matters that come into play that stop and put off Parliament sittings and Senate sittings. And I believe it's a waste. If we're going to be more productive and do more as a society, the parliamentarians has to change their mode of operation. This bill should have been concluded last Tuesday or Wednesday. We shouldn't have to go wait another week again to come to some agreement. Then next week we look over the agreements that was, and then to vote to pass. Nah, you're wasting time. We are wasting time doing that.
But if I can, Joe, Chuck.
Go on, HR.
But I say, Travi, that lengthy process that you refer to with regards to the US system, that's a gridlock that happens in the US system, which quite frankly shut down the whole government. Yeah. So and very rarely it works either. Very rarely Democrats and Republicans come out of those lengthy meetings agreeing. What the beauty about our system is that the Westminster system gives government the opportunity and the wiggle room to govern. Because using this bill as an example, PNP can't block it. When it comes up to the vote, they don't have the numbers to block it. They can't block it. Yeah? So they can make nice and give their suggestions or whatever they want to call it. But they ultimately cannot stop the bill from passing. And the committee that Nestor spoke to, Chuck, the committee is on the same day. It's not a separate committee because remember the bill go through three readings, yeah, and the committee is at the second reading, so it's on the same day the vote is being taken. So it's not a separate committee that it will go to. It's the same Parliament. There was 63 MPs that will resolve themselves into a committee where they consider the bill clause by clause. Yeah, and then at that stage, amendments are taken or are not taken and voted on if there are amendments. So it's not a separate committee. The same day the vote is being taken.
So another thing that I want to bring to the fore to show you the point I'm making, because I'm not saying that we should use the same system in terms of passing bills. I'm saying we need to have the same amount of dedication, especially in an emergency situation like this. Certain bills will not just left it under normal operation. This is an abnormal situation, so we can't use normal operations going through it. We have to switch it up, right? And here's one of the things that I noticed just this past week in Parliament. Now there's a committee meeting going on and they were setting the date for the next meeting of the committee. And I heard a member of parliament objecting to the date being set because she claims that she has to go at dead yard in her constituency.
Yes.
So the committee meeting cannot be set on that day. Are we serious? See all these millions that is being paid to these people. You're going to tell us that you cannot handle the country's affairs because you have to go at dead yard and grave digging. Are we serious?
You see, again, and that is why the constitutional reform that is being blocked is very important, because we need to change all these things. Who said that? No, nothing the farm, what's your name again? Porcus. As soon tell you,
I don't know if Perkis said it, but it's not Perkis that I watched the meeting and heard said it. It was Natalie Nita Garvey. She was the one who opposed to the date of the meeting being set and saying that she has to go. And she said, no Wednesday meeting for her. No Wednesday meeting because she has to go at dead yard and grave digging.
But here is the flaw in that statement, even as it is, Travis. Now, unless you arrange the dead them in your constituency, it can't be every Wednesday you have a dead yard to go. Unless you arrange the people, master, don't dead until next week, Friday. So we can set up a 9-night and grave digging field. It's stupidness. The people's business must come first. Right? If people business have to come first. But Travis, as I said, one other thing, and I don't know if that I play Nesta's interview 2.5 times already. I think I'm going to play it one more time before we leave, because people need to hear it. Some of the things that this bill is being held up, where PMP are cry for, don't make sense. But it don't make sense.
Grandstanding.
Yes, that is why I can tell people that the PMP is interested in wasting time. If them can delay this bill for 2 years to prolong the suffering of the people them we need, then they would have scored a victory. Not for the people of Jamaica, but for themselves. I give you this scenario again. I've been saying it yesterday. 2 sides to a coin. Who does a drawn out recovery process benefit? It's not the people of Jamaica, it's not the Jamaica Labour Party. The only person a drawn out, or the only entity a drawn out recovery process help is the PMP. When people uncomfortable and are in a problem, a government then turn to for help. A government then blame. So the PMP is the only beneficiary of the suffering of the Jamaican people. Them alone benefit. Because they can point and they love point. But as I said, I am happy that on this one, the government is standing up and I fight them and I tell them, say, no will not have no way. No can't use the media for bully we. No can't use the civic group them for bully we. Now make it happen this time. Every board, you have CEO scandal up there. Every entity in Jamaica that run by a CEO and board eventually end up with scandal. So having a board doesn't prevent any misappropriation. Human nature is something where you can't change, you can't govern, and you can't legislate. I believe, winner, that if this entity only have a CEO, it will be run with more care and due diligence. Because guess what? The man knows that any problem I me alone, nobody to blame but me. If I choose a Gleaner and I say Gleaner dead. I understand the building at 7th Street has been sold. And them have a couple of weeks to get all the tile them out of the building. Can't stay, them have to leave with everything. So you see them pack up on one trailer and run go up on Lindos Road. And I understand that due to some technical difficulties, them ATM card has been rejected by the account, so them can't pay the staff on time as usual. technical difficulty. I don't know what technical difficulty you can have or you can't pay the staff, you know. I know financial difficulties will prevent you from paying the staff, but not technical difficulties. What you do? One of the computer now works so you can't make the transfer. Me don't know of that.
September 3rd. Blame September 3rd for the non-payment of the employees.
Yes, me blame that too. Me believe some massive loan was made to a particular organization up by Hope Road. Sorry, old Hope Road. And that loan cannot be repaid because a certain outcome on September the 3rd never happened. So that loan cannot be repaid and that promises were made of massive campaigns to pump money into certain entities and that now go on. So make we see the turnout. So it's not being sold, it is dying a slow but painful death. Sad to see a great institution like that one going in this direction. I take no pleasure. It's an institution that I gave a great portion of my life. So me not like see people run it into the ground. Mark Golden and his best friend. Mark Golden has proven that if them don't have government funds, they are not great businessmen. Government funds is what make them great when they can.
Just like proven.
Money.
Just like proven right now.
Yes, it has been proven. Really? Where your father name HR? I say me know your father. What your name? Chances are me know him now. Whole heap of years me give them now. Whole heap of years me give them, man.
We'll talk, but yes, he used to work there.
All right. Which department?
Printry.
I lie you tell.
Yeah, man.
When name? Give me first name. Arimelius.
It starts with H. But I'll let you talk.
All right. But when I expect the bill to come to its conclusion next week, pass, and then we can start the rebuilding process. We can't be compare ourselves to Japan winner. Winner, you're the US, right? You have an idea coming at your head. You have a piece of land on Jamaica. You go to a bank in the US and say, boy, you know, say me have an idea when I go start one business in Jamaica, me need one loan, you know. Yes, man, you have the idea, it will work. And the bank say, all right, give me the details. Me I go to the Jamaican people, me say, me I go get a loan, me need to start this business here. And you hear say, all right, submit your papers. And by the time you get approval before you can start, you go and nail in a one board. 5 years pass. You think the bank now give you a loan there?
No, you can't get a loan there, Chuck.
But compare say you want to go to China or somewhere, you want to go to China, go do the same business. And when you go to China, they tell you say come back 1 week time. You can't start.
I mean, if the growth that we want to see for our country, Chuck, we can't achieve it using the bureaucratic red tape that we have now. Right? Mega projects have to sit on bench, wait for 2 years for it to no. If you have the same oversight that you have for all the other projects, Auditor General can come in, PAC can come in, any parliamentarian can get up one day and question the spending. I mean, what are we worried about? Integrity Commission, MOCA, FID, Broad Squad. We have all of them people there. The Jamaican people, because I can request an investigation right now by any project. I can write to Integrity Commission, I can write to MOCA, I can write to FID, I can write to the Auditor General, and they are mandated to look into what I have to say. And if there's a reasonable suspicion, they can launch an investigation.
One of the best clauses in the Naira bill, winner, is that they have to keep a public, not private, you know, a public, may I get told, you know, I can't remember some words sometimes. A public list of all of them projects to be available to the public at any time. Anytime. I have to keep public. So what I find very disingenuous, and I've seen this before by PMP and them bloggers. I remember just after the hurricane when the NHT was advertising their hurricane relief loan, and they put on their website that they are giving away 500,000 in grants per collateral. I remember Alvaro, who is the god of PMP reasoning, was telling people that and a grant, I give them a deal because they use the word collateral. And me have to tell somebody, say, in that context, the word collateral means public directory. Thank you, Bertie. The word collateral means per damage assess. Not collateral in order as guarantor, but it means per damage assess. And it's the same thing now. The members that will run NARA are sworn to secrecy. Not secrecy if you say we not tell nobody your business, but secrecy if it means that when I submit my project to NARA, them can't sell my project to somebody who have more money than me. So it's not secret if you say we not disclose unto the public. It's if you say we have to keep the projects them secret until. And them something them are used now to discharge people mind and thinking, oh, them put the word secret in there, so does it mean? If there's one thing we learn over the years, what me believe, is that English language is one of the worst languages in the world. Them have too much words. Some of them have too much meaning. The Japanese say one word, one meaning. Some things we never need no word for.
Sure, I'll let me assist you in the point you're making. You see, the bidding process, that's where the secrecy clause is really is of a big effect, because we've seen before where people are bidding for contracts and you put in a bid and people tell them friends that don't even have the expertise or the equipment to do the job that you would do. They, let them know your amount and what your bid offer, so that person can copy and just modify it to be a little bit better than yours or cheaper in order to win the bid. Right? Mm-hmm. So that is a problem. And if you pay attention to the conversations concerning the UWI hospital right now, the procurement process there has questions that fall right in line with this. In fact, the Auditor General mentioned that offers were put in that was the exact amount that the hospital was looking to spend on the particular project. Mm-hmm. So that is an important part, and they're crying about it because guess what? The benefits that they used to handpick their friends to get is now in danger.
It is now in danger. Standard. The Bureau of Standard, Travi. Hello, Murchie. The Bureau of Standard, Travi, was governed under the same secrecy law. In that, if I see one set of cup at China, and I want to bring that cup in Jamaica on a large scale basis, and it have to be tested by the Bureau of Standard, and I bring in a pack of that cup and I bring it to the Bureau of Standard, they are bound by secrecy. That them can, as I said before, them can bring my cup, go give one of them rich friends and say, boy, one man find them, I want. No, it's the same secrecy. That is what it does in this case. Hello, my dear.
Hi, Travi, my darling, HR guru. We know you send, come call me, see me here.
Hold on. Just back up 1 second. How Travi get darling, and me only get high.
I ugly Chuck.
Thank you. Let me take that.
Chuck, just stay near him, please.
Exactly. Listen to me. I have not spoken publicly about this NARA bill. I've been listening the debate, listening, everybody for a while. It has been going on, right? But HR, you know what I got from the entire thing? They're trying to neuter the Prime Minister. They might try cut down in powers what him have. You know what brought me back to HR? When time they must say, oh, the prime minister must give people time when he's going to call the election, and he should not have that privilege. And it takes me right back. Sharon, from when me notice say, I said, Travi, you're darling, and Travi this, please stop it. Nip it right in the bud right now.
I think I made it jealous.
Anyhow, all right, that's why it take me back to HR, because if you listen to the opposition could not debate the bill last week, Chuck. You know why? Because the attack was not coordinated. If you listen to every single thing that they were saying in the parliament, it's just that the prime minister have peer powers, and the prime minister this and the prime minister that. The only person I agree with is ISAT. I agree with ISAT. ISAT made some valid points. ISAT said you might run into a little trouble here, add this word, change this word. ISAT said what he needed to say. Me agree with what ISAT said. Everything that I am seeing, it's just to take away from the prime minister. Oh, the prime minister is going to have too much power. Who is the CEO? I have never heard of a bill describing somebody's job description. I have never ever heard that a job description being tabled in parliament. Me never hear that yet. And when they're going to ask, oh, so what is he going to do? What is this? Me did I wonder to myself, say if something is wrong.
So Lashika, when the job description is placed inside of the bill and is passing law, what is there additional things that we need him to do? Are there certain responsibilities that we're taking away from the CEO? Should we come back to Parliament to have this robust debate about amending said bill?
And
absolute nonsense.
Marlon Morgan said it right. Marlon Morgan said the PNP is afraid of what this is going to do for the prime minister. It's going to give the prime minister a whole heap of political capital. Me hear one at the time, they must say, Nara is even going to build the hospital, KPH. What does that have to do with Melissa? Those are the conversation that was being held in Parliament. If you listen to the undertone, there's two things. One was to neuter the Prime Minister, and two, they realize what it's going to do, the potential where it's going to propel Andrew to. That's all that came out today. Not today, the other day. That's all they were debating about, nothing else.
It's about time wasting for them. Mark Golden and the day one wanted to send the bill to a joint select committee. And as Nesta pointed out, that's a 2-year wait, that's alone. 2-year wait. Jairus, come, Jairus, say you always, Jairus, I don't know why, let me invite you again, Jairus. Why are you asking about standard operating procedure?
You won't come up, Chuck, you won't.
Remember, say HR up here, HR no.
Oh, you my HR no?
No, HR more
right.
So beautiful, HR no beautiful speaking.
Well, as I said, with beautiful speaking, there's one thing I learned from my friend on Portland, is that beautiful speaking not going away. Beautiful speaking don't go away. So we don't believe in it anymore. But Jairus, standard operating procedure is what we're getting out of the way. The Prime Minister said it, and I agree with him. Jamaica, we love processes and we celebrate when processes are followed. But we don't like result. We don't celebrate result. Oh, the process is going great. Oh, we follow all the steps. We follow the steps, but we're not getting a result. Again, if a man go to China, he can get him factory going within 2 weeks. If he come to Jamaica, it will take him 5 years. Which part him go? Which part him go invest in money? Remember where the ambassador said, what do you know? Ambassador Mark said when she was the ambassador to Washington, she came to Jamaica with a group of business person that wanted to get a project off the ground. And the simplest of process to open a bank account, you couldn't get it done in a day. The simplest of the project, you could not get it done in a day. Then how we say we want growth? Every day we ball, oh, you need to put in stuff to grow the economy. And we CM1, because guess what? We are trying to plant the seed in a concrete.
Mark said something in the debate that is an indictment to his intention as well as his party's motive. Mark said that when he looks into the bill, he is seeing more of an attempt to grow the economy than to do anything else.
What I that the life about.
And I really don't hear much people talking about it. And I wish more people would pay attention.
When he said that, when him said that,
the quiet, when him debate the bill, when him take forever, when everybody have to ask how much time Mark alone gets so. When he was acting as if he's going to go through the bill class by class, right? That he was going to criticize the bill class by class, he wouldn't stop. It was as if he wasn't going to stop. The man says he sees more of an attempt to grow the economy. And I don't know when and in what country is that a bad thing.
So the man who has a complaint about economic growth.
Automatically, reconstruction or construction of this magnitude, Augusta, growth in our economy.
Disappointment, Travi, all over again. Damien, all over again. It's gimmicks, joke. Like, come on, man. Come on, time and place. Damien is a gimmick. My God. Me actually prefer to hear Isaac speak than Damien.
Oh, so you switch you switch one Rasta for your next.
Sad. It's sad. Because Isaac is not my favorite person. None at all. On TikTok, half a TikTok. But Isaac make more better contribution, and it's sad that Jess never opened her mouth, none at all.
You see right? The problem, Shika, is when people are making contribution, are you making contribution in an attempt to make something better? Are you just contributing for contributing's sake? Now, Isaac, as you say, may have had an intention.
I won't even call it contributing's sake. Sometimes it's to cause delay and to cause disruption, and also to defame the process.
Right? That's what they do. This bill passing on time, the reconstruction going on time, does not help the PMP. And that is why they are doing their...
What I wish I heard the other day, Chuck, as I said, I will continue to go back to Isaac's recommendations. Isaac said, Madam Speaker, I think you need to change this word to that word. Mark Golding and the rest of them came, oh, we don't know about this. We don't know about that. That is too much power to one person. This bill is not about medicine. It's about growth of the economy. It's this, it's that. Nobody came with an actual solution to their problems, right? They should have said, okay, can we add this to the bill and go down in Mark, come on, and I go through the entire clauses of the bill. And the next thing,
find Isaac contribution and play Jika. Well,
yeah,
that's
the next thing, Chuck. The next thing, he was rude to the speaker. He was very rude to the speaker, and I think the speaker needs to start taking some stance in the parliament. They cannot continue to disrespect her like that, and she making it slide, giving them so much chance. She need to make Jamaica say the parliament are run like a school, as they want to say, but the parliament comes with rules and law. Me hear Bunting go say the standing orders don't work for them. The standing order work, them standing order work for the parliament. You are the parliament. You are the parliament. So if you are the parliament, the standing order goes for you. You don't sit down in the parliament for years and sign these documents and amend these documents and agree to these documents. So how is it now when you're supposed to be abiding by the standing order, you're going to come and you're going to say, oh, it doesn't work for the MPs or for the members. It works for the parliament. He was very disgusting, Imam Mark, as usual.
Yeah. You see,
I hear this being said repeatedly, and I find it very stupid and funny. And I think if we don't address it, some people it will fly past some people. Oh, the bill and this bill is not about Melissa. It is about it's about growing the economy and what does KPH have to do with Melissa? One, people of Jamaica, we must understand that the bill is not solely dealing with Melissa. Please take into account the name of the bill. National Reconstruction and Resilience. Reconstruction. Here how KPH fit in. They're not building a new KPH. KPH already exists as a hospital. They will be rebuilding or reconstructing.
No, they're building a new
building. No, hold on, assist. I understand that it's a new hospital building. Not a new hospital per se, but a new building because KPH already exists as a hospital.
No, they have new. Oh, well.
Well, hear me, I say, no man. Hear me, I say.
I heard you. I get you.
The institution already exists. They're building a new building for its operation. They're reconstructing the place of operation, right? Because the one that they have is over 200 years old and it's old. And we're going to reconstruct, just like with UWI, the 6th floor building. The institution already exists, but they're building a new 6th floor building, just like Spanish Town. It's a new building they're getting. It's not a new hospital per se because the institution already exists, right? So this idea say NARA should not have anything to do with that. It's utter rubbish. Utter rubbish. NARA is about taking on capital projects and ensure that they're dealt with in a speedy manner. That is the important part, right? The original means of operation is not good enough, especially in this abnormal time.
Travi, you know what is this, Travi? Somebody come and see part of your house fall down. And them say, all right, you know, so me go get some money, fix up back a place with it. And you will stretch the money for do all of what you want to do. But you need to make sure, say, the road is clear so your material and your workmen them can show up to work on time. This is exactly what is happening. This is exactly what is happening, Travi.
And people need to see that NARA is important because guess what? Projects that usually take whole heap of years to build, the government wants it to be done at a faster pace because remember, I think a part of the case study was Peru. Don't quote me on this, but they used to take 6-7 years to build something and they moved to 2.5 years to complete the construction of a hospital.
Because Travis, majority at the time where it take was the paperwork phase.
Yep. Planning and design phase.
Planning and all of them, the approval.
The procurement phase of it, right? The approvals, these different things, right? And I give you example, like the parliament building itself, it's taking forever to get done because there's so many phases that is being held up by the normal operation, the normal bureaucratic red tape that exists in this country. And it slows down everything. That's the truth.
Travi, you know, so the parliament building is a part of NARA too, right?
Yes. The
Listen,
new parliament
Shika,
building.
you know how me feel about that, Shika. You know how me feel about that something there.
Yep.
Well, let me say this. And me say some of the time when you think that people have sense. Peter Bunting in a film submission say the parliamentary report and the Auditor General report are going to be after the fact. Now, is there an entity in Jamaica or in any world that can stop a crime before it happens? May I ask for a friend of mine? Anywhere in the world, is there anybody set up an entity that stop a crime before it happens?
It is contemporaneous and preventive.
Jamaica have more oversight than we need, to be honest. A lot of these things are put in place.
Yes, we have an entity as such. It's called Inception, but it was a movie though.
Let me respond to Bloom. Bloom, let me tell you something. The amount of laws which Jamaica need to be amended right now, we need the parliament building the ASAP. You see the video the other day where Vassal make Bloom, where him say if you're found, I think drunk on the roadside, $4 fine, $4 Jamaican dollar fine. In Bloom, them things they need to be corrected, and I've always said that. You notice in the parliament, the other day, Natalie Nita Headley says she can't show up to the ethics meeting on Tuesdays and Wednesdays because she have to go a funeral. A funeral is always burial, grave digging, and grave digging is always on a Wednesday. You did hear that?
I spoke about it a few minutes ago.
She can't just send the rope, she not figure.
And Sheikah, I was on the point that certain bills like this, nobody should go home. If we had a proper parliamentary building, then get recess, meals are prepared for them, and they have a break, but no one goes home until we finish this process because it's too important, right? And how can you run a country when the legislator only meet once a week? And in certain cases, you find that in 2-3 weeks, they don't meet. It just does not make sense. The Senate meets once a week. And sometimes, maybe even one time per month. It depends on what's happening in the country. It is pointless. Right? For a bill of this importance, we have to sit down another week, to come hear what people have to say.
Sorry, wrong.
And we don't have 200 members. 63 members should have made their contribution for the very first day the bill introduced. Because what? We are coming in early and we are sit out the time to go through it and ensure that the people gets the benefit. So what happened? Next week, Tuesday, Natalie now go show up because she have grave digging. So we have to wait for her contribution on the bill the following week. Absolute nonsense.
For a moment, this is Mr. Isaac Buchanan contribution to the debate, which I understand makes some sense.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you. I see you have returned.
But Chuck,
Madam
my
Speaker,
query is, what could have moved the chair? Because that extension of the meeting until the second week in May, nonsense. When you have Dennis Garden and Jack Den and all the other companies who are involved in the UWI scandal that is taking place.
Hold on, this is something. Hold on.
Oh, okay. My contribution, and it is one in a legal context. I will just address the first aspect, which is it speaks of a bill entitled, and there's just one particular aspect that I'm highlighting. It says for resilience generally. And it is in that regard that I'm formulating my contribution. Now, section 2 speaks about definition. And I will just simply say that there are, in relation to resilience, Madam Speaker, the definition of resilience in this regard, I would only suggest humbly that it be included. The absence of it leaves it wide open, and it could contemplate resilience as we make it up as we go, and it needs to give some form of direction in that regard. So I would just put for the record a definition similar to that in the UK, which says the Act ought to define resilience as the ability to anticipate, assess, prevent, mitigate, respond to, and recover from natural hazards, deliberate attacks, geopolitical instability, disease outbreaks, and other disruptive events. Civil emergencies are threats to our way of life. There's I'm taking a point, but to say, Mr. Prime Minister, I'm using, but I just wish to say that because this bill comes from Parliament, and we are invited to say we are collectively passing legislation, the legislation at all times must contemplate gaps. We must fill them so that we don't appear to be incompetent. That is my contribution. Thank you. Now, in relation to, and I would invite my friends. I would invite my friends also to look at section 19.3, and 19.3 speaks about the plans and what the authorities shall do. In 19.3 it says the development of projects, programs, and plans shall prioritize. 19.3b speaks of the achievement of climate and disaster resilience. That again is a legal term of art that requires definition for us. I would only suggest then that we would have something similar to say that disaster resilience is the ability of communities and organizations and states to adapt to and recover from hazards, shocks, or stresses without compromising long-term prospects of development. Again, because it is a term of art, it's something that ought to be included in the definition for your consideration. Now, I speak about vagueness, and vagueness, it requires definitions or revisiting the language so that it is not open to absurd interpretations when it leaves Parliament. So, Parliament may not have intended a particular interpretation, but the way the legislation is drafted, you might find that judges may interpret it differently and it goes outside, but it also brings us to litigation that I don't think that it would be necessary if we spend the time and mature consideration to ensure that the legislation meets the object and purpose. So, if the bill were to pass without the necessary amendments, we will find ourselves in that situation. So I'm just humbly suggesting that we revisit in that regard. For example, Madam Speaker, the legislation speaks of the minister. And my question to the House, who is the minister in this regard? If it is the Prime Minister, the legislation speaks in the schedule, separate from the Minister, what the Prime Minister can do in relation to revocation of the CEO. So if the Prime Minister and the Minister is one in the same, it becomes problematic. And I'm simply saying, who is the Minister? That's open-ended, and it's something to consider in relation to interpretation. Very well. No, this part is for this the wide. I'm saying. No, I understand that, Mr. Prime Minister, but you would appreciate that in this particular legislation, it makes references to the Prime Minister and it makes to a minister. So because of that, I'm saying it needs to have clarity, because there are 3 ministers operating all at once in this legislation. I'm assuming the Minister of Finance. I see the minister, which could be the Prime Minister. Then there is delegation. There's so many things happening at once that when it comes to the filling the accountability gap, this will be necessary. So it's just revisiting, and it's not difficult to do in a simple amendment. Who is the minister? And that falls within definition. I will only say in relation to directives and directions that it opens up Pandora's box. That is something that can be revisited. Now, I do not see where in the Act that putting vulnerable people at the center of our risk assessment for the rebuilding and resilience effort. It's nowhere in the Act. I read it here, I read it elsewhere, and the assumption from a human rights plane, from the speaking for the least among us, which oftentimes is the youth and the elderly. The rest can say include me, but the rebuilding, reconstruction, resilience ought to consider the vulnerable. That is absent. That's something we need to think about. Also, because it is important to develop resilience, which was absent from the definition, there is nothing to measure resilience. I would only hope or urge my colleagues that we include something in the legislation itself that shows that we are trying to measure resilience, not in the big world, but for Jamaica or Ireland. So, because there's currently no common methodology for measuring overall national resilience, having a benchmark from which to assess whether Jamaica is ready to absorb and adapt to threats and risks would allow us to measure the effectiveness of our reconstruction and resilience effort and model so that it becomes apparent we are making informed decisions on the trade-offs between investing and intervening in different risk areas. So given the wide powers to the minister and the CEO under the Act, it is important that something is included. A mechanism is included, and I don't think that appointing a board to do that or any mention of such a board, in the absence of that, the legislation would be wholly ineffective to achieve the object and purpose that it was intended for.
Who are you?
You see, that is how a bill is to be debated. That is exactly what a bill is to be debated. It proved to me that possibly ISAT is the only one from the other side that actually reads the bill. Let him continue.
Exactly, Chuck. I mean, ISAT
Address my concerns, seriatim or point by point in relation to the sections. Having said the definition section 2 now says that the minister may by order alter paragraph A of the definition of works. Now, one would appreciate that in the absence of a definition of resilience, it affects the power of the minister. So again, that's my pitch to say we have to include the resilience aspect. Section 4, functions of the authority. Madam Speaker, I need your protection on this one. At paragraph F, there seems to be a typo, A-N-D. Please fix it. Now, I'll just work with me, please. In this day and age, it's important. There is a section 5.5 which speaks about what the Minister of Finance, the minister responsible for public service, that's in relation to salaries. It is missing there is an accountability gap. So if you look at 5.5, it says that the chief executive officer, he creates people who he hires and he's paying them, and it has salary cap, similar to that in the government world. When it comes to section 71, the minister appoints his committee and they are able to get remuneration. It also says honorarium, salary, or fees, and such allowances. I would simply say that this section is circumventing the salary scheme, and as it is not subjected to section 5. I'm just simply saying it's similar to section 5. I'm just saying similar to section 5.5. It says subject to section 5, the chief executive officer shall be employed. I'm saying in the absence of that at section 7.2, you can see there is a gap. It is simply an accountability gap. I have that. I understand that. But I'm saying it is a salary. The salaries has no cap under section 7.2. It has absolutely none. No, section 7.2. Section 7.2. There it is an accountability gap. There is no salary cap, and it's in the absence of subject to section 5.5, wide pause. And this is in the vein that section 8 says they are to be paid from the funds of the authority, which shall consist of 8A, such monies as may from time to time be placed at its disposition for the purpose of this act by Parliament, and B, all other monies and other property which may in any manner become payable to or vested in the authority in respect of any matter incidental to its function. That is where the monies come from, and section 7.2 allows these persons to be paid from that. And there's no section 5, so it's not subject to the minister responsible. Now, I turn to the aspect of I will call it cost to taxpayers. So we must pass laws that will minimize taxpayers being called upon to foot the bill for waste, corruption, and lack of accountability resulting from the accountability gap that is present in this legislation. For example, there is in the schedule resignation of the CEO as well as revocation of appointment by the Prime Minister. It is a feature that promotes political pageantry. If in the event, and I will address secrecy versus indemnity, but if in the event the CEO does something untoward and at the end of it, it's wasting taxpayers' money, all the Prime Minister has to do is to revoke his CEOship. Simple. Just say you're not.
But I disagree with that. The Prime Minister did speak on that during his debate, so that makes sense to me.
The CEO and the Prime Minister would have pretty much says, I've done my duty, the person was a miscreant and don't include me. Just simply fire him, and we would have, the Parliament would have said, okay, we did our work. Can't be that way. That is an example. So that in and of itself has to be revisited in terms of how we deal with it. And here's it. We have what is known as the criminalizing for disclosure versus indemnity for conduct in good faith. So I know Damon earlier said the member from St. Catherine Northwest earlier borrowed my context matters and don't intend to pay me for it. But I must say, context in fact matters. There is, my only critique of this is that we can't turn ordinary citizens and even workers who in good faith, where there are competing legislations, we cannot criminalize them for having integrity and for having good conscience. I'm saying that in the vein that in the absence of national security, what would be the basis to block access to information? So this is the ATI legislation, and where transparency is concerned, and if anyone has ever used the ATI legislation, one of the first answers is we cannot give you the information because of national security. In relation to what section 14 is saying, is that the employee would not be able to give give out information in relation to any type of document, and the document may not necessarily be national security. The document may not be one of national security. So we use the secrecy aspect of and put them in legislation oftentimes, and it is just a misunderstanding of the object and purpose for that. And I would invite us to revisit this aspect of it, because well, I would like to say it is a misunderstanding, because if it were by design, it actually doesn't, because unless a simple fix would be section 14.2, in the absence of it using the word prescribed persons, and I would also listen, I'm saying this is a term of art because we have a Protected Disclosure Act 2011, and it speaks of prescribed persons. Prescribes persons. This says permitted, and these words are terms of art. It's a simple fix, and I'm inviting the Parliament as legislators to fix it. If we simply say prescribed and designated persons, it would fix a simple gap, a simple accountability gap, especially when we're calling on employees to be brought before the court and ultimately convicted. It's a simple fix. It can be accepted or rejected. No problem. But again, the Protected Disclosure Act 2011 on section 9, it speaks of a feature, the Auditor General, who is always in Parliament from time to time, where the member from St. Catherine Northwest has said that it is the whistleblower act or section. Just appreciate that it is important to ensure that it doesn't weaken it doesn't minimize or weaken other legislations. We can't draft or try to pass legislation that conflicts with competing legislation, especially when the Protected Disclosure Act, its mandate is to ensure that persons are able to report and protected when they find that conduct from employers or employees are untoward. And it is a part of strengthening the corruption meter, and so left unchecked, it's wholly problematic. That brings us to the other side, the versus, which would be the indemnity. Again, we spoke about the ability to simply resign, a CEO who is allowed to resign versus simply be fired. Again, the taxpayers would be called upon to pay court costs for the CEO or other persons employed or employees in situations where the legislation is speaking about honestly and acting in good faith, and there is no meter to simply measure what that good faith is, especially if it's a civil case. And when you think about matters where if it remains in the parish court, the general rule is that it's a fine or time system. So you may find a CEO in the parish court being called upon to pay a fine and is indemnified by the legislation. I find that problematic, especially when you juxtapose that with what is called a step-in order and the ability to circumvent the entities which are protecting things such as the environment, whether it be human rights, whether it be just property rights. That is National Land Agency, National Works Agency, NEPA, all of these agencies which operate under what is known as mature consideration. So this is in the vein that when it comes to situations of environment, human rights, and capitalizing on the human potential, whether these entities know it or not, they are the ones responsible for ensuring that one thing doesn't affect the other. And so the step-in order would then act as a mechanism to circumvent that, and then when it comes to anything going wrong, all those entities will say is, but my power was taken away from me by virtue of this legislation, and as such, we are then called upon to say, what do we do? And it becomes again political pageantry. So I'm just simply saying that we ought to look at that in its entirety, because taking away the power, especially rebuilding, is, notwithstanding that it has to be expedited, is something that must be done with mature consideration. I'm sure that we can appreciate that. So as it is now, I will simply say that there's more work to be done before, if this legislation were to pass as is, it would be problematic and embarrassing for our parliament. And there are legislators and persons much senior to me, and I call upon you all to back me on the amendments that I speak on, and we are to be responsible as we are pushing legislation through. Thank you. Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, since the man called by you first, the man himself called by you when he finished. He said, Madam Speaker, what you have to say about that one?
Well, Chuck, first of all of the things them where ISAT speak on are just things to slow down the bill and to stop the process of the progress of the bill. Because the part when say about the Secrecy Act and people cannot give information if this is so, that is not true. That is not true. If you read this, if you read class 14, like what him say, it speaks to giving out personal document and like classified document. Like if Guru had a business with Nara and the business is being negotiated and you know people are bringing the information to get the contract. They don't want a member there to be leaking out sensitive information to the media or to other people who are interested in the contract as well. So it's a way of to stop people from doing that until the contract is finished or whatever. And as me tell the comrade them say, anybody who get a contract under NARA can go before the PAAC Chuck before any money is spent and answer questions. So there's no secrecy, no secret. Them just a try find a way, as I always say, Chuck, to slow down the bill and to put people in place. To stop the progress. PAAC is there, Chuck. Anybody who is spending taxpayer money, anybody who work with government can come before the PAAC. That is where you talk about things before the money even starts spent. Section 9 of the bill said the Auditor General can come in at any time and audit and do a real-time audit. So when they talk about secrecy and problematic and corruption, it's just a PNP talking points to slow down the bill. And I mean that is my point. I'm going to stick to that point there.
And in the section that he speaks about indemnifying the CEO, the Prime Minister in his presentation speak that, listen to me now. When you act on the half of the agency, we will protect you. But if you go outside by your own and do something that is illegal, then you have no indemnification. Right? So yes, we protect you when you act on our behalf and something go wrong and you got court, yes. But if what you do, if you have been proven to break the law, then we're not responsible for you.
Jody, right? Darkchild, you don't need to go to law school to understand, to comprehend things. A lawyer alone can't understand things. Someone who just dumb. Someone, you know, you dumb. What do you mean if the lady go to law school? Get out of here, man. You just don't son have nothing to say.
That
we not liar. We not liar, but we can reason out things. We not don't. What you talking about? Only liar don't go to school?
Lashika, my lord. That right there is an example, right, of the type of behavior they would have expected with regards to the IC. Where anything the IC say, we just swallow it as gospel. We weren't supposed to read the report, read the IC Act, and show where they have gone wrong, because we are not lawyers.
As we say, when
I may not agree with all aspects of ISAT's proposal. what he said, Chuck, I like the way how he was debating the bill, Chuck. He was putting forward what he thinks, right? And me know so the Prime Minister will come back on Tuesday. Me want to hear the Prime Minister closing because he might go clap them. He might go, Angel, you didn't see me calling you.
I took a call.
Oh,
I took
sorry,
a call
go
for
ahead.
that stuff. I'm saying it's just the same operation where anything they come out and say, we're not supposed to question it because they're a liar. Like seriously, there's little brain in our head. We can't comprehend what is being said.
You
And
see,
that's the
as they
argument
say,
this person presents. It's rather, it's absurd.
question like those is what speaks to the PMP lack of understanding because they believe say when a liar says something, they don't ask question, they must just suck it up, you know. It's just how them think. It's how them think, it's how them expect you to think. Right? So the man come and say, you not analyze it because Munchi not analyze it because you're no liar. And him not analyze it either because him no liar. Vice of the Nation there a while ago and say, Nesta student speaker, Nesta no liar.
In the funny life, this man attack a bag of rubbish with 4 people and beg people to come up and argue with him.
But
Go ahead, sorry to cut you.
Nesta have 2 law degree, no so.
Exactly. That's why I'm running work. I say, if you don't know the facts, then Nesta is a liar. Then you know to be a part of the conversation. I never plan to make it irritate my spirit for the rest of the morning.
Nesta have a law degree, Nesta have a degree in law and something else, when I remember.
Even without a law degree, right?
No, but
The
the
law
fact say he could have said that Travis show so they don't know shit.
They don't
But
know.
may I take it to a simpler term than that? This whole dismissing somebody because they're not a liar is absolute garbage. It's garbage. One does not have to be a liar to read and interpret it and interpret what is read. You're not required. It's not mandatory that you have to be liar. Otherwise, they would not have said ignorance of the law is no excuse.
I want to play. I said I plan to play Nesta interview again, and I want to play it again because I think we need to listen to it. Nesta interview.
One quick thing that can come now. I did have a case one time in a court, and the thing where the lawyer tell me to say, I tell the lawyer, say, no, I don't want to say that. As a matter of fact, I want to be my own liar. And the judge said, I can't be my own liar. And me be my own liar and win my case.
You see, the law is written on paper. In court, what is argued is not the law. It's the interpretation of what is written. That's why they tell you say you must argue the law in 2 frames. The letter and the spirit. The letter of the law is what is written on paper. The spirit of the law is what it is meant to achieve. And that is why you argue in court.
Because the man back me up with a knife and I took and threw me of an object in my hand now. The man got tell me, say, boy, I threw me of that now. Rare. If you said this, I'm going to say that. I said, no. If I that, I got tell me, then you go and buy your business.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Birds, that's why I apologize to you. That apologize. I say you get them wrong.
So
let us listen to Nesta.
I just say, you're not really.
That's excellent. Let us listen to Nesta for a couple of minutes.
Arrangement built around NARA.
There's a very mature accountability ecosystem in Jamaica. One that is world renowned. As a matter of fact, Jamaica has spent a lot of time and money creating an accountability ecosystem that is extremely independent. You have the Integrity Commission, you have the Auditor General, you have MOCA, you have SID, you have the police, and so many other entities, including civil society, including the media, who hold government and agencies accountable. And your government do not function in secret or in a vacuum. But it has to be tabled in Parliament, and Parliament can summon anyone who is a head of agency to come and testify how budgets are funded. we have the PAC, we have the PAAC, we have parliamentary questions. So it's a bit baffling to me that after spending so much time and money on these accountability entities, because like I heard somebody say that we should put in the bill that the Auditor General should audit. The Auditor General has a constitutional authority to audit anything. You don't have to put that in the bill. You don't have to repeat. And I said to the leader of the opposition last week, is it that you want us to take every other accountability bill and put their clauses repeated in this bill? And that's what I find disingenuous about the conversation. The bill is a good bill. The bill is a bill that has been crafted by our best legal minds in government. It has been vetted. And a lot of the arguments I'm hearing, when you analyze them objectively, they don't stand up. For example, why would I put the TOR in the bill? Why would I make the TOR of the CEO the terms of reference in the bill? Suppose I want to change something in the TOR a year after. Do I need to now come back to Parliament and go through an entire debate? I don't see other bills that we're crafting where you put the contract and the TOR in a bill. A contract is negotiated between the employer and the employee. Is Parliament going to be the one negotiating the contract with the CEO? No. And that is the issue I'm having with a lot of the debate. There are things in the bill that we may need to modify, but a lot of the arguments fail the logic test, they fail the objective test, and they fail the reasonableness test.
But Minister, based on just the importance of Naira and just what it will have oversight, we're talking about $6.7 billion will be under its purview. I think there is some level of reticence then on the part of the opposition to not allow for a more stratified framework when it comes to how that organization will report not only to the line minister, which I believe would be you and the Prime Minister, but also to the Parliament itself. I think the opposition is suggesting that just like you have the BOJ and other statutory bodies, that they should have just a regular expectation of reports going to them.
You don't have to. The NWA is supposed to go to Parliament next week to report. There is no schedule for the NWA to go to Parliament. The organization has been summoned by the entity, the parliamentary committee, to come to Parliament. The head of the PAC and the PAAC can summon any entity at any time. So I don't understand. I'm wondering if there's a fundamental lack of understanding by some of the speakers as to how Parliament works, as to the powers they have. They are the ones who say they wanted to head committees. Now they're heading committees. They should use those powers in heading committees to hold anything the government is doing accountable.
So your understanding is then that based on just the structure of governance, they should be able to summon the CEO of Naira?
It is not should. They can. The rules of Parliament say that the PAC and the PAAC and other committees can summon any head of entity, permanent secretary to give reports as to what they're doing at any time. I, as the minister, cannot stop them from going. The Prime Minister nor the Cabinet cannot stop them from going. So when they're saying that we need to put in the bill that the person needs to report to Parliament every 6 months, that is unnecessary because that is already contemplated in our style of parliamentary procedure, that entities are obligated to be summoned to Parliament and report to Parliament.
But in that case then, Minister Morgan, and while I understand that MP Fort, she is her own woman and she is an MP in her own right, so she does not necessarily. Well, in terms of what you suggested, then would not then she have raised these concerns internally before voicing them publicly through a debate? Is there a mechanism that allowed her to do that?
Let me say this: I will not speak about the internal discussions that have taken place.
But did those discussions take place, Minister?
I'm going to say it again, Siobhan. I cannot and will not give details of the discussions that have taken place.
I didn't ask for details in that last question. I said, did those discussions take place?
I will not discuss matters that were discussed at our caucus regarding the Naira bill in public. Those are private meetings at caucus where all members come together and raise their points, and the points are discussed by ministers. I will not be able to discuss those matters here.
Understood. But coming out of those caucus discussions, was there consensus in moving forward with the bill to the point that the former minister comes out later and kind of catches not only the government aghast, but also members of the public? Why is this happening?
You're a very good journalist. You're asking the same question in another way, and my answer remains the same.
Let me put a more direct question. Is there a rift between Malahoo Fort and the wider GLP in terms of going forward?
I don't know about that. I have not seen any evidence of that. Let me tell you this. The member is somebody that I hold in high regard as the deputy leader of government business, as well as a former cabinet colleague. He has always presented arguments to the benefit of the legislative process. I am not one of those persons who's going to come on the radio and chastise a member for offering opinions as to how to make a bill better. That is not something that we do as a government. That is not something we do as a party. The purpose of Parliament is to allow members to analyze legislation, to make legislation better for the good running of the country. And I think that is the most important thing we have to remember, that the debate in Parliament is to make the NARA bill better for the benefit of the people of Jamaica.
Very diplomatically put, Minister Morgan. But in that vein then, Minister, I don't want to belabor this point, going forward, you expect that the bill will come to its conclusion in the House of Representatives next week?
So the parliamentary process the bill is tabled. There's an opening of the debate. There are other members who contribute. Then there is the closing of the debate. Then we go to committee where amendments may be taken. And after that, we vote on the clauses. And then we pass the bill. I am very confident that based on the quality of the bill, based on the importance of the bill, and really, one of the things that we're missing from the argument is that this is an extraordinary period that Jamaica is in. We still have not recovered from Melissa. Yes, the government has done very well. Ministers, Minister Vaz, others have done very well in trying to bring some sense of normalcy. The Prime Minister has really worked hard. The Minister of Finance in trying to bring some sense of normalcy. But there are still fundamental issues that we have not tackled that were either caused or exacerbated by Melissa.
Yes.
We cannot be legislating normally in abnormal times. The country demands that the government takes control of the development approach and ensure that their lives are improved. And as a matter of fact, ensure that their lives are better than it was before Melissa. And I think the challenge we're having is that the same methods that we used in normal times were not giving us the results in normal times. People are asking us to apply those same methods to a post-Melissa recovery regime. It cannot happen, and the government is not going to allow that sort of approach to take place because we have an ultimate objective and responsibility to ensure that the country is built back better for the benefit of the people.
And Minister, I appreciate that very much so. There's a need for expedience, but I understand that to some extent you're taking lessons learned from your recent trip to Lima, Peru, where they had a similar concern over the need to get things done, but they end up kind of stuck in the mire, so to speak.
We were stuck in the same argument we are in now, where the politics became an impediment to the development, and they spent 3 years arguing about how to rebuild. And it was after 3 years, when the crisis got so acute, that they decided to form something similar to what we have in Deir Onion. So the lesson is very clear, And if international people are looking at us and wondering, what are we doing? Because other countries have had this experience where we come with the legislation to do what is international best practice, and it gets mad in political arguments, and governments become timid in making the strong and sensible decisions and end up 4 years, 5 years down the line. Peru was able to move building hospitals from 7 years to 2.5.
So On that analysis, Minister, then there is no expectation, there's not even a point of argument to say that you will send this to a joint select committee.
No, that's a 2-year process. And that's exactly what we're talking about. In order for you to have a joint select committee, you have to announce the committee, you have to advertise, you have to give people time to see the advertisement, then they have to make submissions, then those submissions have to be collated, then they have to be invited to come. Let's say 100 people make submissions, you have to give a listening ear to all 100 people. Then there may be a situation where you have to call back people. There may be people who say we need more time, which has happened in the past. And that's what I'm saying. We cannot act as if we're in normal times.
Understood. That's Minister with responsibility for works.
So 2 things Nesta said there, so what me think is important. Peru was able to remove the construction of a hospital from 7 years to 2.5. It's the same thing when we talk about all over. I said the processes in Jamaica, it's too goddamn long. Nobody can, so there can be no growth with that. People are going to take their money and go Peru because it's easier to get one construction started down there. Very much easier. And then now, when necessarily so the oversight that we have more oversight than we know what to do with. We have oversight in oversight. If one day the Auditor General move into NARA office and say, I'm going to start one audit from now, FID can go do it. The PAAC and the PAC can summon them at any time. The Integrity Commission can do it. MOCA.
So, you know, a lot of people, what a lot of people don't know? That the integrity, all them there, the Bible, overrun, Corner Regional overrun, the IC monitors that project every single step. Also, in the IC report, there's absolutely no project with any overrun. When you look at the list of projects that the IC monitor chuck, is 0.01% overrun, 0.05 is those nominal numbers chuck that you see in the IC report. And I am pretty sure a lot of people don't know that the IC monitor these projects. A lot of people don't know the IC monitors these large-scale projects as they go by. Look at their reports.
As I said before, I was speaking to a gentleman earlier, I forget his name. And I tell him, say,
sorry, there was no bill for Corner Regional go in at the parliament and say, oh, we need to make sure that we put it in there that Corner Regional will be monitored by the IC. Nothing, because these are independent agencies of the government. So they can go and do as they please.
I said it before, and I said, if you don't know how a process works, you're gonna always think it is not working. And that is one of the main things where you see majority of them people you see on social media every day, that's where them suffer from. 99% of them, all of what you see that also them are Comrade or them are Jamaican or them love this. They don't know how the processes work. They don't know when it is working, they don't know when it fails. Because for them, the discussion for them is the party where I do it wrong and my party would I do it better. So it's not about having a discussion, and that is why I can appreciate, I disagree with many things as you say what Isaac say, but I appreciate what he was doing in the debate. He said, I have a problem with this, and this would be my solution. Now, the government can come back and say, no, this is not really a problem, because this is why we do it. But that's how the debate goes. That is how the debate goes.
We can draw international references and stuff like that. Him say, boy, in England, this is how it is done. We need a benchmark for resilience for the island of Jamaica, for our country. Stuff like that, right, Chuck? So I agree with him approach. His approach was very measured. while we may disagree, Chuck, but very measured, very. Sharon, me not give you none, cause me not like.
Lashika, as you mentioned, Cornwall Regional Hospital, when the Interior Commission looked at it last year, it came on the Western Regional Health Authority, and the only thing that it spoke about regarding that Cornwall Regional Hospital, it said the procurement of private security service for the Cornwall Regional Hospital and the Western Children and Adolescent Hospital for 1 year, reference number, blah, blah, and give that. It said incorrect URL provided to PPC website. And it says recommendation, the ministry was urged to be mindful of the correct URL to the PPC website for further procurement opportunities. That's all, you know. So whenever come and talk about cost overrun, government that thief up money, imagine the only thing that they could have found over there was website incorrect. How the website was set up. Incorrect URL.
We know Drafa, how much projects they monitor every year. Draw that and tell them.
Let me see if we can find it because it's a long list.
And notice,
several pages.
Yeah, and notice too, if you hear say, oh, this project is cost overrun, you know why those things are not highlighted when the IC released their report? There is no problem. Look at how many projects government have going on, and how many times have you heard the government go to parliament and say, oh, IC and the AG need to go at this, I need to do that, I need to do that. None, but they're doing their job because they're independent.
Exactly. And with a overzealous person like Kevin Stevenson, you don't say once in here now, woof, a straight investigation the next day. A matter of fact, if you come in the morning before midday, they're on the case already.
I can give you a particular case where within 24 hours an investigation was launched.
Okay.
The fastest ever completed investigation in IC history, less than 3 months.
Less than 3 months. Right?
So these entities have the power to audit every single dollar government spend. That is their job. You don't need to put it in anywhere. But as I said, the plan of the PMP is just simply to delay this bill as long as possible. It's not about helping anybody. It's not about it's just about delaying the bill so they can campaign on the misery index of the people.
It's so sad, you know, Chuck. The PMP has not reached a level of maturity where you can come to Parliament and think about people. Just leave the politics out of it for just a 2 seconds. Look at the bill and let's just talk about the bill. I mean, ISAT came in, I not like ISAT, you know, but he came in and he made his contribution outside of politics. Right? Yeah, he might take a 1 and 2 job, which is expected, but
which it expected, yes.
Wasn't about politics. It was about, I see this, this is how I would fix it. Right? We don't necessarily have to take all them ideas, right? Because at the end of the day, government have to make the bill work for how government want to see, because they're the one who's going to put policies and these programs and what they see the vision for. But they criticize, yes, but what is the solution? What is the solution?
That's why I believe that ISAT is probably the only member from that side that has actually read the bill.
Yeah, it sounds like him read the bill.
The only member that sounds like him read the bill for sure. I think that. Right? But coming to Parliament to tell you, say, every single thing in the bill wrong. That's not how you have a debate. Coming to Parliament when we are trying to expedite the process of rebuilding, to suggest that we send the bill to a committee that's gonna take at least 2 whole years. As Nessa tell us how the Giant Select work. Advertise it, you have to give, I think by law it have to be advertised for four I don't remember if it's 4 days or 4 weeks. But it have to be advertised. Then people are going to send in submission.
Nonsense.
And then you have to go set a meeting now at the convenience of all those people who submit to hear from all of them.
Chuck, the good thing is that NARA is an agency that would have a lifespan of 5 years.
5 years.
Right? 5 years. So whichever government takes over the JLP or PNP, it will come to a conclusion because it's for a term. The government have a responsibility to deliver to the people and deliver fairly without corruption taking place. That onus will ride on the Jamaica Labour Party's campaign for office, right? Because if you are plagued by corruption, people are not going to hire you to do your job again, right? So the interest is to deliver while preventing corruption. That should be the mandate that is fixed in the back of Jamaica Labour Party member of parliament. Hey, protect the people's money. Yes, we have NARA, but the people's money should be protected, and all the mechanisms that are in place are ready to watch over it because there's so many layers. We have been subjected, we have been cultured into believe that everybody a thief. And that's why we have this agency, I watch this agency, this a committee, I watch this committee, and then you see a committee, I watch the other committee where I watch him, and then you have one other one where I watch this one, I watch this one, and this one, I watch the same one. And before you know it, you have 6 committees, I watch the one another. Everybody tie up, and you even know who are the first one who started in the first place. You just can't get anything done.
Can't get anything done, and that is the number one thing we need to change. You need to be able to actually get things done. I'm saying it goes. You see, the idea of not get it goes to the simple process of even clearing a package from WAF. Someone should have take you 1 hour, take your idea. Because you can't trust a man to collect the money if you have the man there watching, and the man there watching, and the man there watching, and the man there watching.
Sad, sickness.
Right? And those are the things we need to change. And I said recently, that the problem we face with all these things, is that we tell ourselves as Jamaicans we can't trust ourselves. Now, I believe not all of we as Jamaican honest, but me believe that the problem we have is that the bad get more publicity than the good, so people believe some more bad there than good.
Them say parliamentarians are the most corrupt in Jamaica, but yet when you look at what FID and when you look at the cases that are before Mocha and who are thief hundreds of millions and who are thief 40 million, so it's just a normal citizens like we said. If we're not talking about people who get caught up in a corruption, if you sell land, we are thief. Normal citizens.
Well, the senator said the other day, when he said, listen to me, who no think pay the man down half the bribe? You think a politician?
Exactly.
No. The businessman.
Who pay the police officer against a speeding ticket?
Against a speeding
ticket.
Not
a parliamentarian. But people don't see it. People see it as it's just a link, man. It's a corruption.
We remember so somebody called me yesterday, and tell we say, if we ever see what them just see, or the ambulance, I pick up the furniture.
Yes.
For the nursing aid. Remember,
a patient would very much need that ambulance right now to transport them to and from a different hospital, but it was actively being used to transport somebody furniture. An ambulance that you and I taxi was being used to move out somebody to a new house. And that is considered to be okay, but that is corruption.
I have a link.
When you got the bank truck and me there from 5 o'clock and wait the bank door, and you call the brethren and say, yo, me outside, let me in. That's corruption.
We not make a politician here that say how fast they on TikTok.
Oh. But it's normal because it's a link. My brethren do this to me is a link, Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that is what we believe, We believe we have a link, but when a politician do it corrupt, or now we do it is a link.
Oh, let's see, can we find it, right? Between 2021 to 2022, they monitored over 1,184 contracts. 2021, 2022, they monitored over 1,356. There was a drop in 2022, 2023, they monitored 1,299. Then there was an uptick in 2023 to 2024, 1,575. And then 2024, 2025, 1,676 contracts. And these are governmental contracts that were monitored just by the Integrity Commission alone.
One question.
Sure.
All this that y'all talking about, how is all this going to help the healthcare system?
Nara,
Yeah.
the speed and the ease of doing business, the ease and the speed that it takes to say, hey, the government wants to build KPH. Typically, that would go through the entire process 6-7 years. No, because Nara exists 2.5 years.
When now?
To get a brand new spanking hospital
now?
with everything inside of there.
When now?
Yeah. Yeah.
We have almost 3 million people living in Jamaica right now.
Mm-hmm.
And while we are building out, we cannot wait for healthcare system to be fixed. We can fix as we are building out. So I'm asking the question again. How is this going to improve our healthcare system?
Procurement and how our processes are carried out and its speed and effectiveness. It's not a lack there of money, in jail to get things. It's a bureaucratic red tape that exists that prevents you from spending the resources. And when you look at our capital budget and capital expenditure, we have been unable to spend the money.
That is Angel's problem, winner. Angel's problem is not the infrastructure, it's the staffing that is there that is not doing their job.
Accountability. I mean, I know what it's accountability. Yeah.
The accountability aspect of it.
Agriculture.
That is where that needs to be fixed.
I mean, Christopher Stockton spoke about
idea how to fix that part of it, I think the way to fix that part, and I believe this right true. We have to get rid of some of these goddamn associations where we have. These associations are the problem. Them stuck themselves in. And even when you find them to be incompetent, you can't remove them because it takes 2 arms and 2 legs. You fire them, you send them at the yard, then you got court and it's long at the yard for 2 years, then you then win the case. You have to reinstate them with full back pay. And it goes back to say, I have always said this, and I've said this before as someone who was a union delegate, a chief delegate. Unions, and bypass then call them association, but them a union too, are a hindrance to good work.
Chuck,
let me finish. A hindrance to good work.
Mm-hmm.
The people who need that, the persons who need a union is a man who want to come to work, do half of the work, get the same pay as the man who do the rest of the work, and put on a foot. Somebody that comes to work, do them work, go home, no need one union.
I can't, as a person who have experience being a member or being covered by a union, I disagree with you, Chuck. It is needed to protect the rights that are entrenched in our labor law, to protect the workers from modern day slavery. But while we are upholding those laws, the responsibility of the worker to deliver the work fairly and honestly, to make sure that the productivity that they are being paid for is delivered. That is where the consequences needs to be adjusted, right? Over the years, we have designed our public health system to serve a political purpose and a political agenda. And this culture and crafting of these consequences, Chuck, you make somebody basically immune. We have this culture where you can just go, you can't take lunch 3 hours out of the day every day. You can show up for work late, and it is okay. You can't lose your job.
Yes.
Then there's something you have to change.
Yes, and you can't lose your job because guess what? Them are going to call in the union. The union
can always be called in, Chuck. Union can always be called in. But the rules surrounding your work and your operation and what needs to be delivered needs to be clear, and the consequences needs to be clear. The union can fight all they want, but you sign a contract, say, I am willing to do this for this, and when you don't match up to the standard of what is being delivered, the documentation should follow through that you have been negligent to provide the service that you signed a contract for, and that is a consequence for your termination?
Yes, and I agree, you know. But look at it this way now.
Right now, you know, I'm angry, and I haven't been on TikTok a minute because I am angry. And Andrew Holness will always be my prime minister. But as a person who is in the healthcare system, I watched my father died at an Attaby hospital.
What?
I watched my father died at an Attaby hospital. And as a labor right, I come on TikTok for my father dead because my daughter said I'm too hungry. She says stay, Chuck says stay. But next thing I know what Chuck request me over here because staying on here gets me even angrier. And for something it is so simple as an constipation, it should have never happened. A 95-year-old man who has no complication, no diabetes, no hypertension, no cancer, nothing. 95, a clean.
Angel, I muted you for a particular reason. You know why? Because I tell you, it's another time to talk about your father death yet. You have other things to do first. And we agree on what you have to do first before you speak on it publicly.
Yep, me did I go say me we talk for you know.
And that's what I'm mute.
Yes.
It's not time for you to speak on it yet. We know what you have to do.
This is new to me, you know. This is new to me.
Yeah, we know it's new to you. I know she can know, or we know it's new to you. Because as we say, it's not time for her to speak on it yet. There's things that she needs to do first.
Oh,
and we agree to that.
Me I read through the line already. Yes. I am reading through the lines already. Angel,
you ever hear me say, winner? Say, my mother always said to me, say, your house, not afi, what you got, Chuck? Your house not afi new. Your house can be old, but once it's clean,
must be clean.
Right. And your clothes don't have to be name brand or brand new, but once it's clean. Yeah. Trust and believe. Trust and believe, winner. What happened to Angel father is sad, it's sad, it's sad. And it had nothing to do with structure. It had nothing to do with medication. It had negligence to the highest level. And when we come here and we talk about accountability for the nurses, the doctors, and the teachers, them say we are playing politics. Remember me tell you, say, it has nothing to do with what the government is doing. You know what I have to do with culture and the lack of care in the health sector. It is really bad. When we say bad, it's really, really bad. Notice you don't see me on TikTok for when? Because I tell you, it is sad. It is. Me and Chuck, I will always go back to this. We did a live on accountability. I see that live will forever be one of my favorite live. I think you were there when and Travi, we were all over YouTube and we were talking about accountability. You see, until the government is able to institute some form of accountability, there will be no change in Jamaica. Absolutely. No care what amount of hospital Andrew bill, it will never work. No care what amount of fix up police station, it not gonna work. No care the amount of payment in pay the teachers, it
let me ask you one
work.
quick question. Let me ask you one quick question. Your argument now that you're putting forward, it is walking in line with what Christopher Tufton said with regards to UWI Hospital. A firing won't fix the issues that exist in the healthcare sector.
What happened to Angel father? Somebody needs to be held accountable. Travi, somebody needs to go to jail. And she have other people who say, I am willing to share my story with you. It has nothing to Jamaica. It has nothing to do with bed. Nothing at all to do with bed. It has to do with accountability. Why the lady father dead? Not at all. Services from we hear about Jamaican restaurants and we laugh about it and KFC, but these things are in the hospital. The lady lose her father because of negligence. You know, long we tell her say don't come on TikTok. You know, long we tell her say don't come on TikTok. Not because we don't want her to speak about it, but because it's just not the right time. She will speak about it afterwards. But we have to do better. The country have to do better.
As a healthcare provider and a healthcare professional, the
hypocrisy.
No, Hippocratic oath. It actually means something. At no time during my profession, I have over 10 years of experience working in the service that I deliver on a daily. Hundreds of thousands of lives saved, you know, during my practice because of the work that I deliver. Money has never been an issue for me, especially when I sign a contract, because I sign a contract to deliver a service. And if you don't care, if you don't genuinely care about people, if you don't genuinely care about the lives of people, you have no place in healthcare. You have absolutely no place in healthcare if you don't care about people, not because them rich, not because them poor, not because them in between, not because they have some mental. You just have to have natural care. And me, I care about all my patients. How I approach it is that this could have been me. Right? And that's how me deliver service to the people. Me deliver it just like how I would want to be treated.
For the people who are saying condolences, thank you, Angel. Probably a ball, because I don't know she always talk about her father.
She love her father, Angel.
The next thing too, while
let me just say my condolences to you, Angel.
While he was going through,
I cannot comprehend what you're going through. I know that you show a lot of love and care for your father, and you speak about him. From we've been here on this TikTok fighting the good cause, you have been speaking about your dad and the amount of love and care you have for him. I extend my most sincere condolences to you and your family, and I just hope that God continue to provide health and strength to you and the rest of your family, and the outcome of what happened to him will be in the favor of you and your family. What happened to him is unacceptable. There is no defending bad delivery of healthcare to the people who needs it the most. Absolutely shameful. And you need to fight it to the very end. His name should not leave this world tainted by getting bad service at a hospital where the best should have been delivered to him, even if you had minimal equipment to take care of him. Lashika comes down to the thing, even if your house old and you make out of dirt, you still can spread the bed, you still can clean the floor, and you still can make it presentable.
Yep. I always say that. My mother always tell me, say your clothes not have to be name brand or new, but once it's clean and well ironed, you will be fine. Your house not have to be brand new or big or lavish, but once your house clean, it is acceptable, you know. And it has no, guys, you know, have nothing to do with no bed never there. You know, have nothing to do with that. You know, have nothing to do with no medication, right? It's just that, as Winner say, there is a lack of care in the system, and the government of Jamaica, the government that I support, have to fix it. It really needs some fixing. Me and Chuck hear it and see it first, and what Angel and her family was going through. We were on that call every day when she had talked to this person, when she had tried this, when she had tried that. Like, guys, as Jamaicans, we cannot continue to hurt our own. We cannot continue to do it. It is not right. You cannot be saying you don't care about your fellow Jamaican citizen that you vote to say, yo, we are going to care for, right. And it should not be where you know somebody in a system, and even when you know somebody in the system, this care still not getting the care. It is so, guys, it bad. It really bad. Human father dead, so I don't know how much more I can exaggerate. What's wrong? Water cold?
Give him a cold beer there, probably something you want to drink. But I said it, and me know the union culture. Me normally use the JTA as an example. The JTA, the Police Association, every time, and the same Nurses Association, every time you try to reform the profession for the better, there is a grand pushback. So we not change nothing. And the sad part of it is that these very same persons that resisted change here in Jamaica, when them get recruited and then go overseas, go work, are the very same rules and regulations where they refuse to work under out here, then go under over there. And one of the problems we have to is that the public at large, whenever these people come out and cry sympathy to them, oh, government not like, we government a fight, we government to argue with this. And oh, look, you feel all the nurse them, you feel all the teacher them, you feel all the police them. Then 2 weeks later, are the same people them you complain about. You see, the problem what we have right across the public sector is the service delivery. And me believe, we not agree, me believe the best way to fix it, you have to get rid of the association, them are the stumbling block. Yes, they can come back after.
Me always say it, Jamaica need a little toops or some dictatorships. Me always say it, and people always say no. But in order for us to fix what is going on, some drastic measures have to take place. Drastic measures this can't continue. Even with medication, the man dead. Even with the medication, the man dead.
Right. We have to get rid of, we have to outlaw them association there, because that's where the power them sit down. That's where power sit down.
Chuck, you know me live and work overseas. You know what the difference between Yaso and Jamaica? Easy to go to prison.
There you
easy go. Easy if you face a disciplinary board. Easy for you get a lawsuit under your skin. And guess what? When they look at the policies that they have at their organization, you have breached those policies and wander off on your own, the hospital or the government agency won't back you. You're on your own facing your lawsuits. You're on your own trying to get a lawyer to defend yourself so that you don't go to prison. Easy if you go to prison. And I want to see that in a Jamaica where malpractice by our healthcare professionals, they are held accountable and they are put in jail. It should be at the back of their minds every single time they take up one medication, every single time they take up one needle, every single time they hear a cry and they refuse to listen to the cry, that it should be there that they can end up down at the remand center because of negligence. That is what I want.
In the country where me and you live in, where the country where you live in and me live in, me guarantee you somebody they are jail for this. Because every single thing we not point to negligence. The evidence is there. Evidence there right there. We not for sure you so they neglected the man. Even with the tools we not. Even when the man up on bed with medication, him still dead. So the problem are not people sitting on the chair. The problem is that people not getting the care in the hospital. That is it. As the DJ Potter they tell us say his brother had a high blood pressure and it trigger heart attack and they make him brother dead. You can't talk. They don't understand that.
And just agree with me. No, and just say Chuck right. That's what I'm just saying. But as me say, it will take some bully. We have to learn. We have to go stand up to the public sometimes for their own good. We have to go stand up to the civic group. Then we have to go stand up to the PM. We have to go jump on inside, and we have to go stand up to the media and say, listen to me. This we are changed whether we like it or not. It's any debate about changing them behavior. It's gonna take the same route as this now.
Bad character chop no make it. Clean clothes and bad character no make it chop because they can't give them big pretty building chuck and it's still no care. They still same service still a go on neglect and all of that. It no make sense. Clean clothes and bad character no make sense. Big building and not go on, they don't make sense.
That I agree. So
Chuck, a lot of these healthcare professionals, especially we call them fashion nurses. They go into the profession not to care, but as a means for financial gain and financial freedom. Because they believe that they become a nurse, Chuck, them can easily go off to the United States and other countries to carry out service. They don't in it for caring for people. They are not. They don't bind their time to get 2 and 3 years and then build to migrate. They don't care about them fellow people. They don't. A lot of them don't. They don't do it for the love. It's about money and who can look pretty in a white dress and who can have one stethoscope around their neck. Half of them they say operate, they don't care about people.
And that is where the problem lies. That is where the problem lies. And you see, as I say, me believe we have the potential. Because me know of a time, me know of a time when there was nobody living like a nurse living in our community. When there was a nurse in our community, the nurse was everybody's favorite. When they live in our community with a teacher, the teacher was everybody's favorite. Nowadays, the teacher we have nowadays don't wish to stand out. Them try to blend in. The nurse we have nowadays, most of them don't try to stand out and try to blend in.
But more about the scrub, Chuck.
Yes.
About the color scrub and the design. As we know so right.
My take is that the rebuilding of the process, if none of the people that we have now not willing to sign new code of conduct, new what you call the term again, KPI, KPI.
Key performance indicator.
Yes, if they are not willing to sign those documents, then they cannot be a part of it. Get to hell with
the teacher's bill. The teacher's bill is a prime example to give accountability to the profession.
To get accountability in the profession.
We don't want no accountability. We just want to go teach and frolic, and we get all of these days off from work because when someone is out, we still get paid.
We still get paid.
Jamaica is one of the only places in the world to pay a teacher even in a summer.
Even in a summer holiday.
In a United States, you don't get
after
no
5 years, after 5 years, you're entitled to 4 months of vacation leave.
Murder.
And you have to get paid for that 4 months, plus you have to pay somebody to replace you for that 4 months.
Where is the accountability for them?
And if you try to change that, you hear big demonstration and as Bruce Golden said, them fall sick on the same day. And the media will get involved and you will hear how them hate teachers and then the same public way you try to fight for go come and say you know the teacher them. Look, that is the thing. 6 months sabbatical, yes. I said this all the while, that when the great Lee Kuan Yew was trying to change Singapore, one of the first acts he did was to ban unions. Ban them, get rid of them, they're no use. And the Jamaica Labour Party was founded out of a trade union. But me believe that trade unions in Jamaica is not acting in the best interests of the country of Jamaica.
Take for example, Chuck, the ministry, the finance ministry wrote to the JTA in February about them offer to the teachers. And the man spend more time looking at shelter to see who lie down on top of who, rather than responding to a letter dating February 2026. We're now in April. Where is it care? Who does it really care about?
I know you're putting out message how teachers are restive.
Restive about what? You have responded to the letter from February? Restive about what? The major concern is for who are lie down on top of who. Because what? It was all in an effort to distract Jamaica from what was happening at UWI and Jack then.
But I mean, look at Garnet Fraser Love Company. When they? Garnet Fraser Love Company, you know. Garnet Fraser, if I come over here, I never spend my time calling you one fool yet, you know, so. And I appreciate you call me fool or anybody over here fool. So we are going to put you at the back of the class. Yes, go and stay at the back of the class. You know, contribute on to the class. Every time you invite, if you come up, you can tell us your goals. You can't come. So stand at the back of the class. Who did I? Oh, sorry, Lisa. Wrong about the press. Ignore that. But as I say, me believe that when all this new building finish construction, we can't put the same people in a hit. So if we have to go Philippines, go find some nurse and bring them to Jamaica and teach them English, we do that. But you cannot put the same people in a hit.
So, you know, I've worked with the Filipinos, and as some of the best nurses them you can find on this planet. They talk about mannerism, when they talk about caring for them patients, are them that.
But
anyway, spot to put the Filipinos them are going to strive.
The sad truth, you know, is that Jamaicans, they are some of the best nurses them when you book them in other countries, you know. Them just not delivering the same service to them fellow Jamaicans here.
The truth right there.
Yeah. Best in the world when you book them up other places. No, that's not what I'm saying there.
And if you like you book them up in the service overseas, like say for example you're a patient and maybe your appearance does not give them the assumption or enough evidence to make the assumption that you're Jamaican like them. You know, open your mouth and say nothing. Fine service, fine care. So the moment you open your mouth, and then look for some document and find you're Jamaican.
As some are the best, the teachers are the best. We just don't believe in giving the same service to our own. Right? They just don't believe in it. So when they go overseas, that's where they put out all the effort. And that should not be it. Right? So listen, we believe we can.
Madam Speaker.
Foreign other than Jamaica, you know, Chuck.
Yes.
Hey, some things we have
over there, they give service with a smile.
Than Jamaica.
Over there, they give service with a smile. Right? Me believe, and I want to amplify the call. Whenever them new building is finished, the new Kingston Public, the new corner, you can't put the same people in a hit. We have to come out with some new contract, new this, and make them sign it. Whether the union, make them go black road and demonstrate. But on a now go in there unless you sign something here, and we are going to hold on to it. That's the only way we have to do it by force. It has to go done by force because them now go voluntarily. Tiffy. No, Tiffy. Them now go voluntarily.
Angel father dead in a bed. Dead in a bed, Chuck.
Eh?
Angel father dead in a bed. Not can no cheer as comrade say.
Morning, Chuck and family. What's it going?
Morning,
I pass.
Madam
I
Speaker.
pass. Me drop off of the life. I'm going to town, but condolences to Angel and her family. But when me tell you say trouble, they don't want to put me out of the party. So you don't like
them, they ask that question.
Only come stop to give Angel my deepest condolences to her and her family.
I will pass it on for you, but you still answer
Who
the question.
feels
Who
it
put you
knows
on the
it because me tell you no. Say all things was not bright and beautiful. Me tell you no. And me also tell you no, so when I don't feel it, you know I go know me I talk about. So me not celebrate because me don't know how Angel I feel, but me I tell you no, you know pretty out here. Okay.
Madam Speaker, me never put you out. Me never put you out. Me
Thank you,
always
Amalo.
reason.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, who put you out?
Travi, Winner, Joshua. Yeah, then.
Yeah, yes.
I mean, you know, this is gonna make no problem. Me just stay out. I mean, we know so when time they catch this, them will come back, so we don't have to argue. You see, problem is Chuck. I mean, you can't ask Angel, and she can't ask her. You have absolutely no one to complain to. Nobody. You don't know who to carry your groceries to. That is the biggest problem in the health sector.
I will give you a scenario, Madam Speaker, that relate to the same Angel's father. I mean, I don't want to talk about her father too much, because she get emotional. So we're going to get off of the subject shortly. Can you imagine you are in a hospital? Me have my sister is a nurse. My friend upon one bed down there. I say, go look for my friend there for me. So I say, all right. All right, me work on the 4th floor, but then up on the 3rd floor. So I go downstairs. Go say, well, them all right. And one nurse I go ask you, where you look for them for your family? Where you look for them for?
Yep,
your family?
as for them.
Are not only that question there, you know, them appear you?
Yes, I feel they style. Me still work up by you, you know. You know, usually find one nurse and a PR, she that they not do it better. But once they now get no pay, they don't care.
Them appear you? You see, as me say, the same person, though I never travel at the Trivi, not Travi, Trivi. Oh, no,
Madam Speaker, who you say put you on, Madam Speaker? Hold on, let me clarify. Madam Speaker, who you say put you on?
Family member, they don't care, Chuck. They no business, and when they don't care. The only one who say they get them pay. And you see the sister nurse just as bad. The nurse around the ear just as bad. You know nobody to complain to.
Madam Speaker.
What is the problem we have with them?
Just imagine the man forget the medication. I'll know you know look upon him in dead with the medication. I look upon him dead. Crazy. It is crazy.
Oh, man.
Chuck, I told you about my instance in the hospital, right? I can tell you about the hospital. I spend 1 week in there, so I can give you my account. You say if you are not assertive, you say if you don't know if you stand up for yourself, you say if you don't know if you make them know, say, listen me, this is how things supposed to happen and how it's supposed to go. Them people are not paying no mind. Them people, you're just a next somebody lying on a bed waiting to go around at the back. I was in KPH calling the CEO of KPH.
DJ Potter, what that? Sorry, go ahead. Continue, Mala. Sorry.
I was threatening the CEO of KPH on my phone. Tell him, say, I am going to go on the radio station to explain what is going on. And then send people from downstairs to come upstairs and talk to me and to make agreement with me that they are going to address the issue and I must go on here and speak about it.
Because that is what they fear most.
I'm telling you, you see, if you go in a bad institute, you see, we are training Jamaicans and not training them based on the time that we are living in. The training that Jamaicans are getting to occupy these institutions are training from way back then when people had values and morals and standard and good service to their job. This is not what is going on. These are not that type of people anymore. We have to hold these people accountable, yeah, with laws over them and standard in order to keep them in line. And if we don't do these things in this time, then we are going to continue getting these type of results and think and hope that there's going to be some change because we are going to talk to certain people or we are going to do this. There is nothing going to come out of this because there is nothing in the law that is going to hold these people accountable. Nothing.
Greetings, that is what I was saying.
That is going on. Them things they need to be negotiated.
That is what I was saying last week. I said,
Make some new person after Madam Speaker.
And then pick up for them one another overload and pick up for them one another. All of them up there and pick up for them one another. Then it's when investigation though, you're not hearing nothing. Cause then pick up for them one another up there. All right. Angela, go see.
Nothing come out of it.
Make space with Tiffy or Tiffy.
Yeah. Greetings all. Me come up because I heard someone mention the teachers. And one question, because I already asked my cousin in Jamaica and she told me no. But that's just from one person. I was on TikTok 2 weeks ago and I saw a school teacher, a primary school teacher, and she was teaching and she was on TikTok live. And the kids were shown in that TikTok live. And I'm saying, that shouldn't happen. Is that how the schools are operating now in Jamaica? You can't just send your pitney go to school and before you know it, you can't find them on TikTok live on one teacher. She's teaching and she's on TikTok live showing and the kids are in the camera.
Can I just address that quick? That is by which they operate here in Jamaica. The police do it, the police inside of the police station and in the on TikTok live. The teacher inside of the classroom and she dey on TikTok live. And
what about the Children Protection Act that's meant to protect these kids from, because you're exposing them. There's predators online. And can you imagine you're sending your child to school hoping that they're safe, not knowing that your child's on TikTok live?
I don't care how you as a Jamaican go on it and say, listen me, I don't think this is good policy or good standard.
I did. And someone said, how do you know the parents didn't give consent? Me say parents didn't give consent. Me pretty sure parents didn't give consent to this. Someone
know about it.
Someone mentioned something earlier and I totally agree. If that teacher were to come to London, you can't operate like that. There's no teacher in the UK that can go on live when they're teaching. But when you come to the UK, you have to protect the children. But when you're in Jamaica, you're not protecting your own. But you want to run by other people's law and the law that's in your own land. You don't want to operate by it.
That is the problem, Tiffy. That is the problem. When they go overseas, they love they work for the performance-based pay, them have no problem, but them don't want it in Jamaica. When them go overseas, them abide by all these laws. If them say them have to leave them phone in a locker, them are go do it.
And let me tell you what I did. I called my friend and I said, listen, call the Ministry of Education. I need to report this. She called them directly. I was on the phone. And when I explained, Mr. Sorry, I didn't get the name of the lady that I spoke to.
I was going to ask if you know the name of the person.
No, sorry, I didn't get the name. I said, this is what happened. And she said, okay, I'm going to transfer it to an MP. The phone ring till it cut out. Try call back again. I didn't get nobody.
MP.
And then what I did, me make sure me email the Ministry of Education before me call. And up to today, this is going to be 3 weeks. I didn't get an acknowledgement email to say, thank you for your email. We're going to look into this matter. Because what I did, I snapped that live and I sent the name of the person. But I'm not living in Jamaica, I can't tell you what school. But I said the name of the TikTok person and I said, if you go on this name, you will see. And when you go to the person TikTok, it's a regular thing that this teacher does.
Ma'am, can you send me that snap where you have at the teacher? Send it to me.
Nothing will come out of that.
So, Tiffy,
You know, so we pass in live almost every morning. That live goes on with the teacher in a classroom. I do TikTok live. I'm like, how the hell did we get here?
Tiffy, can you send me the picture where you have at the person live?
Okay.
I
And then
want
I
to
see
share a
another
story.
teacher. So me said, do God, I come me go report to me. I see well if a teacher live, I come up on me FY new page. I want go on.
It's a regular thing. But
No,
Chuck, I
what
want
you
to
do now,
share.
you
I
get-
want
you
to share.
get chucking at the
I want to share
algorithm, so you
experience.
know all of them.
hold on, winner.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on, winner. Tiffy, you see the teachers' bill that is before the parliament, and them something here make them no want sign it, Tiffy. Make them not in agreement. You know how long it there before the parliament? You know how long? Them accountability measures here that is instituted in the bill, that is proposed rather in the bill. They
To the
don't want to
sorry,
sign it.
to the
because-
person that says email it to the minister, I have emailed and I purposely put my email addressing Minister Dana. I did. Because me know some people will say, oh, there's no email trail, you can't just call. I emailed Minister Dana and I also called. And no response.
The ministry
All
has
right.
no power.
Tiffy,
Me remember somebody saying, you see, well, let me just say this and then you can say, me remember somebody saying, the one person, Tiffy, got an invoice which is to be paid, and them sit down upon the invoice must say over 6 months, Tiffy. When me hear the date, me don't remember the date, but me know say it over 6 months. Tiffy me surprised. And then they forward it to them and say, urgent to be paid. Them sit down upon the people, them invoice, and them things are going on in a Jamaica government system. Them people here, them lazy.
We need the one done Edward Siaga, man. We need Siaga type of government.
Man, them people need to come out. They need to, I don't know.
but Tiffy, as Ashika said, we have a teacher's bill that has been, you know how long them a try to get one teacher's bill passed? Over 30 years.
If it was an economic bill, you say if it was an economic bill to please the IMF, it would have passed in a week.
Over 30 years, right? But I said this, you know, I said this. You're right, Omalo. We need bully leadership. Bless up yourself, Chop City. We need bully leadership. Because these, them something you have to change.
And Chop City call Chuck no Dan. Next thing, gonna send him picture, go get police, say my Dan. And
I want to share a story.
We are talking about,
I want to share experience.
He named Chuck Finley, MP Chuck Finley name.
My
He named Dan.
One of my wife's cousin got stabbed, right? And he was in the hospital. At the time, I was in Jamaica now, you know, working. So my uniform was, you know, a dress pants and a bush jacket. So you're gonna look like a doctor, right? But I'm a medical technologist. So I went to the hospital and I saw him, and he sounded out of breath because one of the injuries that he got was in his lung. I asked him if he's short of breath. He said yes. I asked him if he had checked him, his O2 stat for a morning. He said no. So I went to the nurse's station and I said to the nurse that was taking care of him, I said, my family member is out of breath. He said that his O2 stat has not been checked from morning, right? If you guys could administer some oxygen to him so that he can breathe a little bit better, because the injury that he got was also to his lung. She said to me, we do not have an O-stat machine. I said, what? I said, but this is a hospital. I said, here what? I'm going to call the hospital that I work and see if I can get one to borrow so that we can check him out. You know what the nurse did? She draw out a drawer and said, oh, I found one. To my surprise, she said none was there. And she checked him, and immediately they had to put him on oxygen. Could have lost his life because of negligence.
You see, come back to my point. It's not about the resources. It's the care, winner, that is not being offered to the people in Jamaica. And the resources, you know, are the care.
Yeah, but Miss Hope and Erica, the man said when him say I will get one for bring come. Oh, we find one.
Chuck, let me point out something to you. And everybody in Jamaica must see this and recognize it. there's a change in how the police even operate on the street and how they deal with people.
Yes.
Yeah. One of the changes we see that is happening is from training school. These people are trained to respect every citizen of Jamaica human right, and they are taught the Charter of Rights.
And one thing, Omalo, one thing we have to add to that too is that the older policemen under Kevin Blake were sent back to training school. Go pick up where they left.
Yeah, so you see what it is happening. It is in their training as to how to not just to go and take care of somebody or to carry out their duty, but is to also respect the person that they are dealing with. We are training nurses and doctors and people in government agency only to deal with the situation, not to respect the person standing in front of them and how to deal. We have to start training. We need to put psychologists together. The government, I keep calling for this for years. The government of Jamaica need to get a group of psychologists, sociologists, economists, behavior, economists in behavioral science, and put these people together to write plans on how to get the agency changing their behavior to deal with the citizens of Jamaica.
Omalo,
Yes, ma'am.
there is a proposal now by the Ministry of Health. I posted it on my page where they are requesting for people to share research and data and things about the health system, right? So it is on my page. They are paying you, Miss Hopewell. I thought about you when I saw that. It starts from 2 million. I think them say tier 1 is 2 million and tier 2 is 5 million. Look on it. I posted it. I don't know if I think my page. No, not on this page. Oh,
What I want, Lashika, what I want them to do is put a committee together to write.
Too much committee. Make people send in the independent proposals and then deal with it.
Too much wrong committee. This is a committee that is dealing with behavioral issues in Jamaica that need to be addressed. We need to put science in how we deal with our governance.
The behavioral issues. Me guarantee you, so they know the behavioral issues. They know so the low paying wage for years.
Knowing it and dealing with it is two different issues.
The low paying wages for years are the problem. The missing fathers are the problem. The high crime rate are the problem. But when we had the high crime rate, the poor communities where them turn the community centers them in a goat pen are the problem. They removing the social the football fields and all of them something. They take away the community from the community are the problem. All of them something we know the problem. As you say, we need to address them.
But there is something that leads to these problems. There is something that causes these problems. And our
but we already know the FinSAC are one of the major one. If we forget political.
We did all a problem from in the 70s, so the behavioral broke down from in the 70s, where we tell people that they must rely on government and how they and destroy the structure of morals and fiber. We get away with the Bastard Act rather than putting an act to stop what you call it, jacket. We never address, say, if we stop bastard, we are gonna have jacket. So we are not thinking. That is why we need science to lead us to dictate what are the policies need to put in place to deal with our behavioral problems that we are facing here. There's a lot of poor country that doesn't have all of these behavioral problems.
I think I made an error. It is 5 million and then it goes up to 20 million Jamaican dollars. So people with
you and I need to get together and do a proposal, and so we can get 120 million here. Yes, we're gonna get together.
Help and buy per view. Leave that to the.
We need to start imply AI in the way how we deal, how AI can help us. We need to have these things implemented in our policies and the way we conduct how we do business and our functions and stuff like these. We need to start putting cameras all over inside our hospitals them, where we can go back and see how we doctors them are from and people assessing their stewardship in terms of service to people.
Omalo, if the money what the government has spent and them not address them concern, yeah, it no make sense. It better them keep the dollar, better them keep every single dollar. Take it go fix the road, make Melissa mash up, one next Melissa mash up here again.
Spending money in an effective way. That is the just spending money is not the problem. Spending it in an effective way is the where we're gonna get good results.
Omalo may say if building pretty building, Omalo, and these services continue to be rendered, the level of service here continue to be rendered to the people them. Omalo, you know, make sense.
Well, if we not change the culture of the way our Jamaicans, yeah, deal with these things, bring up the services, bring up our training to 21st, how the mindset of the people are, we are going to build pretty building and put dirty clothes inside of it.
Well, my take, you know, I say
everybody needs to be retrained. Everybody needs to be retrained.
I don't think it has anything to do with training. Because these same people, they go overseas and perform how they're supposed to perform. It's not a lack of training, it's a lack of will to take care of your own.
They go in a different culture.
Have been cultured not to care about each other. You think in a country where the crime rate is when in previous years over 1,000 shows that we care about each other. When a man, him can get up in a war argument and you go for your 9 and just take him out and take out his family. That is cultured into us not to care for each other. So it's not about policies, because the people perform exceptionally well outside of Jamaica.
We have to reason better than that, bro.
No.
Training.
No. Mr. Amala, you are talking about training. I'm saying that these people are highly trained. That is why they are able to.
Trained in what? Highly trained in what?
Hold on, my brethren. Because these people go overseas, the same nurses, the same doctors, the same medical technologists, the same pharmacists, the same dental hygienists, they go overseas and they perform exceptionally well.
It
has nothing to do with the innate training of how the profession is taught. It has to do with how people are cultured in their behavior.
Okay, I think that's the way.
Can I add to what
One second.
We expect people to just get up and just throw away their hate that they naturally have for their fellow Jamaican brothers and sisters while they're working. It's not going to change.
I don't think Omalo is referring to the medical training. I don't think it's the medical training he's referring to. I think he's talking about probably reculturing the profession.
That's what I'm saying, Chuck. When I go overseas,
that's why I realize that Ituano is arguing two different things. On disagreeing on two different stuff. That's I realize.
Chuck, just a second, Chuck. Just a second. The doctors, the nurses, the teachers are well trained in their profession. When they go overseas, they adapt to the culture of the people them, because those culture train their people to have a winning type of culture. Culture is not just something where people just get up and say, we are going to do it now. It's something where people organize themselves in ways to have a certain type of standard to win. We don't have that here in Jamaica.
Hold on, guys. Let me hear Tiffy.
Hello?
Yes.
I want to add to what one and only winner said. There's one thing that happens in foreign land that don't happen in Jamaica. It's that accountability. You see, in foreign land, you say if you mess up, you're going to go straight to disciplinary. And you know when you reach that stage, you're going to lose your job. You see, like now in the nursing sector, the teaching sector, if you do anything that violates the policy that you sign, you're barred from working in that sector. So if these things are put in Jamaica, because if you can't work, you can't pay your bill, you can't eat. So if these things are put in Jamaica where a teacher know that, okay, instead of you fear a teacher upon live, if we catch you upon live, then that's it. You can no longer work because you've you've gone against the safeguarding policy for children. If you're in the healthcare sector and you're showing negligence in your work, that's it. You're putting patient at risk, so you can no longer work in that sector, taking care of patients.
And Tiffy, that is what, for example, the bill, when we say the teaching council bill that will give teachers the license and then your ability to revoke that license, things like that are rejected. They're bitterly fought. Anything where you do for try to put some changes in the system, it is them fight you to the death.
Wait, Mr. Chuck, I'd like to just clarify something because I'm in the classroom over here, and you know they put up a policy where they make sure they buy some boxes, and every morning when you clock in, you have to put your phone in there and close it, and you're not able to use your phone until you're on a lunch period. And their policy, if they catch you with your phone, they can send you home for 2 days without pay or suspend you. So nobody don't want to be get suspended. So they do what they're told to do, and nobody don't want to go home without 2 days pay. So as I said, it's the old culture. Because when I was back home, and you know how much teacher call out, so they're sick, and they know so them are gonna get paid, so then call out so they're sick, or you know they're not sick but then just call out because they want to do their thing. Over here you cannot do that. You cannot do that.
So and that is why I believe the government need to
Check live now, Jesus. Everybody there?
Yes, I am here.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if you get a call.
Think about that.
Okay. Oh man, I think your life cut off because I know you don't have look over TikTok.
I
just wanted to say something.
Just watch it for me for a minute. Just give me 2 minutes. I'm coming.
I just wanted to add a point to the culture. I would even talk about the healthcare piece. But you know, unfortunately, condolences to Angel, but it's going to continue to happen, and the grief is hard to deal with. Because I remember when I came over TikTok because I wasn't ready to go to therapy. When my dad passed, because I couldn't get the words out, so I had to find a distraction. When my mom said to me, "If I'm not going to stop crying," because it was going on months. So glad me missed the election thing. But one thing I learned about culture when I did sociology in sixth form, and I learned about culture, the different theories, functional theory. And when you look at culture is something that you learn.
Yes.
Right? You can learn a culture, you can unlearn a culture,
Yes.
you can be acculturated into a culture. So if you're Jamaican and you go to another country, you learn their ways of life, their systems, their norms, their values, right? And that word is used when it's called assimilation. So you take on their culture and then you become the embodiment of that culture. So just as anything else, right? It is learned or unlearned. I remember when I was in sixth form, one of my textbooks, I read about the boy who grew up with the wolves. Right? And the wolves raised him. And even though he was a human being, because he was raised by wolves, you know what he did? He did everything like the wolves. He howled like the wolves, walked on fours like the wolves. So what is that to say? Any behavior that you learn, you can certainly unlearn it. And if you're going to go from a biblical standpoint, it is easier to bend a tree when it is young than when it is old and set in its ways. And for many of us Jamaicans, a lot of the bad behavior that we display, especially in the place of work, is because we learn it and we follow back. Okay.
And there is no accountability for our actions.
Well, that exactly. No consequence, no accountability. Nobody can chat to me. They come and work whenever I feel like, and lady, miss. Yes. Mm-hmm. So because there's no accountability and consequence, we continue in sin with the foolishness. Okay?
You know what me said the other day? Me say when the government did a roll over how much people, some of them should have got in yard because they help to continue this cultural issue that we're having in the government sector. Some of them should have got in, some of the old people should
That's
have
something
got in
Lashika.
yard.
Let me
Some
tell
of
you what
them
happened to me. My mother, my father death certificate was wrong. After me give the woman the paper, and the lady wants send me go a woy go fix it. Me say, miss, you're really serious after me get the right paper? And it was like nothing to her. The RGD lady. You know, me say to my mother, me say, because you have to go face them a people here every day, me don't want rude to her. Because she will behave like it was nothing. So you know, say, me have to come back where me live and go back after my father bury to go fix it and pay more money. But I $10,000 I have to pay for karaoke or something thing. And the lady act like it was nothing. Me said to my mother, because I don't rude to her, you talk to the lady because me now me I go act out of character.
Lashika, let me share a story with you about even in the private sector. My cable, my Digicel package. I said, no, I don't need this type of package. I am going to downgrade my package. I went to Digicel and explained to them that I am going to downgrade my package because I really don't, the cable not really, you know, not change on the channel for me. I don't really want it. Yeah. When I sit down in the chair, all the lady did was say, okay, you're downgrading, blah, 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 in a computer, boom, 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 downgrade, go over there and just do what you're supposed to do, and that's it. Me I say, wow, if this was my business, and one of my worker would just go ahead and simply downgrade somebody without even asking, how can I help you? What is the problem? How can we, what is it that, what solution can we put in place to, you know, to keep you with this package or even a better package or something? No, these people don't care what they are doing, how they are doing it. They just come to people work, them come to get them pay, and them gone back at them yard. If I was in America, me not really know about Canada, but me there America, them would probably go for a bath pan of water to wash my foot. They tell me, say them want to keep me to the service. A week after, if me believe it, them would probably call me back. How is it that I am doing? If I want to this and this, them have a different package. Or so, them have people and not care. All them know say them a work, them a get paid, and them a got them yard, and they not care. How the money are coming in for them get paid. Them not care. The culture in Jamaica need to change.
Omalo, me change my internet and phone just to add to what I said the other, and Omalo, them call me, them email me, all my door them show up. One day me hear the doorbell ring and I said to my son, say, who was at the door? And him say, oh, it's somebody from Rogers. Omalo, all my door them show up. Omalo.
Country, I don't even know where I go on. Me get up and me talk about this culture. We don't have a winning culture. And it no matter how much we do, if we don't have the people them in the space, when I said when a CEO goes to a failing business, the first thing they examine is the culture. Do we have a winning culture here? The culture of Jamaica need to be addressed.
Omale, you know what this step we back to? The reggae boys, them after they lose, then gonna club maker, gonna celebrate, then lose.
they not care, not care. No emphasis on caring and having pride and all of these things. These people just do. Them drive on the road in a Jamaica, kill off them one and them. We just in a Jamaica, you just do as you have a life.
You know, Amal, as you said that, somebody said to me, why you don't drive in Jamaica? I said, because I don't see nobody stopping at the stop sign. And I don't know what to do when they're going through the stop sign. You understand? Because me see the red and me see them a go through, and me know say me hear one orthopedic surgeon say they don't have no pain and no nothing, and me no one broke up. But I want to say this though.
Well,
it is quite
before you move on, my house in Jamaica is near the highway. So I am looking at the road. I can see the road and you know the beach and everything, but my house is in between the road parts me from the sea, the main road. And Miss Opal, there's a stoplight there.
Hello, we know you live on Beachburn property, you have a bus power.
No, I'm just telling her.
Mark Bolin, Celerit, and Peter Bunting.
Yeah.
No,
I should have
no, guys. I don't know what they kill me. Anyhow, Miss Opwell, there's a stoplight there. And Miss Opwell, every time me hear the tire screech, you know what I'm listening for?
Bloop.
Bloop. Even when it traumatized me so much that every single time I hear a tire screeching, I am listening for the collision. Every single time. Miss Opwell, me park at the stop, me stop at the stoplight already. And one man come from another gas station and just come slam in my car. The only thing we could have said to my mother, say, look here, we saw the vehicle coming in. These are the things nobody not care, you know. And
I tell we kill you, trust me, because
Guys,
you
stop
just
up the
see
screen,
what
brother,
is going to
please.
happen.
And
But
make
this is
TikTok
what
in the
I
word
want to
restriction.
say, right? We don't have to have the culture that perpetuates hurting, because by our actions, if we're put in certain positions of service, when you're a police officer, when you're a nurse, when you're a doctor, you sign up to serve. You serve others by what you do, right? And if you don't want to serve, you don't serve. But by your actions and your inactions and your own lack of accountability to yourself, you deliberately hurt others. You deliberately cause others to no longer be in the land of the living. So then we have to ask ourselves as a people, right? Even if the government does not hold us accountable, we don't have no conscience, right?
Let me give you.
How do you show up every day? Conscienceless?
Let me give you one of the simplest and quickest lessons I've ever learned in my working life. Remember when I just started working, I had a very good manager I was at the time. And I remember one evening, he was leaving work and he gave me some things. He said, you need to do these for me and I'm going to need them by tomorrow. Now, I get caught up with some of the things and I never remember to do them. Came in the next morning, asked for it. I told him, I said, you know, sir, I never remember to do them. He said, all right, no problem. But he said, remember this now. One of these weeks, I might forget to pay you. How you going to feel? And I never forget that. Never forget that lesson. He said, one of these weeks, I might forget to pay you. The company might forget to pay you. So since me now complain now about you forgetting to do the work, when I forget to pay you, I don't expect you to complain either.
Chuck, you know one of the things in Jamaica is, it's the people them that know better, they are silent. You see, on Elliston Road, you know the police station there, I think a traffic cop police station.
Yeah, man, the traffic headquarters.
There is 2 garbage bin come out. There's 2 garbage bin when you're going towards the police station. Yeah? I'm driving behind a police one day, 2 inside our car. Then pull up to the garbage bin to throw out a plate where them a eat out a food plate. The thing never drop in the garbage bin and it drop on the ground. And them never come out and take it up. Me drive him down and ask him when me fi do. What is it that him expect me fi do when him just broke the law and dirty up the place? And him turn around to me and tell me sorry. And me I say, yo, we have to do better than this. But we Jamaicans, we know better, have to stand up and stand up for the right thing in a Jamaica. Because the more we silent in a Jamaica, and the more the corruption and the inaccountability, yeah, take place and happen inside of this place. We have to stand up.
You see, Omar, we have our culture is that, and the way we lead the discussion is that something go wrong, we have to get rid of the man at the top first. You know, that's always the problem is. But the man at the top is not the man who will deliver the service to us. Yes, continuous. We will eventually get to him if we climb up the food train. But we have several steps before we get there. And because we ignore those steps, we don't call for accountability step by step. We jump over everybody. So therefore, the man at the top, by if it get back down, it get out of hand and gone too far.
And you said that is so right, Chuck. Why do I have to speak to the Minister of Health when there is a CEO at the hospital? What is
At
the
the hospital.
CEO? Isn't it his daily operation that he's supposed to know what is going on and see that everything is in place and going? Why do I need to speak to the Minister of Health?
Omalo, where the head nurse, where the sister there.
Yeah.
Where the sister there? The meal
And
try.
why is the minister putting himself in the position to speak? Why him don't say
Omalo,
there are people in place to address that?
Omalo and them people there. Omalo, I repeat this all the time. I was a manager in my job, and when there anything happened within my branch, Omalo, they don't call my CEO. They call my CEO for complain, and my CEO send back down or even the director send the complaint to probably the customer service manager, maybe the finance manager, or whoever, and it's coming right back to me, and I have to provide that accountability. And at any point in time where it comes down to the missing managers, got them yard already, Omalo, because them staff them now perform. Why is it so wrong for these accountability measures to be instituted in the public sector? Why? Something needs to give.
Because Lashika and Omalo, when something happened in the health sector, instead of Tufton send out the permanent secretary and send out Sarah and send out the CEO, he run and take Mike and I give statement and I talk about him, I go look into him and him I go do investigation. Send out the CEO. May the CEO answer to the people of Jamaica why we have 26 dialysis machines and 15 of them now work. Send out the CEO, and until Tufton do that, he now start get blame. I don't know, can't take lick off him back. Send out the CEO.
We are Madam Speaker, we are worrying about the next election too much when we are governing. We must worry about governance, and good governance will give us the next election.
You remember when the plane landed in Jamaica and then said, oh, the plane never have no manifesto, or no, them said the government never knows that the plane a come. You notice who was front and center speaking about that? Not Darrell Vaz. Not Darrell Vaz. The aviation boss and whoever else was there talking about it. Not Darrell Vaz. And this very same approach need to be taken right across the board.
A good friend of mine, I don't know him on social media, very good friend of mine. He goes by the name, I think it's Chops, yes. Very good friend of mine. Say one thing a couple of years ago and I never forget. Because that brother is a wise man, you know, but nobody, not telling him so. Very wise man. Chop says some of the time we have politicians that put themselves in a position that they don't belong in. And that is what causes the problem most of the time.
Someone must not go to the hospital. Someone must not go to the hospital, and it's the place where you're going to die. It's supposed to be the place where you're going to seek the best treatment so that you can come out and come back of your yard. This hurt me bad for the lady when she talk about her father. Never hear her talk about her father having cold or flu or nothing like that. And you just got the hospital for minor things. And you know, come back, you know, go back home to your yard.
This question, I think all of us here can give an answer to this question. And Madam Speaker, I know say, yeah, this are something where I think you and I agree on this. Some of the simplest changes where we think it take a milestone, take a to move a mountain. Some of the simplest changes where we can implement right across the public sector to increase the service level. Low-hanging fruit, yes. Some of the low-hanging fruit them we can pick. Merch.
Okay. Chuck, you remember when you asked me the question, say, what would I do if I was Prime Minister Holness? I think that's what you say.
Yes. If you were Prime Minister for a day. Oh, the same question. Yeah. Let me ask that same question again. You were Prime Minister, you were Andrew Holness campaigning in 2016, and you offer prosperity to the people of Jamaica. How would you deliver it?
And Chuck, I will go back to fixing, Chuck, the services, because the services are going to increase production. Right, Chuck? And once you increase production, your economy is going to kickstart. I said this, Chuck, earlier. We have to fix these things where your people them can move about. Them not have to stay in a bank line 6 hours. Them lose 1 day pay. 1 day production, one whole production stop in a one company because of that. The internet in a Jamaica now work. The lady Tiffy says she emailed the minister over 3 weeks now. Nothing. Chuck, those things need to be fixed. Those things are why people are saying nothing nah go on in a Jamaica. I tell you that already. Clean up the roadside. Get the local government to start work. Cut out this cash thing where I take with the whole of the government money. The government is possible I lose $1 trillion through corruption, through the paying for service here, paying to get that there, paying to get this here. Possibility lies, Chuck. I would work on all of just the low hanging fruits, them, Chuck. And you see how the system kickstart from right there. So it's like it's like, Chuck, for me. It's like me, I say, all right, let me remove the muck out of what's clogging the pipe. And those low-hanging fruits would be my if I one day may I fix the services across public sector.
Chuck. There you go. Chuck. What are normal? What are normal? Let's reach a man. Madam Speaker, your time. Same question. How would you deliver the prosperity?
If I was Prime Minister in 2016, the first thing me I do after me win, I set my cabinet, me I give them one directive: reform on a ministry. First thing you need to do, if you're a Minister of Health, you need to go, when you go in, you need to make sure that nothing in the ministry where you don't know about. And all the long time bill that was in place under the 18.5 years of Percival that was not working, we need to amend them and dash them and put in new bill. Next thing, I go back to the Ministry of Health and my ministry that the law that was put in place, Lashika, where doctor can come and do when Omalo come on the ward and if you can do foot surgery and tell Amalu say in data 2028 and when Amalu night conduct since somebody can tell Amalu say you can do it next week if you have the money, cut that out. If you're a doctor and you're working in the public sector and you're gonna do surgery in the hospital, and the hospital must collect the money and pay you. You're not supposed to collect the money privately and then you come in at the hospital, come do no surgery. That is what they do, Chuck. And then put the people who come in for the free surgery on the back bench and the people who pay and them run that mash up the health sector, Chuck. That's the main problem with Jamaican people having at the health sector in Jamaica right now. When you go there to do anything at all, you cannot get nothing done unless you pay. Even though the government tell people say healthcare is free. It is not free. You better have your money. And everybody talk about it, someone want to know if the minister and nobody in the government not hear what go on. Then deaf? Then deaf, Chuck?
Be things are going in the health sector. Be things are going in there.
You know, all right, look on this, Chuck. You know, so when the PNP come up with the NHF, Lashika, they had a pharmacy as well. When they call it Drug Serve. Remember Drug Serve, Chuck?
Yeah.
Drug Serve was to be work alongside with the hospital and then them CM1 distribute the med. You know why the JLP had to stop that? Because when you go there, Chuck, there's absolutely nothing there. Because the same doctor them were working at the hospital, thief them. When the government open it up and say, Chuck, anywhere in Jamaica you have a prescription with the NHF card, you can walk in at any pharmacy and get it filled. That is what you have to do. You have to take the power out of their hand, Chuck, because they're a criminal.
As long as there's a chance, they will corrupt the process.
Of course. No, my husband go full in prescription. Don't Mandeville, the pharmacy in Mandeville, Omalu, want a $20 MPFE medication. You think if a drug serving they're going to get that? They're not telling say no day. Cause that them used to do, thief it and carry them at them private practice. So it's not that it's the things where bother Jamaican people in the health sector, Chuck, they're frustrated because they feel like say government say healthcare free, Lashika. Then renovate, then build, then buy 25 dialysis machine. And when you go there, Chuck, 15 of them now work. Nobody knows say they now work, Chuck.
But
Who is me?
come back around to what I said. You have to fix these low-hanging fruits.
Okay. So who responsible for the dialysis department, Lashika? Who responsible for this? So? And who they report to? And who check to see? And when they do them week, who check to see if the equipments are being maintained? Or the maintenance go? Or after they maintain the equipment? Who responsible for them part they chuck in at the hospital? And there's something they make me tell you.
That's where now you see now that now, Madam Speaker, is when the parliamentary committee now you summon the CEO to the parliament.
Thank you very much. Call them to the PAC.
Why is it that we wait if a scandal not broke we not summon them?
If the Auditor General not go in, they not call. If Chuck Alashika or Angel report to the minister say this or that or whatever. The minister doing in report and the report table in the parliament, you can call in the CEO or call in the other department to answer to the people of Jamaica. Why is it that the dialysis area is inefficient? What are some of the things you think you're not getting from the government? Tell us. Tell us.
Do you need more machines?
Yes.
What you need?
Munshi, you said something a while ago where I think we don't really spend time dealing with that issue. 15 dialysis machines not working. I will just shrug my shoulder and move on. That alone should have warrant a call up.
Of course.
To the CEO and we are going to deal with it over this matter. 15 of 25 dialysis machines done. First thing, we are go back to the person who procured these machines because there's no way on earth you should have bought these machines without buying services. That's a whole part of the thing these days. You have to buy the service package so that the same manufacturer can service the machine and keep them in good working order. 5, 10, 15 years. That's how it's done internationally.
And Travis, I think we can move away from sometimes buying these things, leasing work.
Lease them. When you lease them, the manufacturer have to come in and keep it working.
I remember my office leased the printer, and when it out of paper, I them send paper. Out of ink, I them send ink.
And if it not work, trust me, I get no money.
I them send it. What we had to do was send the paper count every single month. Go give them, print the report, go give them, and they knew exactly.
So can I give my 2 cents? So can I give my 2 cents?
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Omar. Yeah, sorry, because if it comes.
It is very easy. All we have to do is emulate what is good that is going on in the government. And you have Dr. Chang. When you see a police, listen to Jamaican police one at a time, there was no institution in Jamaica that has that have a worse credibility, than the police force in Jamaica.
True.
And when you look at a picture come out with a police doing something wrong, here's interdiction. Police is under investigation for this and all of these things. It's our frontline duty. If we emulate what Dr. Chang is doing within the police force in terms of training and accountability throughout the whole system, we not have to worry about think about no foreign and all of these things. It is right here already. And we have a good leader doing it in the police force. Emulate it throughout all departments.
I second and third that. We have the example to look to. We just need to look to.
All right, guys. So Prime Minister for one day. So I would only serve 2 years. After living in Jamaica, my 5-year term would be only 2 years. Because there'll be riot in Jamaica. It's either riot or adherence. Because fit in all of that what you guys say, that is what I would do. Man neck off it chop, finger off it chop. Everybody must go who is not producing. Everybody must go. And it's too long, nobody now go and we not produce. We will have, I tell you something, guys, baby, I want to explain to me something.
So your background so now we barely hear you.
Oh, yeah, hear me? Maybe at the front. May I say, somebody explain to me the role of a CEO. Can somebody explain that to me? The role
CEO is the prime minister for a company. The best way we can put it.
All right. So we have a CEO at every hospital?
Every hospital have a CEO.
Why? Why? For what reason?
To run the day-to-day operation.
No, you're sure? You're sure, sir? You're sure?
Well, that's what I would think. I could be wrong.
Yes, so
Somebody
all
can
hospital they have their CEO. All of them has their CEO and chief medical officers.
Or a region, or a per region.
No. Each hospital have a CEO. Not the region.
Hold on, man. I roll left me. Hold on, man. I roll left me. Hold on, man. So the CEO is to ensure that the patients who come in the hospital are taken care of. Is that so? The best way possible.
So basically, look at all aspects of the facilities, operations, every area from administration to patient care to finance and property.
And the money big where them I get, no sir? So big money them I get, no sir? All right. So
again, hold on, Soji. We know what you see. You say the day-to-day patient care is not the CEO job. That goes down another level now.
Wait, no man. Wait, no chief, man.
You have chief medical officer now below the CEO.
Chuck, you run left me. Chuck, hold on, no man. You run left me. Just stop run left me, no man. Stop run left me, man. I know for your time, please talk. So the CEO.
We have Dr. Sam in the comment. I am willing to give up. Hold on, Soji. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Sam is here.
Dr. Sam, I am willing to give up my box to have you to be a part of the conversation because you are somebody who is involved in the field, or a professional of the field in question. So, sir, please indicate. I'm not going to jump out, Chuck. See if Dr. Sam ready for join.
All right.
She got Dr. Sam.
Hold on, so Soji. So if you imagine a triangle, right? The CEO is at the top of the triangle, but at different levels of the triangle, they're head of every department.
Okay,
all right. So hold on, man. I know me you not telling you. A Jamaica you not telling.
Soji.
Hold on. I know me you not telling.
Soji, hold on now. Chuck, moderate this page.
No, let me do it now. But Dr. Sam is here. Dr. Sam can give us a rundown on how the sector set up.
Sure. I'm driving, but I can talk. Yeah.
All right.
So every hospital has a CEO, but then in addition to that, every department have what we call consultants. Those are basically, and then the head of the consultant, then you have the head guy there. For example, you might have pediatrics. Then there's a guy who head up that. He's basically the consultant. You have what we call medicine, and then you'll have maybe 2 or 3 people who head that up. Then you have obs and gynae. So all of them have their own thing. One of them that is really important and crucial is accident and emergency. And there's also the consultant for that. She's the one who goes to court the most because that's where most lawsuits come from. But so every hospital does have a CEO, but every department also have a consultant who is the main person for that department. So when that department gets sued or if anything major have to happen there, it's the consultant that is dealt with who then goes to the CEO. And the other thing that is...
I first going to talk to Brother Sam. Brother Sam, one question. Good day. Dr. Sam, sorry.
Brother Sam is fine too. I preach to man, so don't worry.
Dr. Sam, who heads up the dialysis department? Like, for example, at UWI.
Okay, so the dialysis department at UWI, that would go through... so dialysis and those areas, those ones go through a different department, and that is under radiation.
Can I ask a question, Dr. Sam?
Mm-hmm.
So
the radiology department head up that.
So in the hospitals, is there like an appraisal system?
Clarify a little bit.
in terms of to see how someone performs in their job every year?
Yeah, man. Every year there is a so there are department meetings. Just like in any job, there's department meetings and that is why the consultants are so rigid. Consultants are the worst persons in our hospitals because the bucks fall on them, and they also have performance bonuses that they get that the world doesn't really know of. But they have performance bonuses, and they can lose their position because every consultant is being watched by a resident. Resident is below the consultant and looking to take over that position.
And is there like a metric system within the hospital? So when I mean metric system, in terms of like every quarter they'll say how many deaths they've got, what equipment is working.
Yes. There is an audit system that goes on a regular basis.
And this will go to the CEO.
That goes up to the CEO when they have their monthly or quarterly meetings. Yes.
And then the
CEO then of each hospital then reports to the regional head, and then the regional head now reports to the ministry when they have their meetings.
So then how comes they don't know that they've got so many machines not working?
Unless somebody fails to report it. Remember, the CEO is not going to know how many machines are in PEDS. They're not going to, you can't expect them to micromanage. The CEO is expecting that her consultants are going to be honest with him or her.
And that's why I asked you about the metrics system, because they won't micromanage, but if they get like a quarterly meeting to say, okay, then in February, 3 machines stopped working, and we're in June now, and we still don't have them working yet still. That's them having an update to then put that information to the relevant department or personnel to get new machines.
Every department also has their budget. Every department also has their budget. So if a machine is not broken down, it doesn't necessarily have to go to the CEO. It's in the budget of pediatrics to fix that pediatric machine. It's in the budget of surgery to get that machine going. It's in the budget of all of these guys. Every department gets a specific budget, and they deal with it accordingly. Everything does not go to the CEO. At the beginning of the year, a budget is allotted to each department.
Yeah, but I think that's where the communication is breaking down, because even if each department has a budget, it still needs to be reported to the CEO to say, this machine wasn't working last month, but it's working this month because we've managed to fix it, or we haven't fixed it yet because we ran out of budget, so that he knows this, so that in the next financial year, they can either increase the budget to know that if the following year comes and they've got a broken machine, they've got enough budget to fix it or replace it.
Think about it. How many hospitals have you heard of that run into serious issues like the one you're dealing with at UWI? And the other thing that folks need to understand, UWI does not only fall under the Ministry of Health in Jamaica. UWI falls under the Caribbean ministries because it is the #1 Caribbean training hospital system. UWI is not just a hospital, it's a system. So what went on there with those claiming that machines are working or not working? Listen, I'm going to take it with a half a teaspoon of salt. Yes.
May I interject? What do you mean by that? That is very... What do you mean by that? You have to elaborate on that. What do you mean?
I don't think all those machines were not working.
But the Auditor General said in the report.
Yeah, but the Auditor General don't know how to turn on machine and turn off machine.
Oh, me get what you said, Dr. Sam.
All right.
Yes, for the moment he said.
Yeah, me get it now. Thank you, Dr. Sam. Thank you.
For the moment he said, I pick it up.
Listen, listen, let me tell you something about dialysis machine. They just don't come as a machine. They come with a maintenance budget. Some of them, we don't have the technicians in Jamaica sometimes to fix them, but they come with maintenance. And so these companies, because of the price of these machines, they will fly in their own technicians to come fix what needs to be fixed for one machine because of the price of it. So don't
so
listen to
what I understand is that under the system that this machine run under, it will be highly unlikely that 15 of them could be down at one time.
Say hallelujah, no man.
Highly unlikely. And
Extremely
I didn't say impossible, you
unlikely.
know. Not impossible. We never say impossible, you know, Dr. Sam. Highly unlikely.
Very much so. Very, very much so. You hit the nail on the head. So there is something greater going on than just machines not working. So don't let nobody pull no wool over your faces and all of that.
Someone case the point you make earlier where you say that the doctors they were in the hospital and private this and private
Yeah,
that.
man.
So I come back around to
Me see, no, cause you know, so me never look at it that way, though, Dr. Sam. To be honest with you, all along me genuinely think they never did that. Me think say it is a possibility that they now work. That's why I like talk to people who can tell me things, you know. Wow. No, sir.
Now work, not go so. We now have so much machines now work. Remember, you know, Jamaica is becoming the kidney disease capital of the Caribbean. So we all hands are on deck. And if as a private person, if you have a guy who's doing 3 dialysis per week, that is like $45,000 on the low end. It's between $15,000 and $20,000 per session. And some people are doing 2 to 3 sessions a week.
This is something, Dr. Sam, that has been happening in our health sector for years. Where most of these persons are allowed to run private practice out of the public hospital.
Yeah, it does
And
happen.
it is,
Okay, so
yes.
so basically, so a lot of the guys, because I'm in the process right now of working with a couple of persons, because one of the things that Mexico is killing us with is something that we call medical tourism. And a lot of countries are doing it. And we have some amazing surgeons in Jamaica. So what Mexico does is that they will fly people down there, do the surgeries, but the surgeons would pay the hospital to use the facilities. We have some folks in Jamaica who it's a part of their consultation fee because we do need them. So if you have like a surgeon who's just amazing at what he does, and you want him to work in the hospital, that could be a part of his fee or a part of his salary or whatever you want to call it, so that you can actually have his service in the public system where you allow him like 2 or 3 surgeries a month.
Oh, so that arrangement can be made, but would there have to be something in place, Dr. Sam, to prevent him from prioritizing the private part of his service over the public part?
See, and that's the other thing folks need to understand. You as the surgeon, you don't determine who gets the surgery. That is determined by the department and some other persons who come together and said, okay, Rusty, it's your week this week. It's not the surgeon who decides that I'm going to do the surgery again. This is part of the public system, and the hospital have the team that comes together and decide who does that, who gets which surgery when. So it's not Dr. Sam who's the surgeon that determines when you. I just get the chart. Sometimes I don't even meet you until a day or 2 for consultation to explain to you what needs to be done. And also there's a team that does that. So sometimes I don't see the surgeon until the day of surgery.
So I think is that happening in our system, or that is a system overseas?
No, man, I'm talking about what happened right where I'm at.
Okay.
Jamaica.
Okay.
Listen, the system in Jamaica is not as messed up and broken as people are trying to make it, you know. Because listen, let's say I'm in the hospital and I'm dealing with your mother as a doctor. Your mother is there, she's in pain. I'm trying to make her comfy, I'm trying to get rid of the pain. But then Petal just run in with her situation. Is it okay for me to drop your mother and then run to fix her situation before I take care of your mother? This is what we are finding in the system. A lot of persons come in and they want to be looked at yesterday. And the other thing persons have to understand also, whether Jamaica, Canada, or wherever, there is a hierarchy. Chest pain takes priority 10 times out of 10. So if you're in here with even a broken hand, we're gonna give you something to take the edge off the pain. But if a chest pain person comes in, the chest pain gets priority. And it's everywhere in the world.
Okay. But
I agree, doctors. Sorry, Chuck. I agree, Dr. Sam.
Go
But
ahead,
Dr.
Go
Sam,
ahead. Go ahead.
here's a problem that I am having, and tell me if you know about it in a system. When Chuck goes to the hospital and Chuck drop off a bike and broke him foot, he say, Dr. Sam, and the doctor come checks up Chuck, say Chuck must buy him pain, him go put up back him foot together. What I experience with my family and my people is that the date for him Chuck to do his surgery, Dr. Sam, is like 6 months, 4 months, 5 months away. Cause they don't think it is priority. I mean, maybe they have other surgery to do. I don't know. Cause you could be right. But why is it then, Dr. Sam, that by time tomorrow, when me come back on with Chuck I go pinch me and tell me, say, the doctor say, there's an opening, but Chuck have to pay for do it. How you not have no date for do it free, Dr. Sam, but if me pay, you have a date for do it next week or tonight. That what a system come from, Dr. Sam.
So that is when now you, as the family member or whoever, needs to get in touch with the head of department and
break up, Doc.
Oh, sorry. I'm saying that this is when now you as a family member needs to get in touch with the head of department, because that no make no sense. Because I've seen guys come into my hospital where I'm at, broke foot today, and it fix up. We take them in. We take them in as long as there is no chest pain issue. You get service.
Yeah,
so
that's so if we work that. Sure. But when you go UE, when you go KPH, me I tell you, me have one family member who go down that happened to them. You know enough people it happened to, and I tell the main problem I piss off the people of Jamaica and Doc. When we go there, if we go do like a female now, we have fibers or fibroid it name, and we go there now, they say we can't do it, and then they tell us say if you pay, you can't go somewhere go do it. They should stop that, and that is what the main problem we Jamaican people having with the system right now.
Okay, so Jamaica, we do have a two-tier health system in Jamaica. We do have that. However, it depends on sometimes a lot of people like to run to UE and KPH system because it is whatever. But sometimes reach out outside the box. Try go to a St. Catherine Hospital, a Clarendon Hospital. It might be a little bit inconvenient, but you probably will get through quicker than just sticking to the UE system. Because we don't have those long waits. Because long wait is going to be at UE. Why? Remember, back in the day, if you never come from town, come from nowhere. And people still have that mentality. If it's not a Kingston hospital or a Kingston thing, people don't really think that anybody can do it. But don't. Sometimes, and it's just like even when I'm in Canada, sometimes people don't go to the big city hospitals. They go outside the city and within an hour from emergency, them get through. You sit down at the big city hospital until tomorrow. Because everybody keep running to it. So sometimes if it's not a life and death and extra severe, just go to get a second opinion. And as I'm talking to you guys here, I am telling everybody, get your national health card. Get your docket at a hospital close to you. Because some of the medications them for free, like the diabetes, the kidney, the asthma, those are for free as long as they're in the system.
Yes, I agree, Doc. Me preach it to one time.
I want to say that again one more time for you, Doctor.
Get your national health card. Get your docket at the hospital. Even if I want fresh call you have, just go there, create a docket. It's for free. Get the health card because you get up to 60%. I didn't say 60%, but up to 60% on some medication, and then the medication them for the diabetes and the asthma and the high blood pressure, those are free.
Yes.
Free at the hospital clinic, at the hospital pharmacy. And what you don't get at the hospital pharmacy, you can get a discounted rate at the regular pharmacy as long as you have a health card. People Jamaica system is not as worthless as we're trying to make it.
Yeah, that part is the best part about the health system, Doc. That is the best part about it. I'm
going to run, but I hear the other thing. I mentioned it, I think, on this live before. I'm going to mention it again. A graduate who just left medical school and start working. Listen, guys, they make more than we make in Canada, in Jamaica. A graduate makes
When you're bringing on the Cuban,
Oh,
you
the
promise
Cuban
you're gonna
for
bring
us.
on the
Listen,
Cuban.
you guys never hear what happened? Somebody record our conversation and send it right to my CEO.
Really?
You guys had a comrade on the line who taped me and said, you could have heard me at the CEO office.
Wow. Then
Yes,
they are
what-
taping out then that. Then they are taping out.
Good for them, because I'm not saying anything that is against what the government is doing or Cuban. But what
Yeah.
I'm going to say is this. If you have people, young kids, who want a great future in medicine, don't stop them. It's $500,000 for the first, for their salary per month, and the first 300,000 is tax-free.
Yes.
So tell them to go into medicine and get some of the
Starting
grants.
salary.
Starting
$500,000.
salary. You just left school. Some of them are so young, they not even know what to do with it. We have 21, 22-year-old kids who were bright.
But Dr. Sam, then how is it that we hear say doctors and nurses not getting no pay in Jamaica?
Who say so? Ask the doctors themselves. I don't know about the nurses, but I can tell you about doctors. When you leave, when you finish and you start as an intern, it's not even that you're a doctor, you're an intern. You still learn. $500,000 a month, and the first 300,000 is tax free.
Chuck, you know, hear the nurse say they're not worried about salary again. You know,
The nurse them not really get a problem, Chuck.
the
I
nurse
teach her them now.
head said she not worried about no salary. Salary line no problem again.
Yeah, I teach her them are the problem now.
TV. She said that on TV.
All right, Dr. Sam, thank you very much.
All right,
Thank you very much,
all right,
Dr.
stay blessed. I'll keep popping on. But
Thank you, Doc.
I'm
Thank
talking
you.
to the CEO still, so just trying to clear up something for me to bring on Radu.
All right, Miss Cool.
All right, no problem.
Yeah, man. All right, so big up Stets, man.
Anybody
Yeah, man,
record
that's what
Dr. Sam and send it to Dr. Sam CEO on must go down. Or I go L back way pan a stick.
But then
I
I
will tell
think
you,
the doctor.
I will tell you, so they come with them in the system and them hell bent and keeping it that way.
See him so
Right?
Chuck?
What were
Yeah,
we
so.
talking about tonight? Simply, we were discussing the Cuban crisis, and the Dr. Sam was telling us that, listen to me, we don't have any crisis in Jamaica.
See him so answer.
Right?
See him so.
I remember, sir, I remember, as Dr. Sam said that, I remember something one day, I remember one morning, I work the Saturday night, we print the Sunday Gleaner, and I don't remember, the headline was a very good headline and everybody wanted it, and I was talking to a friend of mine online, and they said, boy, you need to go get one Gleaner early, and I said to the person, I said, hurry up enough, guys, we print about 300,000, so you will get one. And the next day when I go to work, my boss called me and I said to me, say, well, you have to be careful of the conversation when you have online. And I say, what do you mean? Because somebody tell me, say, you dep online, I thought, oh, we print 300,000. I said, then that is a bad thing. He said, no, but you could have said something opposite. Just so you know, say, people are watching what you say. Right? He said, just so you know that people watching what you're doing. I said, all right, no problem. Right? So at the same with Dr. Sam, we have a good discussion. Somebody record it. But Ashika said, don't worry, I go down and we're going to see you down there. We're going to see you down there, man.
Yeah, we're going to see them down there, because I don't want me.
Yeah, find a way, man.
So
there's some friend down there, man. Yeah, some people, you know, man. You see, when if I follow them down, they make sure I down there, then go me willing to do it, you know, man. Me say if I follow them to ensure say down there, them I go. But guys, I want to take what Dr. Sam said.
That one the outer family. Me love you like.
Chuck.
Yeah, me not make sure say don't come red one no L while me after me sponsor.
Let me tell you this.
So, can I just
I am
thank
willing
Dr.
to
Sam?
hold a possession down there as chief fire pusher to ensure that them drunk or the people with them do.
Me no want more.
All right.
Me no want no position down at L. Me no want.
I will take the position of chief fireman down there to ensure.
Chuck, no worry, me I go down there.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Me I go.
If Dr. Sam is listening, that was a good laugh. And I don't mean to critique, but just in case Dr. Sam is still listening, Dr. Sam, thank you again. appreciate the time that you have given and the knowledge that you have exerted here today. We appreciate it 100%.
And
You know,
Munchi,
do not be dismayed by them folks who try to, use this good thing and try to turn it into a bad. Everyone over here appreciate you, and we look forward to talking to you again.
Munchi, you are so correct, the spin, the angle where Dr. Sam speak of a while ago, I had never thought of it, that it is highly unlikely that 15 out of the machine them tap work, so.
I never expect that, may I tell you. I really think they never work for
We don't say impossible,
Chuck, you notice the conversation? I said the 15 machine that alone should have called an emergency meeting, and somebody have to go down because these things normally come with service, and the man come and confirm the exact thing. Even she come and we even talk about leasing them instead of buying.
So why
Because
is it that you
it comes
don't,
with service.
why you don't hear from the hospital that the Auditor General report on the 15 machine not working is incorrect? Why we don't hear from the hospital that say this is incorrect?
Because the person that are speaking in the hospital now is an interim CEO. What is happening now is that next week, Tuesday, the CEO at the heart of this will be in front the PAC.
Chuck, I know that.
Hopefully these questions will be asked.
So
Chuck,
the
I know
interim
that.
CEO should do an audit right away as to when the report come out to see why these machines are not working.
Yes, but remember, say no, that was fed to the to the Auditor General to continue the process. To make sure that Jack then go and people collect their money. And I understand. Continue corruption if you continue, because when the Auditor General is
You're very right.
come in.
You don't know if you turn on the like what Doc say. You're very right. You don't know if you turn on or know if you do anything like that. So that is just information relayed to her. She are relay in our report.
Again, Travi, I give you this example. Because some of them, we have to know so them happen in real life. I used to operate this machine. One of, not my immediate supervisor, but another supervisor, who I was to report to whenever I have a machine. I find that as the operator, I know more about the machine than him. So whenever I make a mistake at night, in order to cover myself, I would send for this man and say, listen to me, you need to look at this machine and you need to fix this for me. I say, why? Because I caused the problem a while ago. And him now, probably not having a detail of how the machine operate, will then proceed to try and fix something when it's broken, because me tell him, say, nah, broken, I doesn't save my skin. Him don't know the machine, me know it, so me can tell him that. And that's the same thing with the Auditor General. The audit, come on, believe the work long time, no care. So don't care.
Chuck, let me be provoking. Chuck, let me be provoking. Is it that the same thing happens in our education system, where teachers are not giving their best to our students, leading them to extra lessons?
Yes. Again, thank you, people. They have to give them a personal experience,
Chuck.
All right, go on first.
Wait, Chuck. Because may I tell you this honestly. At the school that I was teaching back home in Jamaica, we never used to ask the students to pay any for extra lessons. We give them extra lessons, but we allow them to come out earlier and leave a little bit later, because we think the school community was a bit they didn't have the money. But then what I noticed, other schools were charging the kids money for extra lessons, and I always wonder, why are they paying for extra lessons? Why don't you incorporate the same subject, the same topic in the lesson, so that the children can learn and they don't have to pay for it? It's not everybody can pay for it. You know what happened like the other day? My little granddaughter, they were having sports day in the primary school, and they had to pay to go to sports day. And I said that wasn't fair. You understand? It's not everybody do not have the money. You have to pay $200 if you come to the school, and then you go and pay one another $500 for lunch. And I think it was so unreasonable because I know everybody have the money. I mean, I go get to go on my express because I can't find it $200 to go run and participate.
Good night.
Enough for we teachers.
Good night, everyone.
Margaman, beg a second and then you're coming.
Enough for we teachers. They must scam. They must scam me own students them.
You see, Queen, a couple of years ago, I had a daughter that attended St. George Headley School in Duane Park. And I remember I went to a meeting once. The exam was coming up and I went to a meeting once. Okay, so at the meeting, the teacher was discussing extra lesson that was coming up. And I remember a father asked this question, and I have never thought of it before the father asked. The father said, when the child go to extra lesson, what will you be teaching at the extra lesson?
The same God Almighty.
The teacher couldn't ask. So he said, no, are you going to be teaching the same thing that you should have been teaching in normal class? Or are you going to teach something different?
They're not,
and I have
because they
never
want extra
thought
money.
about that before that father asked that question. So why would I be paying to go to extra lesson for you to teach the same thing that you should have been teaching in normal hours?
Some of them don't want to teach a topic too. They want to say, oh, when you come at extra lessons, you will get that. That's foolish. You understand?
And remember, extra lesson is not paid to the school, it is paid to the teacher.
It is paid to the teacher. You know, Chuck, I told Madam Speaker the other day that I have some children that are going to do PEP exam, and I take it upon myself. I have grade 4 and I have grade 5 and I have grade 6, and from Monday to Thursday I give them free class. You know, the other day during the little Easter break, the same set of children tell me, say, Miss, you know, the same paper that you give we and we go over, our teacher said us to come in and we had to pay like $2,000 to have 3 days class. And they say, a lot of them said they didn't go because it was the same paper. Me give them free class for, and them have to go end up pay for do the same paper. And I say, you might pay for the one paper? Huh? Jesus.
To say, Omalo, it is a part of a greater scam. So, and I agree. And these things need to be, yeah.
I came here to light a fire. So,
Margaman before you burn it down. Let go Margaman before you burn down your place.
Hold on. So, the mission I'm on is a recall of my children from the security forces. Me and my friends them will recall our children from the security forces and let civil society and JFJ protect us. Let JFJ and civil society children protect us. We're gonna recall our children from the security forces.
It's a whole different topic, man. And
hold on.
No, me have to get you off my
I am
chest.
not willing.
Me have to get you off my chest.
Soji,
No,
I am not
okay,
willing to cut off my nose to spite my face, sir. We know a long time Soji said them people, them not have much said. In fact, Soji, you realize say them come out where there nobody now pay them the mind. Them lose relevance. Them lose relevance. That them good that them lose relevance. Them come out where there nobody now pay them the mind. Them lose relevance. Them come out where there nobody now pay them the mind. Margaman.
Good night, everyone. Really, what I was wanting to say is that I remember a couple of years. I don't remember if it was in Bruce time or early in Andrew's leadership of this country, where someone called the teachers scammers or extortionists, if I'm mistaken, and they find it very offensive. And I think that they were right, because I mean, I think the person who used that term was right, because I remember
Margaman. I remember that was me.
Yes, because the thing is, I don't know for what reason you cannot find it time enough to teach these children what you're charging them extra for. And these days, everything that teachers do in school, they're charging the parent.
So true.
Right? If you have a sports day, you have to pay.
You
If you have a jeans day, you have to pay. Right?
The other day they had what? They had jersey day. They must pay if you go wear jersey go to school.
Imagine you have to find a child a jersey and then turn around and pay for them to enter. That's madness. And somebody need to stop these people. Again, one of the situation I just can't take. On the news I saw recently, where teachers are not paid because bursary has not released their pay. Right? They were demonstrating in the school because apparently there's pay that they're supposed to get that they have not received. So I want to know what is wrong with these bursary schools. Why they always have a problem? And when the government tried to say they are gonna consolidate everything so that the teachers can be more effectively paid, they don't want it to happen.
No.
I think that these people are rinsing the teachers' money.
I beg you no listening here for a second there.
Go ahead.
Most powerful pressure group in the country. They know how to play off government and opposition against each other. Their ultimate weapon is to all fall sick on the same day. Performance pay is resisted. Certification requirements are resisted. Schools are closed for 13 weeks out of the year. The children are sent home. So too are the teachers. Yet the teachers are entitled to 4 months vacation leave after 5 years of service. And it is hell and powder house if the Minister of Finance don't find the money to pay them. Which enterprise? What type of business could afford to pay their employees to stay home for 13 weeks out of the year? And on top of that, every 5 years, to pay them to stay home for another 17 weeks. And if government and opposition are not prepared to get together to face down these institutional
You know where Bruce really wants to say this, you know, but
resistance to change and reform, they're going to continue to not only run rings around us, they're going to run rings around the future of the children. Listen out for the JTA's response to the Patterson report and try to pick up the pieces after it has been shredded. We must be strategic too in the skills that we seek to develop. J. Arthur Brown told us.
Yeah. And yes, and some of them, Chuck, they not take it the 4 months after 5 years, so they take 8 months. So you have to pay them for 8 months.
Pay them for 8 months, while at the same time, you have to pay somebody to replace them.
Chuck, you notice them not paying no tax for the extra lesson them either, you know. Them not paying
no
tax
cash
at all.
Cash collection.
And then, you know, Chuck, you know, after COVID, I dedicated myself because when we go in at the school, Chuck, it was like I had 14 students, and out of the 14 students, only 3 was reading at the grade level. And Chuck, believe me, every morning it took me like 45 minutes to reach to school. So, you know, so it's a distance from where I live to where I travel. And every morning I reach at school before the school bell would ring 8:30 and dedicate myself to help those children to read. And when I was leaving, it was only 3 of those children could not read after I did back an assessment, and those children had issued. You understand? Why you have to pay? Why they have to pay everything? You have to pay reading class. You have to pay, and then I want to incorporate it in at the school time.
Thank you, Sharon. We never realize that we have connected with that how long are we not here for them. Connected. Why sometimes you just come in and hide now one little corner until we show you.
You can't hide. No, man. Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Everyone have my style that you know. I'm love listening. Me talk more, but me listen more now. Me talk. You understand? It is by design.
It is by design. Two ears and one mouth.
Absolutely. So one of the things that I think we should factor in the equation is that it is only just know that our teachers are seeing a little more income from government. We weren't able to pay them before. And so they were in the business of finding creative ways and means to get a little top up on the salary. Some of them used to sell our sweet in the classroom and sell bag juice and sell
pencil and books.
Everything the students do, they have them sell. So they were just creative because they weren't being paid. I know this because I married a teacher. I have 2 sons who are teachers.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
Why they never turn police connected?
Why they follow their mother?
All right.
You see, the mother brighter than me, so it means that the children took after she.
All right, sir.
Yeah, man. So
I beg your pardon, sir, for my statement before. Now you shed a new light on the thing.
Yes. No, man, no problem, man. This conversation.
But it is still happen. It's still happen and them might get paid.
Well, you know, the culture probably is still there. Probably the culture is still there. But anyway, there was an earlier conversation that I want to piggyback on about these things that are happening in the public sector, especially at the senior level. I think the time has come, and I think NARA is a very bold step to correct and to cauterize some of the vandalism and the sabotage that are taking place against the government, such a good government. And that is why, well, first I must say, anything we see PNP oppose, we should ensure that it is and insist
100% connected.
That it is implemented. Entire PNP oppose something. Just look at what they oppose. Some of the best things for this country. When the JLP started way back from in the 50s, they oppose the return of Marcus Garvey, Damaman, they oppose that,
They oppose the building of Sunday Gully.
And when next name, one about tap the Cassava,
McGregor Gully.
All of them, they oppose them and call the JLP Gully government.
Gully government.
They oppose NIS, pin it round and call it SIN and tell the people of Jamaica, it's a sin tax government. Anything we PNP oppose, we must make sure we bulldoze the way to it and run them way. The PNP is the weapon that is formed against Jamaica. We must understand that. So NARA is very good for Jamaica. Of course, it may need a little tweaking and a little modification here and there. We must do that.
That is what the debate is for.
It's about, yes. That is what the debate is.
If I may for a second, sir. They oppose the One Road Authority also. And you know something I noticed just this evening, I was traveling from Senton and I drove around Chalky Hill. And what knowing that the Highway 2000 was built under the PNP government, I can't see how they did not see that there was some poor decisions make while reconstructing the old road beneath the highways. Most of the bridges that they have created over the old road, underneath them, they barber green the road. Now, a whole lot of them is built in a gully farm where water settle up underneath the bridge. For those that the water can run off, the barber green underneath there. And let me tell you this, it is a shame to see what exists underneath those bridges, what you have to drive on. Because the moisture is always underneath the bridge because the bridge has a shade over it, right? And so therefore, that water keep soaking the asphalt and eat it away, right? And these are the kind of things that these people, the good infrastructure, to see to it that the country's infrastructure keep in good state. They oppose, and oppose. They don't want good things to happen in this country.
Yeah, man. I drive the.
They oppose Plan Secure Jamaica while clamoring for a crime plan.
Yes, and wanted to give fishermen our coastline to surveil and to keep watch over.
Yeah, man.
It seems like what they wanted to do is bring in all the Haitians with the guns and all the Colombians with the coke.
Yeah, man. And here Bunting say, man, they must spend too much money on buying boats and police cars and all these things while clamoring for a crime plan. It's crazy.
When we start eating milk, can I get hungry?
All right, man. So we'll come back to you. Yeah. But again, it is something I've said over and over that if you want to know if something is good for Jamaica, look on which side of it the PNP is standing. And the records show that all the while. So their objection to this NARA bill is just evidence that it is something that is good and will benefit Jamaica. The evidence speaks for itself. Sorry, you say something, Margaman?
One other thing I wanted to say is, how much years we have left before the highway is taken over back by the government? We've gone about 20 years.
50 years. It was a 50 years.
It was a 50-year contract.
24 years left. 24 years left because it was in 2001.
I think,
2050.
The first part, the one that was built by thing there, that part is now controlled by the government. The government buy that contract.
Okay.
The government divested. That's why Trans Jamaica divested. Jamaica government divested. That's why I have shareholders own it now.
I strongly believe that the Highway 2000 that the Chinese now control. I think that the Jamaican government should look into taking it over as soon as they can.
Well, the Margaman, beg you a second. Let me read something. Yeah, Jamaica, what you say? Dan's call for police to wear body cam and the Star report it. No, sir. May I read that?
Yes, sir. Yes, Chuck. I wanted to say something on that. Yes, Chuck. Yes. The Star reported, Chuck. Yes. I could never believe
done.
Yes, Chuck.
But Chuck, what on the Chuck.
Yeah, but
if the PNP had indicated, Mark Golden let PNP had indicated that they would hand over the control of communities to dance and henchmen and enforcers and shatters. The way you expect. What do you expect? This is trivial compared to what the PNP leadership was clamoring to make.
Did he actually say that?
The garrison, its power.
Yes, he did.
The man said he wants to give back the garrisons its power.
So I'm going to bring back the leaders.
Chuck, right now, when name again, Buchanan over there with Bala, I talk about the police them. Instead of back. Panning live at all.
This is why I have an issue with people who sit in the parliament who take up criminal case while sitting in the parliament. When you debate a law, who are you debating the law on behalf of? Your income or the people of Jamaica? Are you defending your income? Are you defending your income? Or are you defending the people of Jamaica? That is the issue ISAT need to grapple with. But
let me ask this question concerning ISAT. Can he be in parliament and still be in the courts at the same time?
There's no rule that says you can't.
Okay.
There's no rule that says you can't, and that is why we need the reform. The reform needs to happen now so we can get these things in our laws.
You know, I was going to ask you this question, Chuck.
But it's not a conflict of interest?
Chuck, no, it's not a conflict of interest. It is legal. Chuck, what if the government put forth a legislation holding from Parliament coming right down to all government bodies throughout Jamaica, accountability, where we can really see the enforcement happening? Would you think, say, the teachers and other unions would accept it, or they feel like, say, it is just applying to them, but not to Parliament?
Well, you see, I think, Omalo, the way them react to changes or anything that looks like accountability, it's gonna be just like that. Them are going to jump on it and say, what them are trying to mostly, what them are to give it.
But what if them see it happening to Parliament? What if them see it is also happening to the top people, the people that are trying to impose it upon them? Where just a minute, where people inside their constituency crying out, not getting good service. What if they see that this applies to those people also too?
I would love for that to happen, but it's gonna be like this, Omalo. Yes, if it happen to them, but not to we.
But Omalo, you know what? Me kinda not like when we speak like this, because of the same people them in them constituency are voting, but the same workless MP them, you know. The accountability for these MPs, Omalo, come from the people. So the people give it and they take it. So if you, Omalo, say the 99 roads in your community, when you gave me power, and when it come on to the time again to elect me, or 96, Omalo, still unfixed, what are you supposed to do? You want to tell me something with that line? Look around the back too.
Sheikah, we're not going to run back to in a Sheikah. We can't talk about in the community where me live in. Yeah?
Right.
And we vote for Delroy Chuck. And we vote for Delroy Chuck. And they road them in a few community. Years upon years we have voted for him. And we have the same old bad road them same way. And patrol and the rain now fall and them are go get worse. And I get worse. And this is a neighborhood where them would call upscale and all these type of things. So if you vote for Tom, you get Harry. And if you vote for Harry, you get Tom. So we want accountability for vote Tom and Harry to the same account.
Omalo, my take on it, and me is a labor right, and I can say this proudly. If him not fix the road, don't vote for him the next time.
Well, that's hard for we do.
I might take that, you know, my issue is the road. Me no want no money. My issue is the road. The road is my main issue.
We're going to vote him out and we're going to vote him out and we're going to get the opposition and them are going to say them now no money because them no enough power.
The system, Amalo, is not under so road fixed. Road fixed is fixed by government agency. You see, road is fixed by the agencies. Even Bridgemar, I got Bridge a long time. I say.
That simply means that.
Chuck, me can ask one question. At which part in a St. Mary and now rain or fall and any house can drop right now? Oh my God. I saw rain or fall at Jamaica now.
Hold on, repeat that question again.
I saw rain or fall hard at Jamaica. That's
yeah, man, rain or fall hard at Jamaica.
But them I say, me hear Buchanan I say, place there that St. Mary any house can drop right now to the rain and fall. And the matter about
it. When me know can drop, them have house in St. Mary when the year?
Them he must say in the area.
He probably a talk about landslide.
Like he must say they can't drop because of the rain and the road them a break away.
And, but the thing about it is, you know,
you might talk about inmates and they must say they don't have no plants, no hurricane plants. You understand? He just
No,
a try
him not
to.
have no plans.
Let me say the situation with St. Mary, you know, you have a lot of people who build a place where they're not supposed to build, right? And when they build, they don't reinforce certain hillside against them house and all them something. Them just come clear where one little area, fling up 4 column if them dep on one slope, right? Them probably fling up 4 column down a front and put a 2 foot foundation pan the hillside section, and then build and things say yes, this can sustain anything. And like them a go down in the ground at about say 5 to 10 feet. If you say make it whole. No. Them just a catch it up on the hillside. And so when when a stone roll down from up at top and head for them house, they say government never this and government never that.
Where is the government agency that's supposed to hold these people accountable that they don't build these type of ways? Which government agency give them the okay to build?
Well, let me tell you something. Most of the parish councils, most of the parish councils. All right, I give you a small scenario. You see along the Linstead bypass, every old house a company highway, pani bypass right now come put on. People from all boat a carry container come put on and start business. And me no hear one of the spokesman in the St. Catherine Parish Council, where them call him some another Rose, cause him running in my area. And me no hear him talk about the fact that vehicle park along the bypass anywhere, anyhow, anytime, any time of day. I threaten people life, right? But yet him go talk
Minister of local government.
But let me tell you something. Even though the Minister of Local Government have the parliamentary portfolio to oversee them people, then we can't tell you say then we tie up Desmond Mackenzie hand behind him and no mind sharp choke him too.
Desmond Mackenzie them can write law that overrule all of the way the parish council do. And that we have we have to have we can't just find excuse, you know. We have to have leadership in this country, you know, and people have to know the power where politicians hold and parliamentarian hold, you know. You think we can
but the thing about it is
just 1 second. You think we can have this PMP like government where everybody just come put up stall on street side and catch up everything, and we look like one pitch up patchy country and then something, and then we talk about and we not talk about the enforcement.
Wait. So
just a minute.
Let me tell you something.
Let me ask this.
Especially this.
Hold on. No one wanna tell me community wanna ban and grow. If you ever see one parish council enforcement officer come check my house, I remember.
I know of it. I know of it happening.
You see it. I have never seen a parish council. I have never seen what one look like. I have never seen what one look like. And I live in different places.
I have known of cases where they even have a stop order per place.
Yes,
I've never seen one. So as me say, a half and half the work I do. A half and half the work I do chop. Then go someplace and then I go someplace. If you understand what I say. Because some things when I see some people put up, that's not supposed to go up in the first place.
So you
if you understand what I
in a Trelawny on the hillside, told you. It's been here for years. We can't go further because there's a stop order there. You don't know that house?
Yeah, man.
Remember this man Mackenzie tear down one house on Washington Boulevard.
Me there sweat with 2 points for quite a while and we will leave them. I mean, only because all of us can't talk one time. All of us can't. When Omar will say, just a minute, and I say, wait, and I was talking over each other. But I have 2 points that I want to raise quite a while now, and I've been waiting. And it has to do with a conversation that was raised about how the PNP manages crime in this country and their approach to use guns and gangs and gangsters and shatters. I did a post on Facebook a couple of days ago. Homicide escalated by 513% on a Michael Mann in the 1970s. You heard me? 513% from 140 to 899 in his last year. When they came back in 99 to 07, under 3 prime ministers, we had homicide numbers increased by 263% after it was brought down by Mr. Siaga in the 1980s. And the last time that they came back, and this is why so much crime is being committed on the PNP, because of how they manage the country. They also had a spike in the last time they governed between 2012 and 2016. 2015, we look at the last election in February. So you'd have to look at the 2015 numbers. Albeit by only 8%, but they still had an increase. Homicides were on the upward movement when they left office. But I want to also bring something to our attention with the inconsistency and they just don't write this on the PNP. Who remember this is the young lady down by Petra Jam? I don't remember her name now. The HR manager who had a conviction for some dangerous drug for 20 odd years. She cleaned up herself, went to study, and got the job done by Petra Jam as the HR manager. I think it was the HR. And Philip Paulwell moved a motion in the parliament to have her removed because of the conviction. Yet they have a person who went to prison. That young lady didn't go to prison. Double cocaine convict. As a lawmaker on the PNP side, that is the double standard of the PNP. So, how did they? What kind of what do you call it? Integrity.
No, sir. That word and the meaning of it.
Hold on, one second, brother. The PNP say they have some integrity, internal integrity, so something. How did that man pass through that? You can't trust the PNP, man. We trust them. You can't trust them.
That word and the meaning of it has been lost on the PNP, sir.
Well, them say them have some commission, some internal body where they attach integrity to. You know, have to tell me that that's something mean no. Integrity and the PNP no plan move like.
Can you remember this? You know, remember Mark Golden said publicly that even though the Integrity Commission would have vetted somebody and deemed them unfit, he was willing to override that committee to put in the person himself.
Yes, you're right. Yes, all right. So the internal integrity organ rejected the person, and he ruled that the person, because he had that veto power to admit the person to the party, to the candidate, and he did. So they should even mention the word integrity when it comes to the BNP. They don't know any names up. But you know, we have some roles to play the Labour Party, especially at the leadership level. Because once there is this murad in PNP who are hell-bent, if you notice, you know, since the Nara bill, you know, whole little bodies here come out that attack the Nara bill, you know. PNP set up this organization beforehand, you know, to use them to attack. You know, realize who gonna JFJ now. The man when they are in the coming.
Oh, where is JFJ now?
No, they have a new president, you know, a new they call him executive director. But there's a man there as one of the directors named Amy Shantoni. He used to be in the assistant commissioner. In that year, you know.
Yes.
It's like you know about PNP too.
Listen, the PNP, I remember a couple of years ago, there was an issue with Warminton. You remember when Warminton did tell a report, I think when he called her, he said something to a reporter that then he considered.
Remember, I don't remember exactly what he said. But he was a reporter, a field reporter.
Yeah, and I remember ad came in the paper. One full page with the name and list about 1,000 civic organization.
Line up.
Amish Campbell, former deputy commissioner of the of Indicom. He's one of 5 persons added to the JFJ board. Connecting.
Yeah, man.
Amish Campbell. I commented on it on the news article and I say from September 3rd, this party has been shuffling, although they can't finish. And everybody will laugh over it, man.
They're lining up for the next attack on the government.
Yeah, man.
But I
believe
the government right now need to push for certain changes. Right? And I think one of the most important changes they can make is to make the public sector more effective. And by effective. Andrew Marks has the portfolio responsibility to do all of that. I hope that she works speedily and get it done.
But Chuck, Chuck, you see one of the things, one of the failures of the JLP, in my view, because so long as the PNPs are running, the PNP is going to make every effort to block some things and put in surrogates in the public.
Block everything.
Yes, block everything by installing the surrogates. Remember one lady, she was the Secretary of Parliament who embarrassed the Speaker. You know what her name now? You know, so she got a job at the Services Commission after she left Parliament at 65. Then find some creature on the Service Commission. Yes, sir? So with that, these kind of things, you know, Chuck, the JLP has to find a counter-attack. Somehow, they can't just let them and play dead. The PNP has started up them. You can't tell people again in Jamaica after 15 years, you know, 10 years long, you know. Say, boy, the PNP have that, the PNP. No, you have to find a way to grow that. You have to. Because the PNP, by nature and in DNA, they told us, you know. In fact, this started from in the 70s with the Pickersgill Commission, where the finding of that Pickersgill Commission is that if you are not PNP, you can't work in a public service. And that stands today. That still holds today.
Them DNA is left in the sector right now.
Yes.
And that's
so what they use one PNP to bring the next PNP. I saw that on the leadership level of the Police Federation, and somebody mentioned the police force. I think it was Omar who said the police force could be an example. Could be a case study for the rest of the public service. The police force was one of the worst organizations in Jamaica, you know. When you come to the PNPs, man, pack up with PNP people, you know. The commissioner of PNP, the 4th deputy of PNP, the 90% of the assistant commissioner of PNP, senior super right down the line. Because them draft in. Look at the police force today. And that most of them retire now, you know. Most of them retire now, 70s, 80s, then gone to the yard. Right? And this 10 consecutive years of governance at the JLP has taken care of a number of them. But the police force, although not flawed,
I remember connecting in 2019 when then Minister Bobby Montague made the speech where he said a lot of these senior officers needs to be retired in the public's interest.
It's more like 2017.
Was it 2017 he said?
No, because Orishan came in 2018.
2018, so 2017 he said.
Yes. Yeah, 2017, thereabout.
Yes, he said most of these senior people needs to be retired in the public's interest. And remember, all of the civic dog they did come out and bite off him head.
Because I'm a PNP, like the civil servant, the civil society people, them a PNP just like senior officer, them pure PNP them in votes. But right now you have a police force that is being maybe 90% professionals. Or 98% professionals. I know police now want you promote them based on politics, you know. They want to earn them promotion, they feel proud, you know, say they can work, they go study, and then go on courses, internal, external courses, and then come back and then get them promotion, and then put in a leadership position, and you get the best out of them. When
10 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I was one of the advocates them online for disbanding the police force. That's
Not the case anymore. That can't be the case anymore.
Not anymore.
No, not anymore.
Not anymore.
Although we still have some challenges that we're working through.
We still have it's not perfect, you know.
Not
We still
perfect.
have a challenge.
But
that is why
better.
But that is why we use it now as an example. As bad as we think the services in the health is, the same measures can be put in place.
Yeah, man. It could be a case study. Could be a case study.
Put the same measures in place to clean it up.
But by government have to wake up and over there. Have to wake up and jump up and realize it can't be business as usual with these people in the public sector. We plant, they turn over the ship. Because they won't go on the ship, you know, man. I bet they pay them off, you know. They pay them up. I want them.
It would be cheaper.
Yeah, man. Because the country less farless.
Hold on, guys. Let me hear one queen. One queen wants to say something a long time now. Queen?
Yes. I wanted you to listen to something with Isaac Buchanan was saying, because one of the things that he was saying when the man asked him, like, oh, would this NARA help like in your constituency? And he told them Bala that the PNP mustn't think that it is going to help any PNP. The NARA not going to help any PNP. And I don't know why if it is going to help the country, it is not like a PNP, NARA, just a labor right.
Well, here's how you deal with that. You see, that is how the PNP thinks. Okay?
And he's over there talking about the
that's how they think.
About like what the government did. Remember that the bill, it hasn't passed, so I think they're going to go back to the joint board and fix what's supposed to be fixed. So he's over there talking to Bala and you Blair and just putting out the false notation for us to think that NARA is not a good thing for them to listen. I just want you to listen one thing that he was saying.
What would be the difference between the NARA bill when it comes to the Prime Minister and the laws that Viktor Orban introduced in 2012 in Hungary to hoard all of the powers in his office and under his jurisdiction?
It wouldn't be any different because, like I said, the greatest difficulty with NARA as it is right now is the wide powers given to the single minister in the name of saying it's an emergency and expediency. And because the NARA had failed to define what resilience means for the 5 years, which is the duration of the term of the Prime Minister, of the government, by our system.
Queen, stop that. You see, that now makes sense. Queen, the question don't make sense. And let me tell you something. 90% of the people who are listening to that don't have a clue who named Viktor Orban. 100% of them, including the person who asked the question, don't know what bill Viktor Orban introduced.
Maybe I ain't even give them a question for ask, because Bala don't know if ask me a question.
But let me play, Bala waste of time. Let me play Nesta Morgan interview one more time.
Yes, man.
This is not in a vacuum. There is an oversight arrangement built around NARA.
There's a very mature accountability ecosystem in Jamaica. One that is world renowned. As a matter of fact, Jamaica has spent a lot of time and money creating an accountability ecosystem that is extremely independent. You have the Integrity Commission, you have the Auditor General, you have MOCA, you have SID, you have the police, and so many other entities, including civil society, including the media, who hold governments and agencies accountable. And governments do not function in secret or in a vacuum. Budgets have to be tabled in Parliament, and Parliament can summon anyone who is a head of agency to come and testify how budgets are funded. We have the PAC, we have the PAAC, we have parliamentary questions. So it's a bit baffling to me that after spending so much time and money on these accountability entities, because like I heard somebody say that we should put in the bill that the Auditor General should audit. The Auditor General has a constitutional authority to audit anything. You don't have to put that in the bill. You don't have to repeat. And I said to the leader of the opposition last week, is it that you want us to take every other accountability bill and put their clauses repeated in this bill? And that's what I find disingenuous about the conversation. The bill is a good bill. The bill is a bill that has been crafted by our best legal minds in government. It has been vetted. And a lot of the arguments I'm hearing, when you analyze them objectively, they don't stand up. For example, why would I put the TOR in the bill? Why would I make the TOR of the CEO the terms of reference in the bill? Suppose I want to change something in the TOR a year after. Do I need to now come back to Parliament and go through an entire debate? I don't see other bills that we're crafting where you put the contract and the TOR in a bill. A contract is negotiated between the employer and the employee. Is Parliament going to be the one negotiating the contract with the CEO? No. And that is the issue I'm having with a lot of the debate. There are things in the bill that we may need to modify, but a lot of the arguments fail the logic test, they fail the objective test, and they fail the reasonableness test.
But Minister, based on just the importance of Naira and just what it will have oversight, we're talking about $6.7 billion will be under its purview. I think there is some level of reticence then on the part of the opposition to not allow for a more stratified framework when it comes to how that organization will report not only to the line minister, which I believe would be you and the Prime Minister, but also to the Parliament itself. I think the opposition is suggesting that just like you have the BOJ and other statutory bodies, that they should have just a regular expectation of reports going to them.
We don't have to. The NWA is supposed to go to Parliament next week to report. There is no schedule for the NWA to go to Parliament. The organization has been summoned by the entity, the parliamentary committee, to come to Parliament. The head of the PAC and the PAAC can summon any entity at any time. So I don't understand. I'm wondering if there's a fundamental lack of understanding by some of the speakers as to how Parliament works, as to the powers they have. They are the ones who say they wanted to head committees. Now they're heading committees. They should use those powers in heading committees to hold anything the government is doing accountable.
So your understanding is then that based on just the structure of governance, they should be able to summon the CEO of NARA?
It is not should. They can. The rules of Parliament say that the PAC and the PAAC and other committees can summon any head of entity, permanent secretary to give reports
put some
as to
taps on
what
the
they're
screen,
doing
please.
at any time.
150, 170.
I, as the
Bring it to
minister, cannot
170.
stop them from going. The Prime Minister nor the Cabinet cannot stop them from going. So when they're saying that we need to put in the bill that the person needs to report to Parliament every 6 months, that is unnecessary because that is already contemplated in our style of parliamentary procedure, that entities are obligated to be summoned to Parliament and report to Parliament.
But in that case then, Minister Morgan, and while I understand that MP Fort, she is her own woman and she is an MP in her own right, so she does not necessarily...
An MP Fort in other.
Well, in terms of what she suggested, then would not then she have raised these concerns internally before voicing them publicly through a debate? Is there a mechanism that allowed her to do that?
Let me say this, I will not speak about the internal discussions that have taken place.
But did those discussions take place, Minister?
I'm going to say it again, Siobhan. I cannot and will not give details of the discussions that have taken place.
I didn't ask for details in that last question. I said, did those discussions take place?
I will not discuss matters that were discussed.
A sensationalism NNN deal with most of the time, and gossip and them thing there. So my time, some of them questions and them thing, they're really not relevant. Because we might try to get the man for answer to. It's not relevant. It's total trash.
And that's why they start telling say we don't talk about that, you know.
But you know what? But you know a question we don't ask.
In public, those are private meetings at caucus where all members come together and raise their points, and the points are discussed by ministers. I will not be able to discuss those matters here.
Understood. But coming out of those caucus discussions, was there consensus in moving forward with the bill to the point that the former minister comes out later and kind of catches not only the government aghast, but also members of the public that, why is this happening?
You're a very good journalist. You're asking the same question in another way, and my answer remains the same.
Let me put a more direct question. Is there a rift between Malahoo Fort and the wider GLP in terms of going forward?
I don't know about that. I have not seen any evidence of that. Let me tell you this. The member is somebody that I hold in high regard as the deputy leader of government business, as well as her former cabinet colleague. He has always presented arguments to the benefit of the legislative process. I am not one of those persons who's going to come on the radio and chastise a member for offering opinions as to how to make a bill better. That is not something that we do as a government. That is not something we do as a party. The purpose of Parliament is to allow members to analyze legislation, to make legislation better for the good running of the country. And I think that is the most important thing we have to remember, that the debate in Parliament is to make the NARA bill better for the benefit of the people of Jamaica.
Very diplomatically put, Minister Morgan. But in that vein then, Minister, and I don't want to belabor this point, going forward, you expect that the bill will come to its conclusion in the House of Representatives next week?
So the parliamentary process is, the bill is tabled, there's an opening of the debate, there are other members who contribute, then there is the closing of the debate, then we go to committee where amendments may be taken, and after that we vote on the clauses, and then we pass the bill. I am very confident that based on the quality of the bill, based on the importance of the bill, and really, you know, one of the things that we're missing from the argument is that this is an extraordinary period that Jamaica is in. We still have not recovered from Melissa. Yes, the government has done very well. Ministers, Minister Vaz, others have done very well in trying to bring some sense of normalcy. The Prime Minister has really worked hard. The Minister of Finance in trying to bring some sense of normalcy. But there are still fundamental issues that we have not tackled that were either caused or exacerbated by Melissa.
Yes.
We cannot be legislating normally in abnormal times. The country demands that the government takes control of the developmental approach and ensure that their lives are improved. And as a matter of fact, ensure that their lives are better than it was before Melissa. And I think the challenge we're having is that the same methods that we used in normal times, methods that in many cases were not giving us the results in normal times. People are asking us to apply those same methods to a post-Melissa recovery regime. It cannot happen, and the government is not going to allow that sort of approach to take place, because we have an ultimate objective and responsibility to ensure that the country is built back better for the benefit of the people.
And Minister, I appreciate that very much so. There's a need for expedience, but I understand that to some extent you're taking lessons learned from your recent trip to Lima, Peru, where they had a similar concern over the need to get things done, but they end up kind of stuck in the mire, so to speak.
We were stuck in the same argument we are in now, where the politics became an impediment to the development, and they spent 3 years arguing about how to rebuild. And it was after 3 years, when the crisis got so acute, that they decided to form something similar to what we have in Deir Anin. So the lesson is very clear, you know. And if international people are looking at us and wondering, what are we doing? Because other countries have had this experience where we come with the legislation to do what is international best practice, and it gets mad in political arguments, and governments become timid in making the strong and sensible decisions and end up 4 years, 5 years down the line. Perry was able to move building hospitals from 7 years to 2.5.
So on that analysis, Minister, then there is no expectation, there's not even a point of argument to say that you will send this to a joint select committee.
No, that's a 2-year process. And that's exactly what we're talking about. In order for you to have a joint select committee, you have to announce the committee, you have to advertise, you have to give people time to see the advertisement, then they have to make submissions, then those submissions have to be collated, then they have to be invited to come. Let's say 100 people make submissions, you have to give a listening ear to all 100 people. Then there may be a situation where you have to call back people. There may be people who say we need more time, which has happened in the past. And that's what I'm saying. We cannot act as if we're in normal times.
Understood. That's Minister with responsibility for works, Robert Morgan. Minister,
Those are the voices I listen to. Voices that can reason. Now, Isaac would have a reason why he's over by Bala.
Chuck, if you could get this question over Bala for me. Get this question over Bala. Is the NORA bill more transparent than FinSAC bill?
Was there? What the hell?
Get that question to Isaac Buchanan for me.
No, sir, them now go permit me over them platform to ask the questions, sir.
I asked him if NORA more transparent than FinSAC.
You should have tried, Chuck. You should have tried. Maybe they would have accept you.
But you notice when go down this film,
it look like say my name again. Let me check.
You go down this film live.
It look like say it look like it come in like a Buchanan give me question them for your ask cause it in a so cognitive.
NORA is to solve a problem, Chuck, of our hurricane, a great disaster. FinSAC was to solve a problem after a great disaster. Is FinSAC more transparent than NORA? And which one you think is going to build back better?
I beg that you don't forget that the disaster in FinSAC is a man-made one.
Yes.
The exact people who created it, they are the ones who created FinSAC.
I don't. It's female.
Very same, sir.
More transparent.
You see, as I say, the PMP problem is simply this, it's about trying to delay the recovery of job. Jenna, you know, say for man, I say me call you, come here, say for what them me see you in this place. And man, I say me go show to you, Jenna. Bless up yourself, you. A long time I not see you in the place, man.
Me need for hear from Jenna too, cause Jenna baby mother no pass away. Chuck, my condolences, Jenna. Chuck, me just see one news that say
shooting in the White House.
Yes. Oh,
yeah, somebody just tell me. I try to find you now if you say. I go tune in to see.
President Trump can engage active shooter so and then kill the man. Me can't bother.
Because all of these are listen to when he was trying to get
staged.
popular during the election.
Yes.
They bring up one shooting him win. Now the midterm come up and the man popular, them are create one next shooting. I just say
go. In that the ballroom, the active shooter reaching the Chuck. A more secure place. How much armed people, how much armed man just bundle him up a while ago and sitting. Them the armed man they did none of their door to protect him.
You know,
that's crazy.
You know the Trump is like
another distraction.
Definitely is. Definitely like them.
You know the Trump behave like a PMP.
Definitely.
See, you know, as a PMP behave, you know. See, you like a Trump one.
No, them sister part. No, them. Well.
No,
It is from them.
Not the party. Trump, the character Trump me talk about. Not about the party.
Me not try to get some info about it, but as me say, me believe them people just know if ramp with the American people. I used to have respect for the American people.
Up on GB and
GB. GB. You forget say them always have life.
Lashika.
They're live.
Yeah, man. Me, the only right. I contribute to the live too.
In Africa with there.
The concern on their face. And we keep forgetting there were so many cabinet members there as well. Scott Besson, JD Vance, Vice President Rubio is there. It's a big operation. We've got a post here from.
So let me ask this question. You see, all of them people with them name have them own security detail. So everybody does have a security detail of them own. I remember there was a story about Barack Obama. When you never hear it, when Michelle talked about the fact that he used to coach him little daughter basketball team. And me always use a story to say for 1 week, for 1 day, every week, there's a little arena in Washington that was the safest place on this earth. Because the president was there with him security detail, the vice president with the security detail, the first lady, the second lady, all of the kids them have their own security detail. So that little center was probably the most secured place on earth for 1 day out of every week. We wouldn't expect anybody to get in there. So if somebody find their way into the White House of all places, it can't happen by accident. Right, so me not pay them the money. It's just a publicity stunt.
He's in attendance.
Let's not forget that the president was shot on his ears and it healed miraculously without even a scar. When after to see not even a scar on the panic now, yet his ears was shot. No, we're not for them up. We have a PMP problem in Jamaica what we need to solve. And that's our issue right now. Solve the PMP problem.
So may I send you one video I play it and get everybody reaction. That's why no matter what I know, me can't hear me praise Isaac today. Me don't know. Hey, me I send it to you. Jaja.
Yes, listen to me. Me tell you, yes, so my time, then but Mark Golden probably rooks him up and take away them balls, Mark Golden around to take away them balls and then go to line him.
Just listen to this idiot again.
The general answer even quite a lot of questions without me even put them to him. So what we have to do, we have to listen. Because listening some of the time, I go alleviate all of the worries and things we have some right time. So we have to listen.
No, listen to me. Me no do that, I don't play them live. Me not play them live, Then live no contribute nothing. Then live no them discussion don't contribute nothing to further anything where you have.
You not even know the word alleviate.
Right? we them live no contribute nothing.
We have enough discussion. We are intelligent enough to discuss topic over here. We don't have to worry about what people say to discuss what people say.
Yeah, me not put much no scroll to what them say. As me say, I have never sit down and listen to anybody, any gathering of PMP, whether it be Ball or any one of them, and they have ever discussed a topic where I can say, me learn something. Where me can say, me understand what them say. No, not one. No matter who you see on their life. Me see them bring on all Mark Golden over there and the discussion never no better. Because their thing is never to assist, it's always to cause more confusion in the space. As much confusion as them cause, the better it is for them. Right? With Deems and step out of line over there, I'm sure Mark Golden I go bring him back in. Churchill, long time I don't see you.
He definitely did. The video I said.
Yeah, man, there.
I'm going to play the video where you said, Chica. Give me a second. Churchill.
Oh, I thought you were going to play the video.
No, man. Let's go on. Give me a second. Let's play it.
Yeah. I saw a video that Diane put out on YouTube, and I didn't like how she styled the NARA legislation. She called it a terrible legislation.
Yes, because that was coming out of a meeting over last weekend. Remember, you know, the Prime Minister tabled Tina Mark Golden said we're not going to debate it now, we're going to wait until next week. What they had to do first was to have a meeting with all the civic group, the media and everything, and decided on the point of attack.
Yeah,
and
but
I don't like that. This is something we know for a fact, you know. They have that meeting over the weekend and then they come out now and everybody will shoot at the bill as one. Dan Jackson Miller is no sorry, continue, Churchill.
yeah, so she came out after Malahoo Ford made her contribution. So, you know, I commented and said that, okay, there may be some issues with the bill, but you best believe it's not going to be ditched. It's something that's going to be implemented, and it's going to work for the country, because it is exactly what we need at this time, so that things can get done faster. I find it strange, though, that the PMP at this time would have a problem with NARA, as someone said earlier, knowing what they did with FinSAC. It's no comparison, that, you know, as Nestor Morgan pointed out, that there are all these bodies that are there to make sure that things are done according to books. There are rules, there are the Integrity Commission, the parliamentarians, you know, the bodies in Parliament can bring them into summon them to Parliament at any time. So to say that there's no accountability is really a false statement. And I believe this NARA bill is going to be passed. They will do what they have to do and get it done. And I'm looking forward to that.
I am getting the government have a little bullish attitude towards the NARA bill this time around. I don't know if we're gonna pick up that. Like, to all them sound, them must make him know, say, oh, literally, them must say, oh, it's either we're gonna do this no matter what I say. That's what I think from what Nesta was saying. You know?
Yeah, you have to have a little arrogance about you, because at the end of the day, when it pays off, what are they going to say? Yeah, and I really trust and believe in Andrew Holness as Prime Minister to deliver, because he's gonna make sure everybody does what they're supposed to do. It's not like we have.
I think they need to use the same bullish mentality in this term to Churchill, because we need it. They need it to move things forward in Jamaica, and if they don't do that, they're gonna be stuck behind.
Exactly.
They're gonna be left in a different position.
You almost have to be arrogant about it. Say, listen, we don't care what you say. We're gonna do it, and at the end of the day, it's going to pay off.
That me vote for now.
Okay.
That me vote for. Go and correct it. That me vote for. So I want them to take the bull by the hand, and don't give a crap what PMP wants. Nobody, PMP never win the last election. The Jamaica Labour Party did. Kevin?
To get to Kevin, I agree with you 100%, because we were never in search of the PMP's approval. We've never been, you know, in need or in desirous of the PMP approval in anything that we do. So we don't give a shit what you have to say. I mean, Jamaica don't even approve of you guys, much less. How would that, man? I mean, Jamaica don't even approve of you guys, as was displayed on September 3rd. So I don't know where y'all feel like when the authority.
You know what, Travis? PMP wants the Jamaica Labour Party government to fail. That's the only way they can win back power. So they'll do
That's why they
everything to
spent the last
stall.
5 years maligning the Prime Minister's character, because they have no other means of getting state power.
Yeah. So if this initiative is successful, PMP has no chance in the next election. And that's what they're fighting against. So the JLP has to just ignore them, do what you have to do, and make sure this thing is a successful project.
Them think
That's all.
Ribbon cut it. Them think Ribbon cut it. Hey, you will see
Weird.
that bill apart. Nothing about Ribbon.
Let me listen to this.
Yeah.
in the world. Gas is going to be high. Where's the resilience mechanism? What are the alternatives to energy that we can't afford? What are you going to do when resilience generally is building a palace? Or remember, I'm okay, If after Nara passes, the Prime Minister comes to the podium and says the most important thing that we need to focus on for good governance is to have a parliament building. Although you are homeless people of Jamaica and there's a hurricane coming, this government cannot function unless we have an opulent parliamentarian.
You see, Sheikah, that's why I don't waste time listening to them people there, Now, I asked the people with good sense listening to this. 5 years ago, or probably about 7 years ago, we started the initiative for a new parliament building. COVID happened, and the government had to shift it to the back burner because there were more important things to deal with. The question is, when has this government ever pushed any project, whether it be the new parliament, the new police station, above more important than anything else? These things, them just go out there try poison people's mind. They're not trying to uplift people.
Rage bait, and then they don't.
That is, you know what that is?
Thinking.
You know what that is? That's a preemptive strike. Because he knows that part of the agenda of NARA is to complete the construction of that building and government circle in the wider
yes,
plan.
but it
in the
is
wider
also
plan.
to build one. It is also to build one new airport, to build 2 new hospitals, to build town center, to build all of this.
You know, Chuck, what in Little London and Burnham Field to be.
And Burnham Field. Listen, guys, that's why I said they don't contribute anything to the debate. Yes, them not contribute nothing to the debate. Them can't assist, them not have nothing to contribute. Going over to Bala Life. Go plead to an audience that cannot ask any critical questions of him. Remember what Bala just said, if the general answer the question, we don't even ask him them. I don't believe them have anything to contribute. People like them, as I said, I think we should change our rules in the parliament to allow people like him not to be able to sit in the parliament while defending criminals.
You know, one of the things we must take into consideration and take heart to people, that sensible, well-thinking people, independent thinkers, their argument can never, ever win over those people. They're appealing to their base, a dying breed, that they're desperately clinging to and hoping that they can have them to ride to Jamaica House. That's what that is. There's nothing new and innovative. And you know, eye-opening about their argument. It's always doom and gloom and some stupid narrative that is counterproductive.
You see the problem the PNP is having is that they are fighting for relevance. And they will grab at any straws they believe can give them the relevance of what them seek. Them have a leader that is unpopular even within his own organization. They were rejected in an election that they were 1,000% sure they would have won. They cannot attack the government and crime. They cannot attack the Prime Minister anymore because that failed. So they are running out of, the only thing they have to attack now is the rebuilding process after Melissa. And that is what they are going after. That is them goal now. And as Sheikah said, I am happy that the government is standing up and fighting them and this one. And I say, we don't care what Uno said, this is where we are going. And that are the stance that we want the government to take about everything. That are the stance that I want them to take. Don't give a crap. You were voted in. I don't care. You see, you must understand how desperate these people are to try to poison public opinion against a bill. That ISAT still them was a night upon people's life. ISAT is a big liar. Me sure him could have talked to JFA right now about getting some money. He have far better things to do. One big case have come up. And he could be there. But no, I think he find this much more interesting. Because guess what? The idea is to try to poison public sentiment. Right? Somebody said, I think there's an American comedian once who said the Republican Party in America is so good that them get people to vote against things that are good for them all the while. The PMP attempt the same things in Jamaica. Trying to get people to be against a bill that is designed to help them. When the government say make heart free, them against it.
But
the government say make healthcare free.
Wrong, you know. When they hear the sentiment, you know, people they must say, "Oh, Jamaica for build back," you know, literally. When they hear people talking, people know this whole about rigmarole and things.
Victor Orban passed a bill that gave him as Prime Minister ultimate power in the country. But Victor Orban was defeated at the polls last week. So that no work. While Victor Orban gave himself power over everything in the country, including the court, the media, everything. And he was defeated at the polls last week. So I don't understand how you make reference to Victor Orban and world in power when Victor Orban was defeated at the poll last week. Whoever this Kevin is not you know.
Through a democratic process.
So, yes, he was defeated. Donald Trump sent the vice president there to campaign for him and he was defeated. Right. So this why would you not be referring to Victor Orban who was defeated at the polls by the CMP? No, so it don't make sense. This bill is a good bill, not a perfect bill. I'm sure the government will take some recommendation and tweak some things about it and then pass it, and we will continue with the rebuilding process. Haiti formed one of the most powerful rebuilding board. Kevin, me let you up on a call for you, you know, say nothing, sir. All right. Sheikah, put up back Kevin for me, please. Haiti formed one of the most powerful board to oversee reconstruction that had even a former US president sitting on it. What happened in Haiti? Nothing. Nothing. Vice of the Nation was here recently giving examples of everywhere that has a board. And all of the organizations he named have a board, but at some point end up in some form of scandal. So by definition, boards don't work. Boards don't prevent scandal. So let's try something without a board and see if it works. Everywhere that has a board.
You know, one of the problems is people cannot appreciate.
What are the Churchill? Kevin?
Kevin has a problem now.
Yes, may I hear you now?
You hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to try to talk for a while, but you guys not hear me. Yeah, man. All right, hearing the conversation, I don't have any disagreement with much of what has been said. But something that Chuck said a while ago kind of piqued my attention when you talk about PMP having no chance. I think we should be careful not to be overly optimistic, even though I don't think they have a good chance of winning the next election, but I feel like they do appeal to the least common denominator in the society, and that's a fact. And ISAT is a perfect example. As a big lawyer, tend to spend so much time in the course of the day, shirtless, eating and yapping. To who is he talking to? He has a big influence on what I would call the least common denominator, which if I should compare that strategy with how Trump won the last election, that's who he appealed to. the white illiterate or uneducated people. And let us not be fooled that we don't have a lot of uneducated people in Jamaica, that if given a few change and given some brainwash argument, they can make a big decision and make a big change in the country for the next election. So let us not be too naive. And I think what we're doing to try and put out positive, accurate information is good, and hopefully by the time the next election comes around, it will cement into the psyche of people to be able to distinguish garbage from facts for the most part, so that when they're being told brainwash ideologies, they can make proper informed decision, right? So that is my 2 cents on that. As it relates to the NARA.
Yeah, but let me say, Kevin, thanks. But when we say they don't have no chance, believe me when I tell you, say, I as long as there's 2 horses in the race, the 2 of them have a chance. As long as there's 2 horses, it could be me run against Secretariat. Me have a chance, because if one eye foot broke, me I go carry run passing. So when we say them not have none, don't get me wrong. Right? Churchill, go ahead, give me a second. Taking a phone call here.
I was saying, what's the reason for NARA? The reason for NARA is so that things can get done faster, right? Because it is urgent that things get done fast. And we're used to all these controls, you know? And what control does is to slow things down. So we're not used to that. And that's what the PNP is trying to exploit. It's about expedience over control. NARA will deliver expedience. Will get things.
Chuck said something.
I'm sorry, you're saying something, Kevin. Yeah. So NARA will deliver.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, man, heard that our movie.
Kevin, your connection bad. You're not coming through.
Yeah, I realize there's a delay on my side, but I hear you. Just finish what you're saying. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I basically said it, you know. So you can go ahead.
All right. So my 2 cents in the NARA before I jump off is that's exactly it. The purpose of NARA is to get things done quickly, right? The idea, and I don't understand what is this hullabaloo about as far as oversight and transparency and accountability. All NARA is doing is the money that we have now, which we have never had this much money or have access to this much money as a country ever, and not to waste it, right? Not to repeat the history of having funds for capital budget and can't spend it, right? Our bureaucracies in the system. The Prime Minister have been talking about a long time, you know, the slowness of the system and how it's hard to get things done. And you know, I hear people complain about it and challenge. The Prime Minister that.
Yeah, Kevin, your connection is really bad, Kevin. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, but I think we get the gist of what you're saying.
Must stop talking, and then when he does to cut the red tape and he's being article, sometimes the reason, yeah, anyhow,